With creative direction from me and help from ChatGPT, we have episode 1 of Big Brother Total Drama Cartoon Edition, where 16 cartoon characters will spend the next 98 days in the Big Brother house. To help guide this season, I want you guys to comment down what you like, who you're rooting for, who you want to see fall, and perhaps even stuff that should happen in the house. So I hope you stick with me through the 6 or 8 episodes, however long this is, and enjoy the series. We are going to be introducing the house guests one by one with ChatGPT, creating a story and perhaps a reason for you to root for them. Let's go ahead and introduce our first house guest. Finn the human receives the acceptance letter for the show on a lazy afternoon in the land of Ooh. The vibrant envelope, adored with playful decorations, stands out against the backdrop of his treehouse. Upon reading it, Finn's eyes widen with a mix of excitement and curiosity. He rushes over to his Jake, his loyal dog and best friend. Waving the letter enthusiastically, "Jake, check this out. We've been invited to the wild reality show in another dimension." Finn begins to ponder the possibilities. He dreams of using the prize money to set up a hero training academy, a place where adventurers from all realms could learn and grow. This dream sparks a determination within him. As Finn considers the invitation, doubts creep in. Could he handle the challenges? Would him being naive be a disadvantage? These thoughts whirl in his mind until Jake, seeing Finn enter conflict, nudges him with an unwavering support. We are going to be entering the house 4 house guests at a time. Double D, finding the acceptance letter, his eyes widen with surprise. The prospect of winning the prize money immediately sparks a flurry of ideas in Double D's mind. He envisions utilizing the funds to establish a research institute dedicated to finding innovative solutions for environmental challenges, a cause which is close to his heart. Alright, Double D, good luck in the house. Very 2 different personalities in the first 2 house guests. Mordecai being invited to the show, the possibility of winning the prize money triggers a wave of thoughts in his mind. He envisions using the funds to pursue his dreams of starting an indie comic book publishing house, supporting aspiring artists and creators. Very nice, not bad. Mordecai worries about his tendency to overthink situations and his occasional lack of assertiveness. Despite these concerns, his best friend Rigby jumps in with enthusiastic encouragement, urging Mordecai to embrace the opportunity to step out of his comfort zone. And now the last house guest entering the house with the first 4. Number 2 from the kids next door is in the house, and the prospect of winning the prize money gives him a whirlwind of ideas in his mind. He envisions utilizing the funds to create a top secret technology institute dedicated to inventing gadgets that would benefit kids worldwide. Very wholesome cause. With a mix of determination and anticipation, number 2 accepts the invitation, and with the encouragement of his K&D friends accompanied by a farewell ceremony at the treehouse, he embarks on his Big Brother journey. Alright, you 4, let's go ahead and move you in the Big Brother house. Now, immediately being the first 4 to set in the house, that's already kind of an advantage, because you're going to be able to meet everyone, have the best relationships maybe from the start, and that could be an advantage for these. Now immediately, I think number 2 and Double D are instantly going to start talking Gadget and stuff, where Mordecai and Finn are definitely going to be chilling. They're all going to introduce each other and stuff, but after like 7-8 minutes and they have to explore, I feel like number 2 and Double D talk game in the kitchen, and Mordecai and Finn claim bedroom 2 and they kind of talk there. Now this is where I introduce the twist to this season. Everyone in the Big Brother house will be accompanied by someone from their universe, and it will be someone they know, either as a friend, a sibling, or an enemy. Let's go ahead and introduce the next 4 house guests. Of course, the only thing that Ice King can think about with the grand money is envisions of using the funds to organize an elaborate ice-themed gala. And of course, he wants to invite princesses from various kingdoms to break his curse of eternal loneliness. Oh, that's kinda sad. Confident in his abilities to charm and impress, the Ice King accepts the invitation with gusto. Convinced that his charismatic nature and magical prowess will make him a standout contestant. With a flurry of snowflakes and a boastful declaration, he announces his participation to Gunter the Penguin, who cheers him on in their own squawky way. I won't lie, that was a pretty good story for Ice King. Number 5, from the codename Kids Next Door, she envisions using the funds to establish a leadership and empowerment program for kids, kinda like number 2, aiming to mentor and guide young individuals to become future leaders. She wants to make Hope Peaks Academy. Knowing her skills, leadership, and street smarts will serve her well, she shares the news with her K&D teammates, who offers their support and a few playful bets on her success. See, unlike Ice King, number 5 and number 2 get along with the person in their universe. However, Ice King might be able to set aside his differences of Finn to work together with him. Stumbling upon his acceptance letter, Eddie hastily crafted scams and schemes, his eye widened with a mix of surprise and excitement. Grinning mischievously, he sees this as the ultimate opportunity to prove his knack for winning big. Aw, I love this story for Eddie already. He envisions using the funds to finally build his legendary theme park, Eddyland. Oh, that is so fire. With enthusiasm and confidence in his persuasive abilities, Eddie eagerly accepts the invitation, declaring himself the surefire winner to his friends. He doesn't know Double D has already gotten a letter. He's in the house before him. Oh, he is ready to scheme. Definitely a villain. He might even talk to Ice King, maybe. Alright, so that means who from Mordecai's universe is going to be joining the Big Brother house with him? The only thing Rigby can think about with this possibility of winning is envisioning a life free of work and filled with endless video game marathon. Bro, Rigby want to be on that gamer grind. Rigby literally has no dreams. The prospect of winning the prize money fuels Rigby's dreams of setting up his own gaming studio, creating the ultimate game where he can be the hero battling through exciting adventures. Alright, well, he wants to make a video game. That's better than wanting to do nothing and play video game. With a carefree and confident attitude, Rigby accepts the invitation, convinced that his gaming skills and laid-back approach will make him a natural winner. And there we go, they're all entering the living room as they hear the doors open. And immediately as they walk in the house, I definitely think some game is being talked. Cause you got Finn, who is mega surprised Ice King got chosen. He was probably expecting Jake. Rigby and Mordecai obviously high-fiving, they dabbing each other up. They said, bet we got this. Eddie and Double D. Now this might be my favorite one. I'm gonna try and not show biasism through this series because I want it to be unpredictable and I want it to be very nice. But you can't lie. Double D's brain and Eddie's scheming, naive nature. And then we got number 5 and number 2 very happy to see each other, and I know for a fact they're gonna work with each other. But now let's say they're there for like 8 minutes, they're all introducing each other, they're talking, having a good time, but eventually they have to split up as they wait for other house guests. Mordecai and Rigby would be in the pool or darts room, talking with Eddie and Double D. They might even start mentally making an alliance, but not like officially. But I feel like these 4 would definitely get along. In which I feel like Finn, Ice King number 5, and number 2 would probably talk in the library. But Ice King gets bored. He really wants to try and get along with Finn, and he wants to get along with number 5 and number 2, in which he kinda does, talking about penguins and stuff. He'd much rather be playing darts or pool, so he goes over here, in which I feel like his sense of humor and the way he talks would actually be really nice with this group. Unfortunately for him, Finn is talking very bad stuff about him to number 5 and number 2. For these next 8 house guests, they're going to be introduced in pairs. They're playing the game separately, but they are going to be introduced in pairs. Billy and Mandy both check their mailboxes, and they both see a letter. Knowing what Big Brother is, they start thinking, and the promise of winning the prize money makes Billy, with his boundless enthusiasm, dreams of using the funds to build the world's largest petting zoo, filled with unusual and mythical creatures, where Mandy, on the other hand, sees the opportunity as a chance to fund a rigorous educational program for underprivileged kids. Why is Mandy doing something so wholesome? This has to be a front. This has to be a front for the camera. She's lying. With their usual dynamic in full swing, Billy ecstatically accepts the invitation without a second thought, excitedly telling Grimm and Erwin about his plans, while Mandy, with her trademark skepticism, accepts, signing it as a mean to ensure Billy doesn't cause chaos alone. Oh yeah, they're definitely going in the house. I don't know what they're gonna do, but they're gonna do it, don't worry. Knuckles and FlapJack entering the Big Brother house, where Knuckles envisions using the funds to establish a training academy for inspiring adventurers. Nah, he's lying. He's gonna spend it on candy, maple syrup, cocaine candy. While FlapJack dreams of creating a sanctuary for endangered sea creatures. What? You know what? I can respect it, FlapJack. With their unique personalities, Knuckles and FlapJack accept the invitation with enthusiasm. Knuckles, confident in his strength and leadership skills, sees this as an opportunity to prove himself as a capable hero. FlapJack, with his adventurous spirit and his wide-eyed optimism, eagerly accepts, accompanied by his loyal friend Captain Knuckles, who believes they are destined for victory. And the house guests gather as they enter the Big Brother house, making the 12. 4 more to still appear, and I won't even lie, Knuckles and Ice King immediately recognizing each other as good alliance members and good friends. Because if you look at the rest of the cast, they kind of do seem like they would have the best relationship among each other besides maybe like FlapJack to Knuckles. Do you think Knuckles would betray FlapJack if it meant he could win? Let's say theoretically it's the final 3, FlapJack, Knuckles, Ice King. Knuckles knows for a fact that FlapJack would win against him in a jury vote, probably. Do you think if he had the power, he would eliminate FlapJack and go against the jury with Ice King? Also, I kind of want to think that Mandy is fond of Ice King and Knuckles. Maybe Knuckles more than Ice King, but either way. FlapJack and Billy, I feel like are going to get along. Where Knuckles and Mandy talks, probably along with Ice King, I could definitely see that. And I feel like number 2, he is very perspective. So I'm going to say he tells number 5 to go ahead and listen to what they're doing, and he's going to do the same. And they will relay information with each other. If you made it this far in the video, please make sure to leave a like. And I just want to mention, you guys will have power over some aspects of this season. Make sure to hit the bell so you can always be notified. And you know what? I feel like everyone else is probably going to chill in the living room and talk. The sibling duo from Dexters Laboratory receives their acceptance letters. Dexter envisions using the funds to further his scientific research and expand his laboratory, while Edd Eddy dreams of creating a vibrant performing arts center. Probably buying unicorns, all of that. She might even pay Dexter to make stuff for her. Dexter, confident in his intelligence and technological prowess, accepts the invitation with the intent to prove his scientific superiority. Edd Eddy, with her whimsical and carefree nature, accepts the challenge alongside her brother, eager for the adventure and convinced she can bring some fun to the competition. Now, even though Dexter and Edd Eddy may not get along IRL, I feel like they will definitely work with each other at least. Things may go sour later. Chowder unfortunately knows he's going into the house with Panini, however, he is confident. Chowder dreams of opening a whimsical cooking school where creativity reigns supreme, while Panini envisions establishing a bakery that specializes in delectable pastries with a hint of mischief. Oh, she's feeling mischievous. Chowder, with his enthusiastic and imaginative approach to cooking, eagerly accepts the invitation, excited to showcase his culinary creativity. Panini, with her determined and sometimes mischievous nature, accepts the challenge, determined to prove her baking skills. Now, obviously, Panini is going to protect Chowder at all costs. However, Chowder might not do the same. Or he might. If it's smart, he'll do it, at least for a little while. I can understand how being trapped in a house, though, with her could get annoying. And there we have it, the last 4 house guests entering the house. This episode is just introducing the characters, but we're gonna go in depth just a little bit more. Next episode and every episode after that, we'll have 2 eliminations, simulating quote-unquote 2 weeks every time. Now, they're gonna be told that the HOH challenge is tomorrow, so as of now, they're gonna talk and do some minor gameplay, mainly try and get to know one another and get a good vibe. So I feel like Chowder and Panini are immediately gonna cook, and I think FlapJack would want to help them, along with perhaps Double D. I could definitely see these 4 having a cooking bonding moment. Knuckles, Ice King, and you know what? Probably number 2. I'm just gonna say they're gonna chill in the bedroom. Mordecai, Rigby, Finn, and you know what? Number 5. Let's say they're all just gonna play pool and darts. Chilling outside, however, is going to be Mandy, Billy, Edd Eddy, and Dexter. And I won't even lie, I feel like Mandy and Dexter would get along, and I feel like Billy and Edd Eddy would get along. And I feel like these 2 are so bold, and these 2 are so naive. Bam, they are immediately creating an alliance together. And just like that, we have the show's first alliance. But let's say that the kitchen gets done with the cooking. I'm going to say that Double D goes to Eddie to tell him it's done. And he says, alright, I'm going to tell the others. Don't worry about it, I will. So he goes to bedroom 1. tells them that the food is done, but as number 2 leaves, he blocks the others to say something. Him thinking that he's the first alliance, he's bragging and saying, hey, let's make it unpredictable, us 3 right now. Don't tell the other people from our universe, it'll be an alliance that no one will expect out of the blue. And you know what? I feel like Knuckles and Ice King are like, yeah, we appreciate this, we like your attitude. And I feel like they all have similar goals in terms of wanting to backstab and be the show's villain. They're probably all going to the camera saying, what a fool, I have them in my pockets, but the funny part is every single one of them are saying that. In terms of darts, I feel like number 5, along with Mordecai, wins. And in terms of pool, I feel like Rigby and number 5 wins. Finn, I'm sorry, you lost everything. Alright, most of the house guests in the morning are asleep, but a few are up specifically to wake them up to breakfast. Both Chowder and Panini are in the kitchen cooking up some hopefully good grub, especially on Panini's part. She might even teach Chowder. Where FlapJack and Double D I feel like are working together, because oddly enough I feel like they would get along, and I feel like FlapJack might have trouble sleeping, so seeing these guys up, he might follow them and just help due to the fact he can't sleep. Alright, now as they start to cook, the smell wafts through the air and obviously goes to their room. There are a select few I feel like would wake up just to eat. And by a select few, I meant most of the house. Hey, if the food is good, the food is good. That's all I can say. I feel like it only takes about 10 minutes for Dee Dee, Mandy, and number 5, along with probably Mordecai and Finn, to get with the rest of the group. So I say the first few house guests that are done eating probably want to go do something activity-wise. And I feel like it would be FlapJack, Double D, Ice King, and Mandy. And you know what? I feel like if Ice King were to show his ice powers, I feel like that would make FlapJack and Double D very interested. I think it'd be a little cool if maybe, you know, he did like an ice rink outside in which FlapJack and Double D probably like test out and stuff. Most others probably wouldn't due to the cold nature, but I feel like Eddie might, Chowder might, Panini probably will, and Billy. However, Finn kind of holds back and tells everyone that Ice King in his world is a little bit of a bad dude, and he tries to kidnap girls all the time. And Mordecai and Rigby's like, whoa, he does what? That'd be a funny conversation for them to have. Alright, there is an HOH challenge coming up very soon, and hearing this, I feel like some of the contestants are gonna rest. And doing so, I feel like it would be these 4, and they're just gonna like talk a little bit. And I feel like FlapJack and Knuckles bringing up adventures might have Chowder and Dee Dee doing the same, because I know that Dee Dee and Chowder may not seem like they have as much adventures as Knuckles and FlapJack, but Dee Dee has been through some stuff. She's been through so many experiments. She's been in space, around the world. She's talked different languages. She's been animals. She's done the Loki treatment. Chowder talks about how his world has different physics, the different kind of foods they have, which I'm sure intrigues Knuckles and FlapJack a lot, especially if he names some different candies like the gum. And I feel like all of them sharing this information and realizing that they've all kind of had like an adventurous spirit, I think right here and then they form an alliance. Dee Dee wants to include Dexter in this alliance, but Chowder specifically says he wants Panini out of here as fast as they can. Dee Dee kind of says, wait a hold on moment, I kind of like Panini, so we'll have to see about it. And FlapJack says, yeah, I like Panini too. And Chowder says, well, alright, we'll keep her as a backup plan. Alright, here we have it, the moment you've been waiting for. All of the house guests have arrived to the first HOH competition. They all get to compete, and the first challenge is the wall. This is the challenge where you have to hang on to a moving wall as long as you can. The wall goes up, down, left, right. You're very cold, extremely cold water being splashed on you. Stuff probably being thrown on you, not to mention slime. The tilt will be very tilted. You have to have good balance. Stay on as long as you can. When you fall, you are eliminated. The last person to stay on the wall is the first HOH of the season. Alright, so the house guests all take their place and the challenge starts, and I won't even lie, I don't think anyone here would fall immediately, even if it tilted quite a bit. I think they all probably got it in them to last at least 7 minutes each. However, whenever the water starts coming in, they're barefoot so the platform is wet, meaning they're gonna slip. But I feel like at the 7-minute 39-second mark, I'm so sorry, Chowder, you are the first one to fall. And it actually takes a long time after that for anyone to fall. It takes like 18 minutes, but that thing starts to tilt and they think it's gonna stop tilting, but it doesn't. Getting Billy out and then Dexter, followed by number 2, and right at the 40-minute mark, I'm so sorry, Eddie. They've been here for almost an hour. I'm sure it's starting to cramp. It's starting to hurt. Ice King can't take it anymore. He falls. The slime starts getting splatted. Mordecai can't see. I bet his ass slips. Knuckles and FlapJack got them sea legs. You know what I mean? I bet they have good balance and they probably done something like this similar. I'm sorry, Dee Dee, you and your long ass legs, you fell. And if I had to eliminate 2 more contestants before the hour is up, I would probably say Panini and Rigby. Which means these 6 house guests are looking at each other. They know that they have a strong chance to be the first HOH and safe, meaning they cannot be eliminated first. I feel like Knuckles is like whining to FlapJack saying he needs to take it for the team. FlapJack says, don't worry, I got it. So he jumps off. His legs hurt. And Mandy, though she wants to win, she says, you know what? No thanks. She probably does want to have the power, but perhaps showing that she has strength may let the future HOH know not to mess with her. Double D, you try your best, but you're shivering cold. I'm sorry, you're out. And FlapJack, though you tried your best, Knuckles should be proud regardless. And so it comes down to number 5 and Finn, in which Finn kind of thinks like, yo, I'm about to get HOH. Probably if I do, I have to nominate 2 people. And I would like to nominate Ice King, but that means I would have to nominate someone else, and that'd be an entire duo mad at me. And he's like, you know what, number 5, if I let you win, you promise not to nominate me? And she's like, you know what? Yes, sir. And so he drops, which means congratulations. The first HOH of the season, repping the K&D, is number 5. Let's get it. All right, so obviously all the house guests are going to try to kinder to the needs of the HOH. And I feel like number 5 is one of those people to directly say, everyone, I want to talk to everyone fairly in the HOH room. Let me see what I got. And so I feel like one at a time she talks to them, and she obviously lets number 2 know he is safe no matter what. But I feel like she also has a different strategy to this. She doesn't necessarily want a girls' alliance, but at the same time she does recognize the fact that there's only 4 girls total in the house, and so she kind of wants them to like her along with the teammates. And so she's kind of saying, hey, you know what, you're safe and your partner's safe. I want to make sure we're on good grounds. If you win HOH or them, I kind of want to know if I can count on you for me being safe. And I feel like all of them, Dee Dee, Mandy, very much Panini, they would all agree. Mandy knows a good deal when she sees one. She obviously wants to be the one calling the shots, making the master plans. But I feel like she probably likes number 5. Compared to a lot of the house guests, number 5 is not half bad compared to Mandy's standards. And Billy is safe too, she can't deny it. Panini would love Chowder to be safe, and obviously Dee Dee wants Dexter to be safe. And I feel like number 5 contemplating, she knows for a fact that it wouldn't be smart to nominate 2 separate duos, like one person from a separate duo each. So she needs to nominate the same duo. The problem is, she kinda likes Mordecai. She kinda likes Double D and Eddie a little bit. FlapJack she really likes. And Finn is the chillest person in here, probably to her mean. Immediately following all of the talks number 5 had to have, I feel like she consoles in number 2 and tells him the plan. And he's like, you know what? With this power, I feel like this would be the best moment to try and get an alliance together. We should make a 6-person alliance, try and take it to the end right now. So after a bit of talk, they decide to call in Billy, Mandy, along with Chowder and Panini. And number 2 is like, you know what? Chowder's a cool dude. He's like probably the best dude in here. He's like, Billy's a little bit odd, but I can mess with him. And so I feel like this is once again an official alliance that is secure. Alright, and with that, that is the end of the day, and they all head to bed. The next day events go by as usual, up to nomination ceremony. So as number 5 is making the decisions, there's obviously going to be a lot of whispers among the house guests. Mandy didn't tell Billy he was going to be safe, but Panini told Chowder and Edd Eddy told Dexter. So Dexter and Chowder are kind of waiting to see this. They believe their counterparts, but at the same time, they just want to make sure and probably won't feel safe until they see that they're not nominated. However, due to this, Chowder tells FlapJack, who he kinda likes, that a duo is most likely gonna get nominated because that's what Panini told Chowder, and it was gonna be a duo that didn't have a girl. So the night before, FlapJack told Knuckles this, and Knuckles told Ice King. So they're kind of freaking out, and they're making plans to see what happens if something goes down. Alright, number 5 is HOH. You get the power to decide which 2 house guests are nominated for eviction. If you made this far in the video, please don't be afraid to leave a like and subscribe. You guys are so amazing for watching. Let's continue it. Number 5 has decided that the first nomination, due to a little bit of lack of connection, familiarity, and sharing the same likes and stuff, along with whom she just has the weakest bond in the house, she has decided to nominate Mordecai, in which number 5 now has to name a second nominee. And the second nominee, she's saying she's simply naming this nominee, unfortunately, due to the fact that she thinks it wouldn't be fair to not nominate a duo since she doesn't have any personal beef with anyone and she doesn't want this to seem like a personal thing, so she's just nominating a duo. She has decided to nominate Rigby, in which Chris McClay now comes on the TV and is like, YouTube has voted one of you to be safe for not 1, but 2 nominations. Meaning the first 2 evictions cannot be you as long as you got the votes. And the lucky house guest safe cannot be a replacement nominee, cannot be nominated next week. Congratulations to surprisingly Eddie. Double D's probably clapping because they're like, oh, YouTube likes you. And you know what? I don't blame y'all. Yes, I'm surprised, but he is mischievous and he might need that help. Everyone gives a round of applause. A couple people are secretly jealous and wondering why he got it. But I think this might boost Eddie's ego. He might try to do some more devious stuff because of this to keep the popularity on him. Alright, so with Rigby and Mordecai being nominated, I feel like they are immediately insulted, especially Rigby. And he's like, we need to figure out a way to be safe. We both need to talk, and I feel like they can. And we both need to find people who will use the veto on us. Because believe it or not, using the veto isn't a super easy thing to do, because it will cause ripples and questions. So I feel like Mordecai and Rigby are both gonna go get someone to try and talk this. And I just kind of feel like they snatch up Double D and Eddie, because Eddie won YouTube's vote. And so Mordecai and Rigby kind of show their frustrations to them. And I feel like Eddie gets along with Mordecai, but he really gets along with Rigby. Rigby just kind of has that more of a carefree side that I feel like more of the house guests will appreciate. But I feel like Mordecai also has a more quiet side, a more timid side that a lot of the house guests will also appreciate. Like Double D, for example. I feel like Double D and Mordecai could get along, because Double D appreciates intelligence, and you guys cannot lie. There's a lot of people in this house that are missing some intelligence. So I feel like Double D and Eddie probably give their word that they would use the veto, especially Eddie. He's like, you know what? I'm safe. YouTube loves me. I'll use the veto if I win it. Alright, I feel like Knuckles and FlapJack are gonna meet real quick. And FlapJack's just gonna be like, you know what? Your sources was right. She did nominate someone that fit exactly the aspects of what you said to the T. Good job. Keep trying to get information like that. Good job, FlapJack. And you know FlapJack, he'll do anything to get Knuckles' approval. Tell you what, number 2, this alliance got you real happy, huh? It is the next day, and after a good lunch, Surprisingly cooked by Dexter and Eddie, they made great sandwiches. Like, superb sandwiches. It is time for the veto drawing, in which immediately afterwards will be the veto challenge. The house guests, as per veto rules, will randomly draw a name, and whoever they draw will play in veto. Number 5 has drawn Billy. Rigby has drawn Dexter. And Rigby has drawn Ice King. Not bad. Rigby and Mordecai, you guys must be mad that not Double D or Eddie got picked. Your talk was for Nathan. And the veto competition is ready, set, whoa. Contestants must wait for the word go and not be the last one across the finish line. A screen will keep flashing letters that look like the word go but aren't the word go. If you get tricked and keep your hand off the buzzer, you are eliminated. When it does say go, all the house guests have to race to chase a button. The last one to press the button is eliminated from veto. And I won't even lie, Billy, I'm so sorry, but you stupid as hell. You have the IQ of a bike. I feel like it's gonna say whoa, low, and then Mo. And then on Mo, for some reason, Mo gets him and he's eliminated. But I feel like no one else, at least for now, is gonna get tricked. And so when it says go, the last person across the finish line is my man, Dexter. Alright, so we need to add some BS in here. So I'm gonna say that it says go, but the G is upside down, but it still counts. And so Mordecai recognizes this, whispers it to Rigby, and they run, and then Ice King immediately notices that the buzzer doesn't go off, so he runs, which means number 5, you are eliminated, and she's mad. And after it tries to trick them for like 4 minutes straight, Rigby accidentally lifts his finger, like everyone does. At least one person on this challenge every time does that. And it's Rigby. I'm sorry, dude. Which means the veto is up to Mordecai or Ice King. None of them get tricked by it, but sadly when it says go, obviously Mordecai beats Ice King. Which means congratulations, Mordecai, you have won the golden power of veto. And unfortunately for number 5, that means she must nominate someone else. And so she just has a little bit of time to do that before the ceremony. So she immediately pool-size Bam, Mandy, and Bam, Double D. She's like, alright y'all, who should I nominate? I'm out of ideas. And I feel like they would both collectively probably give the same answer. Alright, Mordecai, obviously with the golden power veto, he chooses to save himself. He is off the block. And here is the difference in cartoon Big Brother Total Drama. Right after the veto, there is no other day. There is no talking. It immediately goes into the speech of nominations. Why shouldn't they be evicted? And then everyone will cast a vote to evict. So with this information, number 5, please choose wisely. And she says after coming to a conclusion based on the house, she has decided the replacement nominee will be Ice King. And boy, Ice King is mad. Knuckles, I felt like thought was gonna be him. And though he's angry it's Ice King on the block, Knuckles is like, you know what? If it wasn't him, it was gonna be me. So everyone but the HOH and the nominations get to vote. Rigby says, hey everybody, so here we are in this crazy house. First off, I just want to say thanks for letting me hang around and be a part of all this. It's been pretty wild so far, hasn't it? I know I might not be the most serious player here, but come on, who doesn't love a good laugh? We're all stuck in the house together, might as well make it fun. I might not be the strongest or the smartest, but hey, I bring some good vibes, and let's face it, y'all need a little bit of that around here. Anyway, I'm not here to make enemies or stir up trouble. I'm just here to hang out, have a good time, maybe, and just maybe, make this house a bit more awesome for all of us. So if you could give me a chance to keep bringing those good vibes, that'd be pretty cool. Thanks, dude. Alright, now Ice King. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen. And Penguin, it's your majestic Ice King here, humbly addressing you all. I stand before you, a sorcerer of unparalleled skill and charm. The Ice King, as you know, is a connoisseur of the mystical arts and a wielder of magical might that can shape destiny. Now some of you might not see the brilliance behind my grandeur, but fear not, beneath the icy exterior lies a heart yearning for friendship and acceptance. Surely I might have a flair for the dramatics, but who doesn't enjoy a bit of showmanship? I ask you to consider the wonders I can bring to this household: magic, enchantment, and of course a few laughs. Let's make this house a place where magic and merriment reign supreme. Very good speeches from both of the contestants. Rigby might be too likable. That could definitely get him out of the house early on. Ice King Finn has talked some smack about him, but I feel like a lot of the players here could see the strategy in keeping him. As YouTube viewers, you guys can see who votes who, but keep in mind, the house guests do not know whom each other voted unless they tell each other. House guests, it is now time to vote. Please cast your votes. Finn casts his vote to evict Ice King. Mordecai, Ice King. Dexter, Rigby. Dee Dee, Ice King. Billy, Ice King. Mandy, Rigby. Eddie, Ice King. Double D, Rigby. Panini, Ice King. One more vote, Ice King, and it is official, he is eliminated. Chowder has casted his vote for Ice King. FlapJack, Rigby. Knuckles, Rigby. Number 2, Ice King. Alright, house guests. The votes are in. Whoever has the most votes is immediately evicted, must collect their things, and leave the house after a quick goodbye. Alrighty, house guests, gather round for the moment you've all been waiting for. The votes are in, and it's time to reveal who's packing their bags tonight. With a vote of 8 to 5, the evicted house guest is the one and only Ice King. A wave of mixed reactions sweeps through the house. Some express relief, while others wear a look of surprise or concern. Ice King, however, maintains a facade of theatrical composure, hiding his disappointment behind a veil of aggravated nonchalance. Well, my dear housemates, it seems fate has decided to cast me out into the cold abyss. Fear not, for your beloved Ice King shall depart with grace and dignity. The other house guests offer a mix of polite farewells and relieved expressions, some unsure of how to respond to Ice King's dramatic exit. Knuckles, he steps forward with a half smirk, patting Ice King on the back. Hey man, it's been real. Take care out there in the frosty wilds. Farewell, my comrades. May your days be filled with magic and wonder. And there it is. Ice King is on the memory wall. He is gone from the house, and the house guests are trying to settle in. They're probably all celebrating because Finn didn't really care. He wanted him out anyway. So I feel like not being the first one eliminated for all of them is a huge celebration, and as Big Brother controller, I'm gonna say, give them all pizza and some Sprite cranberry. It is the middle of day 8, and the house guests are continuing their life as the first one of them is evicted from the house. Now it's around lunchtime, and obviously we got the usual people calling first dibs on the kitchen before anyone else. I'd probably be one of those people that would be like last because I just want the kitchen to myself, no one else, let me cook. But I do really feel like Panini and Dee Dee would get along. And not only that, but I feel like Chowder and Dee Dee have like a same personality set, and I just feel like we could see like some funny interactions between them. I also feel like FlapJack, Chowder, Dee Dee, and Panini all kind of have like this vibe to them, and I feel like they're not gonna officially make an alliance, but you know, they're thinking to themselves like, hey, I won't nominate these people, I won't vote for them. And I think because of that reason, aka thanks to FlapJack, Knuckles, they may not nominate you just in fear of hurting FlapJack's feeling. I think Chowder and Dee Dee probably cares the most. Number 5 and Eddie working out. I wouldn't be surprised if Eddie's trying to like talk a little bit of game, because he knows number 5 cannot play in the next HOH because she was the previous HOH. But he also knows that she's really strong, so while she may need some security, he's gonna offer it to her. You don't nominate me or Double D, I won't nominate you or number 2. Me, you, Double D, number 2, we're all probably gonna get targeted. Strong and conniving threats. We kinda gotta stick together. Now obviously Billy and Mandy trying to school Mordecai and Rigby, probably at beer pong. Beer for them, and then Billy and Mandy have like the hug juice barrels. I don't know if y'all knew this, Rigby and Mordecai are above 21, so they got it. They could go to a dispensary if they wanted to, they probably did. And then outside, I actually think the smarter house guests of the household would probably play like a nice game of chess outside, or like multiple games of chess, maybe like a little mini tournament, in which I won't even lie, the final two would probably be Double D and Dexter, and as much as I like Double D, I'm sorry, Dexter would probably win that game of chess. Though Double D, it might actually just be a stalemate every time now that I think about it. So all of these are considered the smarter house guests, but I feel like Dexter and Double D would relate more to the scientific factual part of things. Where number 2 and Finn, yeah, they have a lot of common sense and knowledge, but they also do that adventure type thing. They're both smart, not only in like the books and stuff, but in battle, and I think they could probably get along with that. And Finn already likes number 5. So number 2 is pretty good to get along with. Blueberry with jeans. Alright, I feel like as soon as the eating is done with, Knuckles is probably like gonna slip away to talk to Eddie, cause him and Ice King and Eddie kinda had a mini alliance, and so he's gonna talk to Eddie. He's like, hey, how about me and you try our best to target number 5 and number 2 because of what they did. And Eddie, he already had a plan with number 5, and he doesn't want to immediately just go against his word. He feels a little bit dumb for like doing it too soon. He should have waited, but he just kind of like, wait, how about we view them as threats, and as long as they're in this house, like competitively, and we like assure people that they're always gonna win challenges, they can be a shield for us. Everyone's gonna nominate them instead of us. And Knuckles kind of has like that little pirate's honor, you know, that code like, hey, someone took out an eye and so it's an eye for an eye. But you're telling me wait for the eye? Nah, I don't deal with that. That's not how we do it overseas in Candyland. Alright, after Mordecai and Rigby completely destroy Billy and Mandy at the game, they probably just gonna chill, relax, talk a little bit of game. I feel like Mordecai and Rigby, they would be like aware, like socially and game-wise. They would try to be on their best. But I feel like neither one of them will play too hard. If they had to bring up which two they would probably nominate if they had to, they would probably talk about nominating Dexter, nominating number 2, or nominating number 5. It only makes sense to nominate the K and D because they put them up, and they're kind of aware that the reason they got put up was because of the fact they're not a kid. Alright, it is day 10 and the HOH room has gone vacant long enough. Alright everyone, go ahead and get to the HOH challenge room. I feel like the HOH challenge just now starting. Panini and FlapJack were talking for quite a while. FlapJack probably listening to all the wonders of her universe or whatever. And so she tells Chowder that last second before the HOH challenge starts that if Chowder or her wins HOH, she will try her best to find someone else suitable to nominate other than Knuckles, as long as he promises vice versa to Chowder. And so obviously he agrees because he wants to keep Knuckles safe, and so they just go ahead and head to the HOH challenge. FlapJack and Chowder probably talking real quick, and FlapJack's like, hey, by the way, Panini said we're safe. I'll keep y'all safe. Don't worry, we got this. And Chowder's like, bet, Panini's actually being useful. Maybe I do want her around. Alright, number 5, unfortunately you gotta sit this one out. Alright, so immediately the house guests are entered into a room. A pretty simple but devious challenge. It is the pressure cooker. Be the last one left in the box and holding the button to win. Everyone finds themselves with a button holding down on it. The rules are explained very simple. No kneeling, no crouching, no slouching. Can't use the restroom. Alright, so number 2 and Finn, I feel like number 2 wants to try and prove that number 5 isn't the only one that can win HOHs. And Finn just lost Ice King, and I feel like this would be a great moment to win HOH. Because if someone else wins HOH, they could just easily say, well, Finn, because he doesn't have a partner. And then whenever I nominate someone else, I can just promise them they're a pawn. And I won't even lie, I feel like all of these contestants probably could last a solid 45 minutes. But then a couple of them are gonna pretend to lose. They don't really want the power, and they don't really care if they seem weak. But at the same time, no one really wants to be the first one out. But I feel like Chowder's hungry. Maybe he made a snack. The HOH challenge started and he wasn't able to eat it. It's heavy on his mind. And he's like, you know what? Panini got me. FlapJack got me. Knuckles probably got me. I know Dee Dee got me. And he's probably not too aware that other people may be in an alliance or talking to each other. So to him, he's like, I got everyone looking out for me while everyone else is looking out for themselves. Let me just accidentally, whoops, let me go get my sandwich. Now with Chowder being eliminated first, I think everyone's seeing that within the next 20 minutes, we're gonna get like 3 other people dropping. Dexter, very short arms, I'm sorry, he's probably getting tired. And you know what, I feel like Mysthiccc or Rigby, one of them has to leave because of laziness. And I feel like it's gonna be Rigby, I'm sorry. Alright, now I feel like we're kinda approaching the hour mark, and obviously the house guests can't see how long they've been there. And perhaps I'm giving the house guests way too much credit, or maybe not enough credit. But if I had to eliminate 3 more before an hour and 10 minutes, Billy, I'm sorry. Panini, I'm sorry. Chowder's like, bruh. And you know what? I feel like number 2 and Finn are probably talking to each other the entire time. And same thing with like Eddie and Double D and FlapJack and Knuckles. But I feel like Knuckles wants this power. He wants this power badly. But FlapJack is talking his ear off. And so he's like, FlapJack, I have a better chance at winning this than you know? And FlapJack, you know, he obviously a lapdog. And so he's like, yeah, I know you can win this more than me. He's like, great, now that you know that, I have a better chance at winning if you leave. I can literally sleep standing up. All you gotta do is skedaddle. And he's like, alright, Knuckles, whatever you say. I want to hang out with Chowder and Panini anyway. Alright, now at the hour and a half, hour 45 minute mark, just to give us our final 6. I'm sorry, Eddie, and I'm very sorry, Mysthiccc. There are no full teams left in this. Mysthiccc probably fell asleep at the wheel. And I won't even lie, I feel like that's what number 2 is gonna do, along with probably Dee Dee. Which means here we have it, Double D, Finn, Mandy, and Knuckles, all fighting for that HOH spot. And Double D, I think he kind of realizes like, hold on now, I'm about to win this maybe. And I feel like compared to these other 3 he's stuck with right now, he'd rather just let one of them win HOH. So he's like, you know what, bye. Sorry, Eddie, unlike you, I kind of don't want blood on my hands. And you know, Mandy sees that it's Finn left and it's Knuckles left. And she's like, you know what? Both of them were affected by the HOH. Finn lost his partner and Knuckles lost someone that Mandy socially recognized was close to him. And she's like, you know what? I'll let you guys get blood on your hands because you guys are going to do something devious. Finn needs the protection anyway, and I think Mandy recognizes that. So she's just like, you know what? Bet. Mandy says this is the last time I'm going to throw. I'm not going to throw anymore. Because Mandy kind of been a beast in these challenges. And so then it becomes Knuckles versus Finn. And Knuckles look over at Finn and he's kind of like, what do you think about number 5 and number 2? You know, he's ready to start talking crap about them to Finn. You know, both of them start roasting. And then Finn surprisingly says on number 5, she's hella chill. And Knuckles is flabbergasted because Ice King just left to her hand. His friend just left to her hand and he's over here calling her nice. And so Knuckles like, you know what, Finn? You're right. She is pretty nice. Number 2, he's hilarious. FlapJack loves them. So I tell you what, Finn, how about I promise you safety and I'll nominate someone else, some other team. And then he starts pulling out fake waterworks like ever since I found FlapJack. I always wanted to care for him and I just want to make sure he's safe. Can you make this promise to me? Just grant me this wish. Let me be HOH. And then Finn's heartstrings get tugged on. He eliminates himself from the competition, which means congratulations, Knuckles. You are the second HOH of the season, and automatically, FlapJack running to him, very happy, ecstatic. He was like, you know what, Knuckles? You're right. You're always right. When I left, I should have never doubted you. What was I thinking? You know, Morty type beat. Chowder and Panini, they're like automatically like chattering to each other like, oh my god, we did it. FlapJack literally just promised us safety before this HOH, and his partner just won. We're good. This is huge gameplay on their part. Dee Dee also thinking the same thing because she is very closely aligned with FlapJack. And I won't lie, when FlapJack and Knuckles are alone, he's probably just blabbering on about how Chowder's nice, Panini's nice, Dee Dee's nice, Billy's nice. And I won't even lie, I feel like Knuckles is alright with whatever FlapJack is saying. Matter of fact, I think immediately after the W, he tells FlapJack to gather everyone he likes, bring them here. And so that's exactly what he does. But also, Dexter and Mandy, because Knuckles actually kind of likes both of them a little bit. Everyone in the house is kind of boring to Knuckles standards, like he just wants to sleep, standing next to them, hearing them. But Mandy has some hilarious roast, and Dexter, his accent and how boldly rude he can be and standoffish, Knuckles kind of finds that nice. Not to mention, Knuckles personally likes Eddie, which means he can't nominate Double D, who isn't that bad anyway. He refuses to nominate Rigby or Mordecai because, you know, they're kind of in the same boat as him, and they probably share a common enemy. And he promised Finn, at least for now, to keep him, number 2, and number 5 safe. But obviously, Knuckles, he has to break someone's promise. And so that's why I think at nomination ceremony, Knuckles would stand up there and proudly state, you know, due to getting Ice King out and due to just targeting Mordecai and Rigby, that sets off a weird vibe to me because you didn't really have any reason except one reason. And that one reason, I kind of share the common trait, so because of that, I decided to nominate the previous HOH, number 5, along with her counterpart, number 2. And instantly, the house is shook. Like, yeah, they were being told they were safe by Knuckles, but they never really connected the dots of who the replacement was. Because neither of them nominated Knuckles. Knuckles and FlapJack were completely safe the entire episode. But he knows if something would have happened, if they get HOH again, either of them, he's probably nominated, and he's gonna try to do something about that before it can even start. Instantly, number 5 and number 2, they trying to talk. They were like, Finn, I don't know what happened. Finn's like, I don't know what happened. This is crazy. We're getting blindsided. I don't know why Knuckles did this. He said this was for FlapJack. In which she also pulls in Eddie. And you know what? Double D. Because she needs numbers right now. It's her and number 2 on the line. And she won't even lie. Her and number 2, they're kind of shook. Number 2 is immediately like, alright, Double D. Me and you have talked. You know, we've made kind of alliances and memories. Number 5 and Eddie, both of them have talked. Finn is obviously going to be on our side. Us 5, let's try and make a move. We cannot let this happen. We need to fumble Knuckles. Alright, and then after that, I feel like number 2 and Double D, along with the others from earlier, they're also going to have an emergency sit down. Because number 2 is like, look, Finn, I trust you. Number 5 trust you. We don't even got to worry. Double D, I know you would use Veto on me, but Dexter, we chill. I never made it official, but let me just make it official right now. Me and number 5 will not target you or Dee Dee. And Dexter, he listens to this, and even though he's not too interested in the Dee Dee safe part of it, he is very interested in having a very strong duo such as number 2 and number 5 keep him safe. And so he's like, you know what, bet I'll talk to Dee Dee, see what she says. Alright, we find ourselves in day 11. The house guests just, you know, chilling, relaxing. I mean, I'm sure a couple are very nervous. But tomorrow is Veto, and they kind of have to figure out what would they do if they got not only selected, but won. Number 2 and Double D going against Double D and Panini. Number 2, and out of all of them playing like pool, I won't even lie, Dee Dee got them hockey stick arm. But Double D, why is it the D's carrying? Pause. He probably knows like the maneuvers and stuff. Not to mention number 2 is the one that makes the gadgets for his whole K&D family. So I think actually Double D and number 2 probably win. Now bedroom 2 is just fully game. And I'm not talking pool because Dexter and Eddie and Mandy and number 5, they just find themselves in the room and they just kind of look at each other and they're like, you know what? This group right here, none of us from the same duo, this kind of feels right. And so I feel like the first one to say something will be Mandy. She's just been kind of quiet, kind of throwing stuff, and she's tired of it. She is tired of not being in control, so she's gonna take the first step towards that, and it's gonna be like, number 5, Eddie, Dexter, I think there's a similarity that all of you guys can come to an agreement on, considering your high intelligence and wit. You know, she's pandering to them. So I will not say anything to make anything official, because nothing is an official statement in a game like this. But where it stands and where all of us stands, we should have best interest in looking out for each other and perhaps group. It was nice talking to you guys, excuse me. And just like that, she walks out of there like a boss. She tells Billy to come over there. She tells them what, she just kind of did and tells him to play nice. Because Billy be saying some out-of-pocket stuff sometimes. As day 12 progresses, I feel like the little mini group that started, I think Mandy gets them all together. And to prove she's serious, she's like, Eddie, I know you're close with Knuckles. Go distract him while me, number 5, and Dexter looks through his HOH room, read his letters, maybe steal a couple pieces of the delicious candy he got as a prize, and we'll all share the loot. Plus, Eddie, you know what he has? He has jawbreakers, and Eddie's like, bet. Say less, here I go. I'm gonna distract him, get him out of his room. They go in there, snatch a whole bunch of stuff up, see if he has any secret powers of Veto, and once they confirm he does not, they give Eddie the signal. They all go to bedroom 1. They give Eddie like 3 jawbreakers plus whatever they wanted. Dexter got the info that he, for some reason, wanted, and it's all good. Alright, this is the Veto selection ceremony. As HOH, Knuckles automatically gets to play in Veto, along with the 2 nominees. Each of them will select a random house guest, and 6 people will play in Veto, in which the winner has the choice to save one of the nominees or do nothing. If you win Veto, you are automatically safe and cannot be a replacement nominee. The random draws are the following. Knuckles, draw Panini. Number 5 gets house guest choice, in which she selects Dee Dee. In her mind, Dee Dee would probably use the Veto on her, and not only that, but Dee Dee would be easy to beat. Number 2 has drawn Billy. These are the 6 playing in the Veto competition. This is OTEV, a competition where house guests listen to a riddle and search for an answer before they are the last one to return. They're gonna hear a riddle and they have to figure out what the riddle is talking about, what item. They have to go out, find the right item, and come back. The last person to bring up an item is eliminated, and if you bring up the wrong item, you are also eliminated. Alright, so I'm gonna say immediately Billy grabs the wrong item, and so it doesn't matter who's last. If you want an order placement, Panini, Dee Dee, number 5. Hey, the girls killed it. Knuckles and number 2, where Billy just brings back the wrong one. Number 2, you're saved because of that. First one eliminated, Billy. Mandy's like, bruh. Alright, so they're told to bring back like a yellow bottle. Knuckles knows a bottle when he sees one. Number 5, I feel like would be pretty quick on her feet. Number 2, and I'm sorry, Panini, you're the second one out. Plus, you probably brought back a pink bottle or something. Now they have to get a teal basketball, in which it's number 2, number 5, Dee Dee, and Knuckles. But instead of a teal basketball, Dee Dee brought a blue basketball, which means you are eliminated. Alright, number 2 and number 5, they're probably looking at each other, amazed, excited, and they're looking at Knuckles like, haha, look at you. We're about to beat you, and you know it. And that's exactly what they do. Realistically, the next one is Knuckles, which means congratulations, number 5 or number 2. One of you will be the Power of Veto winner. And with the last item on the line, I'm so sorry, number 2, but I feel like number 5 would whoop you. Which means congratulations, the second win of the season for them cannot be eliminated and holds the power, number 5. Now at the immediate Veto ceremony, number 5 obviously gonna be like, I'm sorry, number 2. Number 2 will be like, well, I don't blame you, duh. So number 5 saves it on herself. Number 2 is happy that one of them could just, leave the block. Which means Knuckles, please name a replacement nominee. Knuckles really did not think that one of them would be saved, and he really didn't want to have to nominate anyone else, but to keep the peace and make no one else mad at him, he has no choice but to break the promise he didn't really care about to begin with. His replacement nominee is Finn. Now the house is really booming. Finn scared, number 2 scared. Finn didn't really think he would care that much if he left, but now being in this sudden position way sooner than he ever thought he would be in, he's a little terrified. And I think immediately number 2, number 5, they aren't even talking to Finn anymore. They were like, this is so sad. He was like our number 1 ally. Now we want him gone. He has to leave. He gotta go. Ice King and Finn out back to back. Get a duo out. Let's focus on the rest of us. Character development. And they're also just gonna outright block talking to FlapJack at all. Finn is also kind of mad that Knuckles put him up, but when he tried to talk to number 2 and number 5, they were just like, we busy, we can't talk to you. And Finn is like, oh, really? Bet. And so I feel like they can probably talk with Eddie, Mandy, and Dexter on their side, where Finn probably has Double D, the opposite of Eddie right here, Mordecai and Rigby. Because they played many a games with Finn, and they actually really like him compared to a lot of the other house guests. Not to mention, number 2 is a close ally of number 5 who directly took a shot at both him and Rigby. Now, Knuckles obviously has to have a sit down with FlapJack, and he's like, Finn is an adventurer like us. He already lost his person. It's not fair if he goes next, And FlapJack, he kind of likes number 2, and he's very sad that he even has to think about doing this. But he's like, you know what? I understand what you're trying to do, Knuckles. You were right before. You haven't let me down yet. So far this season, I've only let you down. I'm not going to do that anymore. So I feel like Knuckles kind of tells him who he wants gone, and he's going to try his best to talk that into his little posse that he has. The Rugrat Playground. What is this? Now, number 2 knows he has a little bit of pull with, Double D. So I feel like going off to the side, number 2 is going to actually pull aside Eddie, Double D, Billy, and Mandy. And he knows Double D is on his side, and him and Billy have talked before. They've actually had pretty decent conversation. He's only talked to Mandy a couple of times. And Eddie, he's like, I know you kind of prefer that maybe Finn stays, but look. If Finn is out right now, that is another duo gone, meaning the next HOH has to take brand new shots. Not only that, but Finn is super on the challenge capable side. He will start winning stuff, and if there's any time to just, get him out, it's now. His partner's gone. Mandy, I know you got the smarts and you have the strategy and you realize that what I'm saying is factual. Finn is very likable. He's going to be seen not as a threat due to lack of partner. Let's get him out. Alright, they're just going to head to bed real quick. Day 14, someone is about to be evicted. Another empty chair in the living room. Once again, I feel like Chowder's going to wake up real early. Probably with panini, and they're gonna help make everyone a big breakfast just because they feel really sad on the days that someone have to be evicted. Alright everyone, it is that dreaded moment where someone does indeed have to be evicted. The 2 nominees, will you please go up? Number 2 and Finn, both of you will have a moment to give a speech and tell the rest of the house guests why you should not be evicted. Number 2, you will go first. Number 2 says, hey everyone, I know we're all here to play a game and I respect that. I stand before you, not just as number 2 from K&D, but as someone ready to prove their worth in this house. I've always believed in the power of strategy and teamwork. Back at the K&D, we faced challenges that required wit, intelligence, and cooperation. Those values are what I bring here today. I understand I'm on the block, but I'm not here to make enemies. I'm here to make connections and show you all what I can bring to the table. I'm a team player and I believe in alliances that are built on trust and mutual respect. Finn, it is now your turn to stand. Finn's speech is, hey everyone, I gotta say, being here is totally mathematical adventure, but right now I'm facing a bit of a dungeon crawl and I need your help to come out on top. I might not have all the fancy strategies or big alliances, but what I do have is heart and a whole lot of courage. I'm not ready to be questing back to the land of Ooh just yet. I've faced some pretty wild adventures back in my kingdom, and being here, I see this as a new adventure. I'm not here just to compete. I'm here to be a friend, an ally, and a competitor you can count on. If you keep me here, I promise to bring the same bravery and determination that I've shown in all my adventures. I'll fight tooth and sword to prove that I'm someone you want to have on your side in this crazy game. Thanks for hearing me out. Very good speeches from the 2, but it is now time for the house guests to vote who to evict. The HOH, as always, cannot vote. Double D casts his vote to evict Finn. Eddie votes to evict number 2. Rigby votes to evict number 2. Mordecai votes to evict number 2. Number 5 evicts Finn. Panini evicts Finn. Chowder evicts Finn. Mandy casts her vote to evict number 2. Billy casts his vote to evict number 2. Dexter votes to evict Finn. Dee Dee votes to evict Finn. FlapJack has casted his vote to evict number 2. Which means, by a vote of 6 to 6, Knuckles, you are the sole vote. You have to cast. Please stand up, make your decision. Who do you vote to evict? Now, Knuckles obviously is gonna say that he came into this game. It's nothing personal. He just wants to make sure that the game is best aligned for him or FlapJack to do their best to potentially win. No hard feelings between the two, but due to previous interactions and in the name of Ice King, he unfortunately casts his vote to evict number 2. A mix of reactions floods the room. Some house guests appear relieved, while others display shock and concern at the unexpected turn of event. Number 2 maintains a composed exterior, nodding stoically, but a hint of disappointment flickers in his eyes. As he gathers his belongings, number 2 takes a moment to address the house guests, his tone measured yet genuine. Thanks everyone, it's been a blast. I'll miss the adventure in the house. Knuckles approaches, offering a handshake and reassuring pat on the back. Respect, man, it's all part of the game. Number 2 nods appreciatively, masking any feelings of disappointment. Good luck, everyone. Keep up the fight. He says, exiting the house with dignity, leaving behind a mixture of emotions among the remaining house guests. And there you have it, the end of episode 3. And as I said, you guys will be voting. 3 house guests have to compete for a secret power, and you guys have to comment down 3 names, 3 house guests that are in the house that you want to see compete. But there is a catch. The house guest that gets first place is safe for the week and cannot be evicted or nominated. And the best part is, unless someone attempts to nominate them, no one will know. The person who comes in second will get nothing, which is a lot better than the person who comes in last, in which the person who is last is automatically nominated. It is day 15 in the Cartoon Network Big Brother house, and everyone has came to realization that the game is starting and people are getting eliminated. Now, I won't even lie, I feel like Mordecai and Rigby kind of hit up the gym in the morning, mainly on Mordecai's wish, but I feel like Eddie seeing them feels almost obligated to work out as well to prove himself. And I feel like the same thing kinda with Knuckles, but mainly because he just wants to hang with the boys. Because everyone else here, except for maybe FlapJack, isn't too much of Knuckles' style. And I won't even lie, when they bench press and when they showing each other, how much they can press, showing each other their favorite tunes while they work out, all that, maybe even Knuckles impressing them with his leg strength, I feel like they would grow bonds in there. Now, in the library, Mandy is in there for the sole purpose of quietness. There's only 2 other people there. She doesn't want to seclude herself entirely because that will look really weird, but at the same time, she doesn't really want to be around obnoxious people. So she settles for listening to Double D and Dexter talk, which I feel like the 2 of them get along heavily, and I feel like they might even talk about how it's sad about number 2 being eliminated considering they just made friends with him. But Dexter recognizes the game for what it is, and he tells Double D that you have to do what you have to do, or whatever in his goofy accent. Now, I feel like number 5 and Finn just kind of feel awkward. Their people just got voted out and they're kind of by themselves, and they don't know whether or not they're about to be targeted. So I feel like they talk to each other and they're like, hey, you know what? Let's have each other's back and let's try and do this thing. Let's try and get us to the finale. We are both very strong. We are going to be targeted, not only because we are alone, but because we are fierce. And I feel like Finn wins that game of darts, I won't even lie. She would win pool, but he would win darts. Alright, now they're getting real goofy outside. It's the entire goof troop out there. I feel like Edd Eddy and Panini are talking quite a bit. I feel like they could get along. Talk about bedazzling and making stuff very nice and whatnot. Maybe her talking about Dexter's inventions and what she's been through. Like, she's been a horse, she's had a twin, she's been through different dimensions, she's had robot mom fights. Edd Eddy's been through some stuff. And then Panini, of course, gets to talk about her universe, which is very entirely different. But she can talk about, like, the cute aspects of it that Edd Eddy doesn't get to see, and I feel like they could really get along. And while they talk, I feel like Chowder, Billy, and FlapJack, they get along almost too well. They might not even know it or recognize it themselves, but they're playing an immense great game in terms of numbers. I'm not even sure they realize that they're taking each other to the final three. But in reality, who else would they rather take than the three of them? They would love that more than anything. I feel like they may even promise each other to like show each other their world and like unique aspects and stuff. Because they all have like that silly, goofy, stupid vibe to them. But it is very charismatic to the audience, and I think it's very appreciative. Alright, we see day 16 now approach us. The house guests are aware that there is going to be a new HOH crowned. While they wait, Billy just kind of sleeps in the living room. I feel like Eddie is still in the gym, and I won't even lie, if he keeps at this, he might actually get buffed by the end. Knuckles, I feel like he thought he would find more appreciation in Mordecai and Rigby, but I feel like he surprisingly likes Eddie a lot more. I feel like they have way more relatable personalities. They want, you know, just the sugar. They want whatever they can get when it comes to candy, and they're willing to do whatever they can and must to achieve that goal. And of course, number 5 is working out with them, because I feel like her and Finn are on a mission to try and talk to not immediately get eliminated. And she already kind of likes Eddie, and she obviously does not want to talk to Knuckles, but she has to. This is a game, and she is aware of that. She is smart enough to know in order to win something like this, she has to swallow her pride. So she works out with them and tries her best to relate. Maybe even talking about the Halloween special where they got a lot of candy from Sticky Beard. Maybe she can even bring up Sticky Beard. It's the candy pirate from Codename Kids Next Door, and it's just kind of like him because he's also a candy pirate. Maybe that'll make him laugh considering there's already one in her universe. Now, do I even need to explain why FlapJack and Chowder are in the kitchen cooking? Obviously, before HOH, they want to make everyone, you know, gingerbread cookies. Schmingerbread house. And I feel like they do a pretty good job. Alright, now this time Dexter and Double D are alone in the library. And I feel like this is the time when Double D is like, you know, Dexter, brains like ours could be perceived as threatening, so how about we take this opportunity to form a little alliance right here, right now. Ignore the other alliances that we may be in, but us two specifically, let's bring it to the finale. Because Double D does kind of like Dexter. And obviously, why would Dexter ever disagree? Dexter likes Double D. They're both smart, and I think he knows that compared to everyone else in the house, no one is comparative to his intelligence. No one is comparative to his intelligence. Now, he does realize maybe he has to cut Double D off at some point because he's just as smart. Well, maybe a little bit less smart in Dexter's mind. But for right now, Dexter would like someone to accompany him in the house and also keep Edd Eddy safe. Mordecai and Rigby chilling, and they just Mordecai and Rigby, they just chilling, shooting the pool. And Rigby's like, you know what? After this HOH, Mordecai, how about we actually start talking to people? Because we gotta realize we're in a game, bruh. And not only that, but we're not even in a game where we're socially in. We are kind of on the outs, so we might need to talk. And Mordecai's like, yeah, whatever, dude. We'll be fine, don't worry. Outside area, once again, Mandy is forcing herself to be around others. So seeing Edd Eddy and Panini were already out here chilling and talking, Mandy goes to Finn, and seeing this as an opportunity to gain his trust, she's like, hey, you want to chill with me, Panini, and Edd Eddy? And Finn, obviously trying to do the plan with number 5 to get aligned with more people, he's like, hell yeah. So he goes out there and I feel like they talk, they get along. He mentions like the cute stuff of his kingdom, especially Gunther, the different princesses, the different systems, galaxies. A lot of cool stuff he could talk about, and maybe even to the point Mandy's impressed. She didn't even mean to get impressed, but he's talking so much fire that she's like, you know what? Not bad. I kind of like your rap sheet. Alright, house guests, it is time for the HOH challenge. Please arrive in orderly fashion. Today's challenge is called ball roll. Roll a ball from one side to the other a certain amount of times without dropping it. For this, I'm gonna say they have to roll it about 85 times. That's quite a bit to do it in a row and for it to not fall off. Now, obviously in Big Brother, for the HOH challenges like this, when there's a lot of people, they usually only focus on a select 6. But instead of narrowing it down that much, we're gonna focus on a select 9. So there's just 5 people I think are not gonna win this challenge at all. Like, they just can't do it. I don't see them doing this compared to the other competitors. So the 5 house guests, I'm just gonna say the episode isn't even gonna focus on for the HOH aspect are Billy, Dee Dee, Chowder. These next 2 are very difficult ones, but I am gonna force myself to select 2 more. So I'm gonna say Knuckles, and just to eliminate another someone from a pair, I'm so sorry, Eddie. I feel like you would keep going like way too fast, trying to be a tryhard, and that ball's just gonna keep flopping and flopping. Pause. So we're gonna focus on these select 9. So I'm gonna say immediately off the bat, I feel like Finn, number 5, and Double D are all like actually very close in the beginning, trying to go slow, trying to be steady, but whoops, Double D accidentally drops, putting them in last. FlapJack drops. Number 5 is at like 60, but she unfortunately drops it to the side. And you know Big Brother challenges aren't as easy as they seem. I'm so sorry, Finn. Dexter drops. Rigby drops. FlapJack drops again. And Double D does have shaky hands, so I'm sorry, but I'm gonna say they drop again. And you know what? These 3, I kind of feel like there's no need to see you in this aspect. We are narrowing it down to the HOH winner. Panini drops. Feel like Mordecai is going slower since he neared the end, letting number 5, go a bit faster. She's trying to do it like a bit ballsy, but it actually ends up paying off because she surpasses Mandy right as Finn drops. Number 5, Mordecai, even Mandy a little bit neck and neck. Dexter not giving up hope, hoping they drop. Panini drops again. But as fate would have it, it does not matter because congratulations, Mordecai. You are week 3 HOH head of household, cannot be voted out. You will get to decide who are the nominations and who you would like to potentially see go home. Now, after every HOH win, obviously the other house guests suck up and pretend to be all friendly, but I think during this moment, Mordecai wants Rigby by his side the entire time. Like, it's almost basically like they're playing the game together. Cause Mordecai recognizes almost from this talk earlier, like it's a sign. We need to make alliances now. Knuckles, Eddie, Double D, y'all come here real quick. Same thing with you, Finn. Now, I feel like they're just immediately gonna let them know right off the back, hey, all of us are good, like we are safe, you guys are safe, don't worry about it, take a relief breathe. And also, Knuckles, don't worry, FlapJack is safe as well, but we don't want him in here while we say this. We want to make an official, unofficial, hush-hush alliance. No one will ever see it coming, just us 6. You don't have to tell each other what other people say. That's why it's a hush-hush unofficial. But I feel like we will get targeted just due to our personalities, and we should watch out. So I feel like they send them all immediately to the pool and darts room, because they're going to chill knowing they're safe, but they're going to pretend like they don't know in front of the other house guests. Now, they want to talk to number 5 immediately, because number 5, you are a beast at the competitions, but when you were HOH, you kind of, nominated us. And so we kind of want to know a reason why we shouldn't just nominate you back right now. I feel like number 5 is actually able to state, like, look, back then I had to choose someone and you guys were the only ones not really in my age range. But with number 2 gone now, I don't really have anyone like that. So I'm willing to offer to you guys my skill, my power, safety, as long as you don't put me up. Do not put number 5 up. Do not put number 5 up as a replacement nominee. Nathan. And Rigby and Mordecai, hearing this, they do understand that it would kind of be smart to take a shot at someone without their partner missing, because the more people without partners, the better they can probably maneuver the game. Because they kind of recognize that numbers control. So they basically say, we'll see about it. Now I feel like they talked to Panini and Chowder at the same time. And I do think Rigby would really appreciate and recognize the fact that Chowder cooks very frequently for them. And not only does he, but usually when he cooks, Panini does as well. And so after they do a little bit of chit chat, I feel like after they leave, Rigby's like, yo, Mordecai, they cook some fire meals, especially the pink one. Maybe we should think about it, because they might not be too aligned, especially personality-wise, but I feel like them cooking and bringing anything to the table is better than nothing. Speaking of which, when Rigby says that Chowder's a great cook, him and Panini, to please the HOHs, immediately start cooking. Purple nurples. Alright, Dexter and Edd Eddy. Now, Mordecai himself will probably find Edd Eddy annoying as all hell. And I won't even lie, I feel like Dexter's gonna try to propose some evil scheme, if I'm HOH next week, I promise I won't nominate y'all. But I feel like as soon as Dexter and Edd Eddy leave from that BS conversation they just had, Mordecai and Rigby might look at each other crazy like, they might be on the list, can't even lie. We'll have to see. Let's talk to Billy and Mandy. And Billy is also annoying, yes, especially to Mordecai. Rigby kind of thinks he's funny in some aspects, but Mordecai probably finds him annoying as all hell. Mandy, on the other hand, I feel like after Billy leaves, she talks to Mordecai and Rigby and she's like, look, I know he's a blabbering idiot, but please don't take that out on me and try not to take it out on him. He doesn't know better. So when I say that, keep it in consideration. Goodbye. And then Mordecai and Rigby just kind of, I guess, give FlapJack a small talk. Give him some candy, maybe take some to Knuckles. Say, don't worry, we can't really tell you what we are thinking just cause it's private game plans. But you are safe and so's Knuckles, and so I feel like he skedaddles and prances happily along to tell him, even though he is already aware. Day 17 is upon us, and I want to say that Billy, Mandy, Dexter, and Edd Eddy, they kind of all wake up, realize that their pairs are still in the room, and Mandy's like, it's kind of weird how they talk to us in pairs, almost like they're not even willing to nominate Finn or number 5, even though that'd bring the least amount of blood. And Dexter's like, you know what? You're right. That is very odd. And Edd Eddy's like, indeed. Trying to pretend like she's following along and shit. I know you're not, Edd Eddy. Stop pretending. Let me stop. Roasting Edd Eddy too much, my bad. Mandy kinda suggests she don't even know how animals got onto a show like this. Mordecai and Rigby state there's humans in their world, but they're both animals. How does that make sense? They shouldn't even, be talking and all that. And you know who's at the bedroom 2 door listening in the entire time they talk? Panini. Because she was coming over here to tell them that they finished breakfast they were making for the house. But she decided to do a little bit of gameplay and eavesdrop almost spontaneously. And she hears them talking about how animals probably shouldn't even be in this game and that maybe they should get targeted, and she's like, whoa, that's crazy, I'm an animal. And so I feel like she immediately goes to the HOH room and she tells Mordecai and Rigby, hey, bedroom 2 is talking about how animals shouldn't be in this house. And he's like, oh, really? Who's saying that? And Rigby's like, yeah, that's not cool. And she knows the name. She say Billy, Mandy, and Dexter. She leaves Dee Dee's name out of it even though she knows she's in the room, because Dee Dee is her homie. She really likes Dee Dee and she doesn't want Dee Dee to get in trouble. And so I feel like this is Big Brother and we need some drama. So instead of festering, Mordecai and Rigby just, they go in the bedroom. They're like, all right, what's up? You don't like animals? What's up? And immediately Panini's like, oh shit, I shouldn't have told them because now they know Dee Dee's here. And so immediately Dexter's like, oh, it's true. You guys are eavesdropping and plotting against us. And so he's immediately throwing out accusations now. And Mordecai's like, well, is that what you said? Is that what you said? Yes or no? Yes or no? And Dexter's basically like, I don't gotta explain anything to a bird. And Mordecai's like, bro, I can't believe you just said that to the HOH. I'm getting the fuck out of here. And so I feel like immediately Billy, Mandy, Dee Dee, and Dexter all start kind of like giving Panini the stink eye and like everything, and she feels bad, but not because they're angry, but bad because she got caught. She don't give a fuck about them. So she goes to tell Chowder and FlapJack what just happened, and FlapJack can't believe that they're gonna discriminate against animals like that. And so Knuckles hears this commotions and he goes to get the tea, in which number 5 hears the tea and then tells the tea to them. A lot of tea telling before bed. Alright, this is day 18 and this is nomination day. 2 people will be nominated and people will start sweating. I feel like Mandy knows that her and Billy probably are in trouble. And so she's like, you know what? I'm Mandy. What do I care? So she goes to them and she's willing to throw them under the bus. And she's like, Dexter was the one talking about how animals should be lab experiments and not on shows. And he says you guys are probably the results of lab experiments. And they're like, oh, really? She's like, yeah, but don't let him know I told you because I'm supposed to be aligned with him, but I don't appreciate how he talked about you guys. Even though she really, honestly doesn't care. She's just looking out for her and Billy. Alright, this is the nomination ceremony. Mordecai has decided which 2 house guests he will put up. The first house guest, and with the reasoning of simply kind of being targeted in multiple aspects, mainly for no reason, not even his personality, just because of stuff he can't really control. He's nominating Dexter. Now, unfortunately, due to being aligned with Dexter, and as well due to some information received this morning, he unfortunately has to nominate Dee Dee up next to him, as it wouldn't make sense to shed more blood. And Dexter's like, drats, I can't believe this happened. I blame Panini and Chowder. If I ever win HOH, them bitches are on the block. And Dee Dee is very, very hurt by Panini's betrayal. She doesn't know that Panini tried to save Dee Dee in an aspect, but unfortunately it did not work out like that. She just wanted her and Chowder to be safe, and now she rippled the game. Alright, now as the house guests continue their day, I know you guys are aware I had you vote for 3 different house guests you would like to see compete in a competition for an advantage. The 3 people with the most votes are gonna compete in this challenge. And as you guys were aware, first place gets immunity for the week. Second place gets nothing, which is far better than what third place gets, which is automatic nomination. And the 3 top vote getters were, congratulations Dexter, Eddie, and along with FlapJack, you 3 have received the most votes. Separately, they were invited into the diary room, where they were told they have been selected. In the diary room, when they are told this information, Dexter says, esteemed viewers, it appears my genius has been recognized once again. Selected by your discerning judgment, I stand ready to showcase my unparalleled intellect in this riveting competition for power. Rest assured, I shall approach this challenge with the utmost precision and strategic brilliance. After all, scientific endeavors such as these requires just not intelligence, but flawless execution. Eddie says, hey there, all you fine folks out there. Looks like you made the right choice by picking yours truly for this competition. I mean, who else could handle this with such style and finesse, am I right? It's like I was born for this. But seriously, thanks for recognizing the real powerhouse in the house. This competition, please, it's a cakewalk. I've got this in the bag. And FlapJack says, hello, wonderful people out there. Wow, golly. Thanks a bunch for choosing me for this big competition. It's so exciting. I never thought I'd get a chance like this. I'm reading this in FlapJack's tone, and so that's why it's really funny to me. Sailing the seas of power, you know. I may not be the biggest or the strongest, but I've got a heart full of courage and a buttload of determination. With your support, I'll give it my all. I'll gather my crew, we'll navigate the challenges, and I'll do my very best to make you all proud. Now, the competition is simply a maze, where at 3 different places there are items you need to collect before you can reach the end. It's a very simple, straightforward challenge. They're all playing separately, that way no one in the house knows which 3 are playing, not even them. Well, they know they're playing, they don't know the other 2 that play though. So I'm gonna say FlapJack goes first, and I will not even lie. He might not be too good at this. I feel like he's gonna look every which way. He's gonna go left and then right. He's gonna see the same fork in the road 30 times. But I can't even lie. That might not be as bad as Dexter, because Dexter immediately into the competition, he's gonna try to pull some big brain BS like, calculative. If you just always go left, you will reach everything you need to in the quickest amount of time, considering the circumference of this, that, blah, blah, blah. Well, you're wrong, Dexter. We know what we're doing with mazes. You think we did our maze with ChatGPT? Hell no. So he's just going left, 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 and he's making almost no progress. Now, Eddie, he's built mazes before. He has built box cities before. Now, his sense of direction and his, integrity, terrible. He might find, 2 of the items, but immediately starts fumbling with the last one, and he just keeps going back to the same places over and over again. Eddie, Dexter, and FlapJack all have their reasons to beat each other, but also have all the reasons to lose. Dexter, you are nominated. You could really use this safety right here. But we are going to invite each one of you to the diary rooms, and we are going to let you know your placement. And in first place, with safety guaranteed to not be even a replacement nominee, with the time of 8 minutes and 19 seconds, congratulations, my boy Eddie. I can't even lie, I kind of knew he would pull this off. Dexter, way too big brain trying this, and FlapJack is just kind of clueless. And by clueless, I mean clumsy, probably slow, not very aware of his surroundings. Which brings us to the person who got last. And unfortunately, that and automatically nominated is sadly FlapJack, which means Dexter, you got second. You don't really get anything, nothing happens. You fumbled the bag, but not as hard as FlapJack just fumbled the bag. So when day 19 rolls around and it is time to choose those for Veto, obviously Dexter and Dee Dee are gonna be put up there, but Chris McClain is gonna go over the intercom. He's gonna say, house guests, a series of challenges undertook the house while you guys may have been unaware, and out of all the competitors, whoever got last was automatically a nomination. And everyone is gasping like, oh my god, who is it? And so Chris McClain, per rules, obviously has to state who. And the third nomination, I'm sorry, is FlapJack. And so seeing FlapJack nominated, I feel like Knuckles is immediately gasping and is like, boy, what happened? And he's like, I'm sorry, Knuckles, I let you down. I let myself down, I let Whale down, I let Candyland down. And so I feel like to make things fair, since there's already 4 people nominated, Dexter and Dee Dee are the only ones that get to draw out of the bag. For Veto, Dexter draws Panini, and Dee Dee ironically draws Chowder. Which means these are the 6 competing in the golden power of Veto, and the competition is seesaw. Balance on a large seesaw to transport balls from one end to the other. Now, as you can see, it's a narrow and long beam, so it's harder than you think. But you see how many balls you have to do? Look how many are in that container right there. Not only that, but when you try balancing, if you go too fast, it might just blast everything in the air and then you have to restart. So this could be depending on body weight. This could make it easier, harder. And so before the competition starts, Edd Eddy is feeling pretty alright with Chowder and Panini playing in the veto. Dexter kind of feels scared because he's looking around and he doesn't know if anyone would use it on him or his sister even. And Mordecai's looking at them and he's like, crap, this challenge is more of my style, so I better win this and keep nominations the same because I do not want to backdoor anyone. Now, after 6 minutes of the competition going, this is how I feel like it's going to be looking like so far in terms of who's in the lead and who's in last. I feel like due to his extra weight, Chowder's going to try and be a lot more careful. Dexter is also a little bit behind because he knows at the rate everyone else is going, they're probably going to drop and mess up, and he doesn't want to drop and mess up at all because it only takes them dropping once for them to be in last and push him in the lead. So if he goes fast but also steady, he could potentially win this. FlapJack, he's trying his best, just normal speed, not very good at the balancing part, and I'm even willing to say 13 minutes in, he probably the first one to drop everything, followed by Edd Eddy's hockey stick arms. Them bitches for sure flailing and dropping everything. Edd Eddy, you got some balance, but you're tall as hell compared to these other competitors. And being short probably helps them in their, balance. And Dexter, as good as your strategy is, I'm sorry, my boy. I feel like you accidentally trip over air. That is so cartoonishly goofy of you, and I feel like that would definitely happen. And even though Edd Eddy got out before you, she's like, Dexter, bruh, you can do better than that. I won't even lie. In the show, Dexter was always bumping into stuff, smashing into stuff, tripping, getting snatched. He had almost no balance. He does have steady hands though, I'll give him that. I feel like after he restarts, he's like, oh, it's so obvious. If I do the little balls first, it'll create a tension surface for the big balls, and they won't go flying, and oh yes, it all makes sense now. And Mordecai might be near the end, but I'm sorry, just due to his fast approach, and I feel like his weight might throw things off as well. He's also probably gonna drop, in which when he drops, I feel like contestants turn their head to look, and immediately when they do that, Edd Eddy drops again, along with Panini. A couple minutes pass by slowly, Mordecai, along with Dexter, are able to pass FlapJack. Mordecai freaking out, fumbles again, drops his everything. FlapJack once again drops. And by this point, slow and steady, just like the hare, the snail, whatever you want to say, it won the race. Cause congratulations, Chowder, you have won the golden power of veto. You cannot be the replacement nominee. You cannot be voted out, and you're guaranteed into week 4. Congratulations. Alright, the house guests are sleeping as it turns to day 20. But before the veto ceremony happens, I feel like early in the morning, Knuckles wakes up Chowder and gives him kind of like a father to son talk while handing him a cup of coffee. They go to the outside area to watch the sun rise, and he's like, Chowder, my boy, you won veto, and I'm very proud because I kind of see FlapJack in you. And FlapJack to me, well, he's like a son, really. You know, he putting on that mask and whatever, he's talking game. And I just want you to know that FlapJack appreciates you very much as a friend. And FlapJack would literally do anything for you to save him. And not only would he, but so would I. I am promising you safety forever. I am promising us to the end. I'm promising me, you, Panini, and FlapJack all the way to the final 4. And Chowder's like, well, Panini kinda has to have a say and I have to hear what she thinks. But I really like FlapJack, and I didn't think I needed your convincing to use it anyway. So Knuckles stays outside to finish his coffee, while Chowder takes Panini. They kind of go to the library, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna use on FlapJack, right? And Panini's like, what? Are you dumb? We gotta use it on Edd Eddy. Because if we use it on Edd Eddy, not only is she safe, but that means we can vote FlapJack out and Dexter and Edd Eddy will both be on our side. And, she kind of grabs Chowder and she's like, Chowder, I know you're thinking with your feelings, but you gotta think about the game. This game requires numbers and strength. Dexter has a lot of brain and Edd Eddy has a lot of loyalty. That is a pair. While Knuckles and FlapJack, Knuckles probably won't be loyal to us and FlapJack is weaker than Dexter or Edd Eddy, which is crazy to say, Panini. And Dexter's just like kind of feeling split, but eventually in the day, the time comes, Chowder, before the veto is used or they have their speech or anything, Chris McClane is going to inform them that if the veto is used, which it doesn't have to be, there will be no replacement nominee. And hearing this, immediately Chowder's like, bruh, this is sad, I don't know what to do, because either way, I'm about to make someone very mad. If I saved Edd Eddy, that would actually be kind of helpful, because it'd probably be both of them, and we could vote out FlapJack, but FlapJack is my favorite person. We made gingerbread houses together. He helped me with Burple Nurple tasting. He almost died for it. So after the little speeches, I think Chowder is proudly gonna present that he is going to use the golden power of veto on his boy FlapJack. And immediately Dexter's pissed, Edd Eddy's pissed, Panini's pissed. A lot of people are not happy with Chowder right now. But Chowder is happy with Chowder. FlapJack is happy with Chowder. Billy is happy with Chowder. And you know what? I'm willing to say Mordecai and Rigby are too. Because this is what they originally wanted anyway, and these are the final nominations. And I think Edd Eddy is gonna take it like very personally, and she's gonna be very emotional. She's gonna go to the emptiest room in the house and she's probably gonna cry, in which number 5 hears it. Panini hears it. She feels terrible and she tries to apologize for Chowder, very much so. And Edd Eddy understands. She's not holding it against Panini. And I feel like even Billy would be sad. He would hear the crying and he'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. He would get like sulking sad. Where I feel like, however, Dexter pulls Mandy and Eddie to the side and he's like, alright, you obviously know we have to vote that stupid sister of mine, Edd Eddy. And Mandy just kind of looks at him and she's like, bro, that's your sister. You're campaigning against her? I would campaign against Billy, but he's not my brother or anything. He's just a stupid friend. That's cold, dude. And then Eddie's like, yeah, I won't say I might not betray Double D for $1 million, but it's not like I would go insulting him and campaigning against him hard like this personally. I don't know what that's all about. And so Dexter is flabbergasted. Chowder already feels bad for Edd Eddy, and so I feel like him and FlapJack probably also both try to align, and obviously, as you know, Rigby doesn't like what Dexter said, and he doesn't really like the fact that Edd Eddy is a part of it, kind of, so he just kind of stays out of it entirely. Where I feel like Eddie would gossip to Double D what Dexter said, you know, campaigning against her and whatever. I feel like Double D would then tell Finn, because they talk a lot, and Finn and Knuckles probably talk a lot about their adventures and whatnot. Even though I feel like Knuckles would flabbergast and exaggerate some of his stories to make it seem on par with Finn. Day 21 rolls around and it's obviously time for there to be votes. Everyone, please head to the living room unless you are a nominee. Then go ahead and sit in your chair. Dexter, Edd Eddy, you are both allowed to have one final say-so. For Dexter's speech, he says, "Esteemed house guests, I must express my sincere gratitude to those who have seen reason and chosen wisely in today's votes. Your discernment and logical analysis have aligned with the greater good of our shared trajectory in the house. For those of you who aren't thinking aligned, I implore you to reconsider the ramifications of your decisions. Our collective success hinges upon rationality and strategic thinking. This vote serves as a pivotal moment and a mere fraction in the grand equation of our game. Let us not be swayed by emotion or impulse, but rather be guided by calculated maneuvers for the greater benefits of our alliances and aspirations. Thank you for your consideration and foresight in this critical moment. Edd Eddy says, to my fellow house guests, I just want to say thanks for being so awesome. You guys are all amazing, and this house is like so much fun with all of you around. No hard feelings, seriously, I'm just here to have a blast. Dexter, my brother, I know this is part of the game and all, and I totally respect your strategy. You're super smart, and I'm sure whatever you're doing, it's for like some big brainy reason. No worries, I'll just keep being me and having a blast. Alright, the house guests are now going to cast their votes after hearing the speeches. Billy casts his vote for Dexter. Chowder casts his vote for Dexter. Knuckles casts his vote for Dexter. Rigby casts his vote for Dexter. FlapJack has casted his vote for Dexter. Finn has casted his vote for Dexter. Dee cast his vote for Dexter. Panini has decided her vote will be casted against Dexter. Mandy has decided to vote Dee. Number 5 has decided to vote Dexter. And Eddie casts his vote to evict Dexter. House guests, the votes have been tallied, and by a vote of 10-1, Dexter, I'm sorry, but you have been evicted from the Big Brother house. This is preposterous, inconceivable. How could you all fail to recognize the logical course of action? It's abundantly clear that emotions and irrationality cloud your judgment. This is not cumulation of strategic gameplay. It's an absurd display of short-sightedness. I hope each of you enjoy stumbling through the game without the guidance of logical reasoning. His voice reverbed against the house with anger as he directed a final piercing gaze at the house guest. Dexter, I am so sorry. Please join the memory wall as you exit the house. And there we have it. That is the end and day 21 of Big Brother Cartoon Network episode 4. It is the afternoon of day 22 in the Cartoon Network Big Brother house, with Dexter just walking out the door yesterday. Alright, so Dee Dee is probably pumping the weights with Eddie and Finn, talking the drama and how she really despises Chowder right now. And she's not too happy with Panini either, because Panini kind of told her that Dexter would get taken off or Dee Dee would get taken off, but neither of those things happened. And I think she got that adrenaline going through her. She's lifting double the weights than she usually should. You know, it's just ridiculous. Chowder had the veto and he didn't use it on me or Dexter. Like, what's up with that? Well, maybe he had his reason. It's all part of the game, you know? And obviously she ain't having that. Reasons? Pfft. I've been nothing but nice to him. Dexter too, and was he do leave us hanging. I thought we were all buds. And she angry. Eddie, overhearing the conversation while jogging on the treadmill, decides to chime in. Well, Dee Dee, not everyone's gonna play the game that you want. It's Big Brother after all. Survival of the sneakiest. Survival the sneakiest? That's not even a thing. Chowder just missed a golden opportunity to make a big move. Dee Dee, how is saving you a big move? Let's just focus on our workout, guys. We've got challenges and competitions coming up. Let's just focus on our workout, guys. We got challenges and comps coming up. No need to stress over what's already done. And obviously that might help Dee Dee a little bit, you know, like they're listening to her and they kind of understand. But I guarantee this isn't done with her. Everyone kind of already had breakfast, so these are guys, I guess, who are hungry, maybe want to make a little snack, a little sun. Now, FlapJack and Chowder are probably the closest they ever have been. And Billy's excited too, because these are his homeboys, and he thought maybe FlapJack was gonna go since it was a pair up there. But he didn't. He's still here, and it's all thanks to the homie Chowder. And FlapJack's like, you know what, Chowder? If you or Panini get put up, I'll use it on you. And how about we do this right here? How about we make an official little final 3? You don't tell Panini, you don't tell Mandy, and then with like a little chuckle, he says, and I won't tell Knuckles. Even though he might if it really comes down to it. Now, Billy, he's just kind of been playing like a quiet game. Like, people talk to him and they probably have a little laugh here and there. But I feel like eventually that'll only get him so far. But around 5 p.m. later that night, the house was quiet and a usual stillness settling over the Cartoon Network themed Big Brother residence. Edd Eddy, still processing the loss of her brother, sat in the living room, a mixture of sadness and frustration evident on her face. Panini approached Edd Eddy with a gentle expression. Edd Eddy, I know this is tough. I can't even imagine what you're going through right now. Uh-oh, Panini, you chose the worst moment. All I can think of is Edd Eddy's annoying, high-pitched voice. Chowder had the veto. Panini, he could have saved Dexter. He could have done something. I know it's hard, but Chowder has his own game to play. Easy or not, he made the wrong choice. Dexter was my brother and Chowder let him get evicted. Damn, Edd Eddy, I didn't know you even cared that much. I can see how much you care about Dexter, but we're all in this game and sometimes tough decisions have to be made. But Edd Eddy don't give a fuck. Well, maybe you just don't get it. You didn't lose someone you care about because someone else couldn't make the right move. Ooh, huge shade. Oh, she don't even want to hear what Panini has to say. She just stands up abruptly. She angry. You can stick with your game. I'm going to find Chowder and tell him exactly what I think about his decision. Uh-oh, there she go. There she go. She found Chowder in room 2 where he was chatting with Billy and FlapJack. Chowder, we need to talk. Chowder shifted uncomfortably in his seat, glancing nervously at Billy and FlapJack. You had the veto, Chowder. Dexter could have been saved. Why didn't you use it? Well, Edd Eddy, it's just, it's not that simple. And she doesn't even let him finish. Not that simple. Dexter's gone because of you. You let him get evicted. Damn, you're putting a lot on him, bruh. Edd Eddy, it's my own game. It's not personal. And she's like, not personal. This is as personal as it gets. Edd Eddy was not ready to listen. You betrayed us, Chowder. You betrayed me. Chowder catching all the heat right now. Oh, I didn't mean to betray anyone. I just had to make a tough decision. Tough decision or not, Chowder. You'll have to live with the consequences. Ooh, I wonder what that means. Panini stormed in room 2, her usual cheery demeanor replaced with a scowl. Edd Eddy, what's with all this yelling? Can't you see we're dealing with enough without adding your theatrics to the mix? Oh, she found Edd Eddy roasting her man. She didn't like that at all. This is about Chowder letting Dexter get evicted. I have every right to be upset. She kinda does. Oh, right, because yelling is the most effective way to solve problems. Real mature Edd Eddy. Ooh. Okay, Panini. Panini, this is personal. Mockingly personal. Are we forgetting we're playing a game here? Do you think we're in the house for a jolly old time? Damn, bro. She's kind of going harsh right here. Save the hero acts for the cartoons, Edd Eddy. You're not fooling anyone. And what's your contribution to all this, Panini? Trying to be the queen of sarcasm? Well, if someone has to inject a bit of reality into this circus, I'll gladly take the role. Ooh, they're yelling at each other crazy. I won't even lie, I feel like these two walk out of the room due to uncomfortableness. But Eddy, along with number 5, Mandy, and Knuckles, probably all fly over to see what is going on. But I feel like Panini and Chowder had enough of this. They go over here. Edd Eddy storms outside where some people who want the tea follow. Knuckles go to FlapJack to see what the tea is from his side. And I suppose Finn probably joins them in the room because they need another person for darts or double pool. I feel like Mordecai and Rigby hear all this commotion and he's like, dude, we're not even a month in and they're already arguing like this. Double D says, well, when people are like secluded in a house, it can't get to people, especially if they have no outside contact or information. And he explains that Dexter was Edd Eddy's like only real person that she could maybe even talk to. And I suppose Edd Eddy was kind of expecting to have Dexter around for at least half the game, but he's gone immediately and now she has to do all of this by herself, and so it's probably anxiety inducing. And hearing this, they all kind of understand that, you know, like perspective of it. Now Edd Eddy immediately starts talking all that trash. She's like, Panini came in there, not even to my defense. I thought she would be on my side, but she just straight up lying. Not only did Chowder help get my brother evicted, but now she's not even sympathetic and she's mocking me, she's belittling me. And these three are like, wow, bro, that's crazy. How can they be like that? You know what? Mandy says, I've seen Billy walk out so many times to talk to them, especially Chowder, FlapJack, Panini. And she says, I think they're all trying to control the house. I believe that they know exactly what they're doing and they took him out because he was so smart. And she kind of does this thing where she goes to Dee Dee and she's like, Dexter could have made Final 2. You know for a fact his brain could have got him there. They knew that and they tossed him off. And gaslighting and hyping up Dee Dee like this, she gets angrier. Number 5's like, yeah, we gotta show them. I don't know why they would treat you like this. Your brother just left, and I know number 2 left, and that hurt me a lot. I wish he was here. And if someone talked to me like that about number 2 leaving and being sarcastic and talking to me like that, I would be mad too. So I ain't gonna let them talk to you like that either. And so Double D, trying to find Eddie, he kind of walks in on this, and he's already aware and sympathetic of Dee Dee's situation. So when she explains to Double D what kind of happened, Eddie's already in agreement that Panini's in the wrong along with Chowder. And Double D's like, in all fairness, he had to do something, but at the same time, he should have not belittled you like that. Or Panini shouldn't have anyway. Now over here, Billy's kind of angry. He's like, who does Dee Dee think she is to come over here and accuse you of betraying this and that? It was 3 people. If you didn't save FlapJack, he might have went, realistically. And FlapJack's obviously, you know, reminding Chowder, thank you for saving me, by the way. I don't regret you doing that, and I'm very grateful you did. And then Knuckles is like, yeah, you know what? I agree with you too. I'm not gonna hold anything against you. You made the right choice, Chowder. I'm with you, homie. Interesting. It kind of seems like the house is a little divided. Of course, you got the bros, Mordecai, Rigby, and Finn, all working out. They kind of like it there. They do a lot of pool, a lot of darts, a lot of home gym. Sometimes you'll find them outside swimming. They like the chillaxing, you know, resort of Big Brother and how it applies to it. They appreciate that because they do like lounging, you know, when they're at the park working. And here they can make wings all the time. They can go crazy. They can party. And Finn really likes, you know, both of their attitudes. And he's like, you know what? I can't even lie to you. Some people are kind of judging you, and it's bad, so I will spread the word around that you two are actually very nice. And you know what, how about at some point I set up a day for all of us to have a pool and dart tournament to show how good you guys are, and then we can all bond. And Mordecai and Rigby, they weren't really thinking that far ahead. They just kind of thought, you know, if it's their time, it's their time. But they kind of look at each other and they're like, you know what, this could potentially be good for our game. Finn is offering to plan everything, and you know what, we can trash people at darts, beer pong, whatever. So you know what, Finn, thank you, let's do it. Alright, it is morning of day 23, and they are waking up knowing that someone will be crowned as a new HOH today. And there's obviously people who are already gonna start talking because they know HOH is usually around 9 a.m. pretty early. Immediately, I feel like Mandy goes to Dee Dee and she's like, yeah, losing someone in this game is never easy. We should watch out for each other. Dee Dee, grateful for the unexpected support, looked at Mandy with newfound sense of alliance. I appreciate that, Mandy. We should stick together, especially with all the craziness going on. Absolutely. We'll watch each other's backs, you and me, Dee Dee. You and me. Haha, thanks, Mandy. It means a lot. We got to stay strong and navigate through this together. Of course, Dee Dee, we'll be the unstoppable duo. Alright, Mandy, you really put it on a show, huh? Alright, even though FlapJack, Billy, Chowder, and Panini are kind of mad at Dee Dee and maybe a couple of the other house guests because they know they're aligning with Dee Dee, Chowder specifically, along with FlapJack, still wants to cook for everyone, along with Double D. They believe everyone should be able to eat. No one should be excluded from breakfast morning as a house. Cause in reality, game aside, once they leave the house, everything should be good. And while they're kind of cooking, Double D says, you know what, Dee Dee could be going about this a little bit differently. In which Panini chimes in, true, slay, preach. And Double D's like, okay, well anyway, Dee Dee could go about this a different way, but at the same time, we got to realize that she has to spend the rest of this game months without her partner, while the rest of us continue to have that security. So please understand that she might be nervous. And while Chowder, FlapJack, and kind of Billy understand, Billy not so much, just a little bit though, Panini's like, yeah, whatever, rolling her eyes. They cook breakfast, everyone eats. They are informed in 5 minutes that the HOH competition will start, and I feel like number 5 finds them in the living room, and she's like, I don't know what happened to Panini. I could have swore we were all chill, but it looks like she's not doing so hot right now. She might be playing for the other side. No Bowie, you feel me? So whatever this challenge is, we gotta do good. Let's get it. We need to secure safety and security. Now, Billy and FlapJack, they kind of talk to each other just a little bit while they're playing like a casual game of darts, even though they are both missing entirely and they're putting so many little holes in the wall around the dartboard. Billy's like, you know, I like Chowder, I like Panini, but they're causing a little bit of drama. I just don't want to be there when drama starts, but I'm afraid if I leave, they might find me as rude. And FlapJack's like, yeah, I know what you mean. I kinda just want to chill and have fun here, but I understand that Edd Eddy's mad. How about we win, and that way we can secure friendship and maybe we can make them get along again. And Billy's like, you know what? Getting along, I didn't think of that as an option, but yes, let's strive for that. So that's their mission right now. Eddie, Mordecai, Rigby, they all just kind of talk about like bro stuff, favorite cars, fastest mile per hour they've ever gone, and maybe like favorite pizza toppings or some shit. Oh, and probably also video games. I bet if there was like Mortal Kombat as a prize, they would love that, especially these two. They would teach Eddie, and though he might get swamped at first, he would then come back and beat them, especially with Double D's help. Mortal Kombat 9 duo Eddie Double D versus Rigby and Mordecai, that'd be fire to watch. Or Super Smash Bros. Woo. Alright, Knuckles, wake up, bruh. Everyone is getting collected because it is time for the HOH challenge. Obviously, Mordecai as the last HOH, you will sit on the sidelines. Alright, they all walk into the HOH challenge area, and the competition is Bowl Arena, spin around to lower a barrier to roll down a set of pins. So they will have to spin for 15 seconds, and then they will get a chance to roll 2 balls down the lane, and whatever their score is, that is what they're competing at. If someone ties, they are both tied and will have to go again with a longer spin time. If someone gets a better time, those tied or anyone lower will be eliminated and cannot be the HOH. This will go until we have one winner. So obviously with a lot of contestants like this, there's probably going to be a Big Brother montage. Eddie spinning around as he then eventually almost falls over. The bowling ball the first time gets no pins. Same thing with Billy, probably no pins the first time. FlapJack that can barely even lift the bowling ball. Chowder and Rigby might have that same problem. Uh-oh. Some of these bowling balls big as them. So if I had to eliminate 5 people right off the back that I feel like will get immediate low scores, I'm so sorry, Billy, FlapJack, RIP Panini. I feel like Eddie would just keep tripping, and that'd be very funny eliminating him. And you know what, Chowder, you're probably fumbling as well. Which means I feel like these people do pretty alright at the least. But I feel like there are a couple people that will get a pure, clean board. Like there are going to be a couple of them that within their 2 shots, they get all the pins removed. I feel like that is Finn. He'd probably be doing good at something like this. Edd Eddy is kind of known for her ballerina skills, so I feel like she wouldn't be really dizzy at all. And she has them long ass arms, bro. Look at her 3 sausage fingers. Them shit's meant for sticking in bowling balls. You got damn rakes' hand. I'm sorry, Rigby, I just don't think you got it. Number 5 probably does really well. And to add character complexity, I'm so sorry, both of you. I feel like you just would like miss 1 or 2. So now I'm gonna say they all have 45 seconds to spin, which is an insane amount of time. Definitely feeling nauseous. And they only have 1 attempt at rolling the bowling ball to get a good score. And I can't lie, I feel like 2 people once again get a pure strike. Congratulations, those 2 being number 5 and Finn, which means I'm sorry, DD, Double D, the 4 Ds. Gotta get D, fuck up on out of here. Which means it is between number 5 and Finn, both wanting the HOH. So if they have to go again this time, I'm gonna say it's a minute. Bowling lanes are a lot longer. One contestant hits 7 pins and the other one hits 8. Congratulations, the new HOH and this week's winner, Finn, I knew you could do this. This is definitely in your ball game. I feel like you have the endurance, the mentality, and the skill. Congratulations, you cannot be nominated, cannot be eliminated, and you have this entire week in the palm of your hand. Now, obviously, he's gonna do that thing HOHs do and talk to people. And the first two people are Mordecai and Rigby, immediately dabbing each other up. He obviously tells them that they're safe, and he's actually going to use this opportunity now to tell people about the good word about them. And they're like, yes sir, thank you bro, we appreciate it, we'll let you get to talking. Now, I feel like he asks to talk to Dee Dee, but I think Mandy and number 5 sees him going in there, and Mandy's like, hey, you know what? We need to make sure that Dee Dee stays, because he might feel tempted to put her and Panini up since they're causing drama, but it'd be best for our game to make sure that doesn't happen, and I know that you personally have a really strong connection with Finn. And she's like, you know what? This a game move? Yes, sir. Let's do it, Mandy. So that's exactly what they do. They go in there, and Finn's a little bit surprised, but Dee Dee's, welcoming this because they're on their side. They're like, hey, Finn, we gotta tell you, bro. She kind of pretends a little bit. She's like, if Billy got voted out, I don't know what I'd do. He is my rock in this game. Talking all that BS she doesn't mean. And number 5's like, yeah, dude. Number 2 left, and if someone talked to me like Panini did, after her own partner was kind of the reason that Dexter got out, I'd be mad. And they kind of explain this to Finn, gaslight him. He's like, you know what? I kind of see where you're coming from, but let me talk with the other house guests, but I do really appreciate you bringing this to my attention. So I then feel like he has to talk to Chowder and Panini, because he's that kind of person to get information from both sides. And I feel like they're trying to tell him, and he might not be fully convinced, but then she's like, Dee Dee came barging in, yelling at Chowder, and all I did was came to defend him. She's like, you can ask FlapJack, you can ask Billy, and he's like, you know what? If I can ask them, then I will bring them in. And so, you know what? That's exactly what they do. And I think seeing FlapJack go in the HOH room with everyone else, Knuckles' curiosity might get the better of him, and he follows, and Finn sees this, but he doesn't really care because he knows that him and Knuckles are kind of cool. They don't really beef, they talk to each other, they talk about adventures, all that. They all kind of agree with the statement that Dee Dee barged in there. Panini's like, yeah, she screamed, she yelled at Chowder, belittling, blah, 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 blah. But I feel like after they start to disperse and leave so Finn can talk to someone else, FlapJack waits for Knuckles to walk out the door, and he quickly tells, Finn, I think they might be blowing this out of proportion. I really, really like Dee Dee. Me and her talk about a lot of stuff, and she wouldn't harm anyone. I don't think she's this person they're making her out to be. She likes rainbows, ponies, all that. Don't necessarily believe them. It's just emotions running high, and let's all try to get along. And Finn seeing this side of FlapJack, he actually really likes that. He's the humble kind, the nice kind. He's like, you know what, I'll definitely take that into consideration. And so last but not least, he has to talk to Edd and Eddy. So obviously he asked their opinion on the house and what he should do, because he kind of really likes both of them. There's relatability, they're kind of in the same age group, especially on Double D's part. He kind of really likes Double D because he's down to earth and very smart. He's a very rational person, and he believes that Double D should stay in this house for quite a while if it's up to him. He does know Eddie's a little mischievous, but he does know he has a good place. And he's also impressed that the audience voted for him to be safe, so he kind of wants to be on his good side. They kind of say they don't really have a preference who stays or goes, just please don't let it be them. Try not to nominate Rigby and Mordecai, and hearing this, he immediately agrees, and he knows that he's talking to the right people. Eddie also asked that if Mandy and Knuckles could be spared, and Finn kinda already planned to spare Knuckles and number 5, but hearing to spare Mandy, he's like, you know what, that makes sense. And so I feel like that's kind of the end of the day. Everyone goes into the bedrooms, good night rest, and after a good breakfast, it is time for Finn to go in the DR, make his decision, and then nominate 2 house guests. So here it is, he is standing in front of them, and he unfortunately has to nominate 2 people. He has thought about this long and hard, what would be best for his game, what would be best for the house, Dude, you won't believe it. I'm the head of household. This is so mathematical. I mean, I never thought I'd be in a house full of cartoons competing for the title of HOH, but here I am, and I freaking nailed it. Being the HOH is like algebra level responsibility. I've got to use this wisely, you know? It's not just about me, it's about the whole crew and making sure we're in the best shape for the next challenge. There are some serious players in this house, and I got to think long term. Like Jake always says, dude, it's not just about the adventure, it's about the strategy too. And he's right, I gotta be smart. He has decided that unfortunately, due to recent events, his first nomination will have to be Panini. You are involved in drama. You could have handled things a little bit better. Edd Eddy could have handled things a little bit better. And I know to make things fair, I'm expected to nominate Edd Eddy alongside you. However, I don't think it's morally right to nominate her right after she just lost her brother. If I got evicted right after Ice King, I didn't even like the dude that much, but I would feel terrible. Not only am I letting myself and my partner down, but I'd be letting my land down, and I can't do that to Edd Eddy. So because of that, my second nomination, unfortunately, guilty by association, has to be Chowder. Now immediately, people flabbergasted. Edd Eddy, amazed she's not up there, but she's incredibly happy. Panini, mad, pissed. She doesn't even want to talk to Finn. Finn's like, I'm sorry. She's like, fuck out of here, boy. I ain't talking to you. Chowder, let's get over here. We gotta talk some serious game. Get over here, y'all. Finn gotta go. Next time, Finn gotta go. He playing rogue. I don't know what he doing. And Rigby and Mordecai, even they are surprised, but they're like, you know what? He kept his word. We're still chill. Let's go talk to him a little bit of why maybe he did that. Eddie and Double D, who are also closely aligned to him, along with number 5, also go to talk. Before they do, Edd Eddy pulls him aside in the darts room and says, oh my god, thank you so much. If I'm ever in the position of power, I will do the best of my ability to make sure you will never touch the block. Thank you so much. I will remember this internally. I'm grateful. Thank you. I will give you a pony if I win. Now, Billy, he's very upset because even though Panini's relationship with him is meh, he does really like Chowder. He thinks he's very funny and he cooks amazing. And you already know Mandy coming over here just to eavesdrop, not really talk, but just eavesdrop. And Finn just kind of explains that he only think it's fair if people who already have someone out might get left alone for like another 2-3 weeks. Because he wants to make sure everyone has like an experience to tell. Everyone does their land pride. And this kind of worries like Eddie and Double D, especially Double D, because he recognizes immediately that means Finn might be targeting those who still have a pair. And there's plenty around who still have a pair other than them, but he still feel insecure, especially for Eddie. Uh-oh, she's doing it again. Finn, what is this nonsense? Taken aback by the sudden outburst, look at Panini with wide eyes. I can't believe you do this. Nominating me next to Chowder? Are you out of your mind? Panini, it's just a game. I had to make choices, you know? Choices? This is personal. Oh, now it's personal, bitch. Now it's personal. I see. You're messing with my game, Finn. You got some serious explaining to do. This is your doing, and I won't forget it. I thought we were cool, Finn. What happened to that? It's not personal. It's just strategy. I had to think about the bigger picture. Bigger picture? Oh, please spare me the strategy talk. You're just making enemies, Finn, and I'm not one that take that lightly. You'll regret this. Mark my words. You just made an enemy you can't handle. Damn, Panini, you going crazy hard right now. That smile is very ominous. Alright, it's been about 3 weeks, and Mandy kind of sits Billy down, and she's like, alright, Billy, we need to spill some beans. What have you learned? And Billy doesn't really know. He probably shouldn't say a lot of stuff, but he spills everything, because this is Mandy. He's not very strategic either. So she knows about the Alliance, she knows about FlapJack and Chowder, she knows about the sides against Edd Eddy and Panini and who's on what side, and all she told was, I found out I like bagels with blueberry. He's like, oh yeah, Mandy, get that info. I'll let you know if I hear anything else. And she's like, alright, Billy. And there it is, a drama-filled event as it moves on to the next day. Hopefully they are prepared to go with the Battle of Veto. Veto. And you know what? For fun, I'm gonna say in the middle of the night, Rigby sneaks out of the bedrooms to eat like cookies made. Thank you so much for subscribing. You never know when I'm recording. Don't be afraid to subscribe, leave a like. It's a huge help. Appreciate everyone watching this. He accidentally eats all the cookies, but he finds a brush with like hair in it and he puts it near the cookie so they think it's not him. And that hair happens to be pink. He didn't really check, he just took it out of a hairbrush. Eddie falls asleep on the HOH's couch, by the way. And I feel like in the early morning, number 5 actually goes to like get some cookies, because homemade chocolate chip cookies, they bang, bro. They're great. But she goes in the kitchen, she's like, what in the hell? All of them are gone. And what is this? Panini, did you eat all the cookies? I found hair in the jar. Panini, already on edge from earlier, looked at number 5 with disbelief. No way. I didn't eat any cookies. Hair got there on accident. Accident? Really? I know my cookies, Panini, and that looks deliberate. Haha. Look, number 5, I didn't touch the cookies. Maybe someone else did and the hair got in there. Let's not blow this out of proportion, bruh. You've been acting weird lately, Panini. First the blow up with Finn and now this. Something's not adding up. I get it, but you got the wrong person. I didn't eat the cookies. Set you up. That's a bit dramatic, don't you think? Alright, bitch. Enough of this nonsense. I didn't eat the damn cookies. And I'm tired of being accused of things I didn't do. Number 5, taken aback by Panini's sudden outburst, watches Panini stormed away, leaving the kitchen in an atmosphere of unresolved tension. Ooh, just something to happen right before Veto. They definitely need that anger. Now, obviously, since Finn is the HOH and Chowder and Panini are the nomination, they automatically get to play in Veto. They all have to draw randomly out of a bag. Whatever name is chosen, they have to play in Veto. There's gonna be 6 Veto players. There always is 6 Veto players. Finn, as HOH, draws first. And he draws Billy. Congratulations. Chowder, it is your turn to draw. And he draws house guest choice, which means he can choose anyone he wants. And he chooses FlapJack, which means Panini is the last one to draw. She reaches in the bag and she draws the worst person she could have. It is Edd Eddy. Panini hates this. She's rolling her eyes. She's like, whatever, bruh. Alright, contestants, players of Veto, here is the challenge you will be fighting for power for. It is knockout. Look at a picture, buzz in first. If you answer correctly, whoever you're versing is knocked out of the competition. If you answer wrong, you are knocked out of the competition. So make sure you answer correctly. Alright, the versing order is going to be randomized. And congratulations, the first 2 facing off, Edd Eddy and Panini. Who was the first HOH? And I feel like immediately the reaction skills have to go to Panini. She says number 5, in which congratulations, Panini. You got that right, knocking Edd Eddy out of the competition, and you can choose 2 people to go next. She chooses the next 2 contestants to be Billy and Finn. Alright, on week 2, and immediately Billy just buzzes, and without even hearing the question, he says turkey sandwich. That's crazy, Finn. You got crazy duped. I'd be mad as hell. He probably a little annoyed. He's like, what's the question? Chris McLean's like, you know what? We're not gonna tell you. Billy chooses Panini and Chowder to go next, and Chowder is a little offended by this, but he's like, you know what? Whatever. Panini is determined though. So when I said who was the second person evicted, she immediately got it. And she thinks it's funny because the second, number 2 person evicted was number 2. And she's like, I'm so sorry, Chowder. I'll do this for us. He is eliminated, in which it is FlapJack versus Billy after the HOA. And before I can even finish, Billy immediately buzzes in, says 12, and you know what? He was right. How does he do that, bruh? FlapJack, I'm so sorry. Knuckles is like, bruh, that's bull. Tell us the question right now. And Chris says, oh, we're on a time crunch. You know how Julie sometimes gets really, really impatient? That's Chris right now. Which means it is Panini versus Billy. What did Mandy? And instantly, Billy snatches that, presses the button. Hearing that's about Mandy, he immediately says, chocolate bagel. And the answer was blueberry bagel. What kind of bagel did Mandy just found out she likes? Which means, Billy, You just eliminated yourself. Congratulations. The power of Veto. The winner is Panini. You can choose who to get off the block. I'm pretty sure you're gonna choose yourself. Immediately, Chowder and Panini talking. Chowder's like, oh my god, you're amazing. We might actually get out of this. I know you might want to use it on me, and Panini's immediately like, nah, don't think that. Maybe under different circumstances, but I'm on the block for some bull. Under these circumstances, I'm using on myself. I'm sorry, Chowder. XOXO, I gotta get out of the block. And immediately, Edd Eddy is pissed. Edd Eddy quickly goes to Finn, and she's like, Finn, I don't know how she won, but please, I know it is so easy to put me as the replacement nominee. Please don't do that. And Finn's instantly like, whoa, calm down. Trust me, you are not going to be the replacement nominee. This does mess up my plans, and I kind of wish this didn't happen. Don't worry, I will figure this out. You won't be a replacement. And this makes Edd Eddy feel so much better. She still kind of has an uneasiness, but she's like, thank you, Finn. I appreciate it. Because she promised Finn's all kind of safety, and he doesn't want to ruin that. As she passes bedroom 1, she calls Panini a bitch, and immediately the shit talking on Panini commences. He's afraid because he's probably going to be the replacement nominee. He doesn't know Finn super well. I mean, he's talked to him quite a bit, but he just doesn't know, especially since he's gunning for duos. Mandy also doesn't like this because this compromises her as well. She's also afraid for her and Billy. Edd Eddy also acts afraid and paranoid, even though she just got confirmation from Finn that she's safe, and Finn gave this confirmation to no one else. So I feel like it cuts to day 26, where Panini, you have to choose what you want to do with the power of Veto. She obviously says it'd be foolish to not use it on herself. She would love to use it on Chowder, and in almost any other situation she would, where she might feel protected and have a chance, but she feels like she has no chance of staying if she doesn't do this, so she uses the power of Veto on herself. Congratulations, you are off the block. Finn, please name your replacement nominee. And Finn's like, he has talked to everyone during his HOH and his just overall stay of the house. He appreciates and respects everyone entirely, and he can't wait to become friends with everyone outside of the house. But as of right now, for his game and the future of his game, along with what he believes morally, he has to make the replacement nominee Billy. This only makes sense, aligning with his favors and his alliances. He wishes both of them the best, and he's more than up to talking after this. Finn is burning quite a bit of bridges because now Mandy is mad. Billy is mad, but almost like a sad mad, like he has tears like building up in his eyes. Billy is so like sad. He is caught off guard. He is shocked. Immediately, Double D and Eddy. Eddy kind of brings Double D in here because they need to thank him, and he's like, you know what, Finn? You know, just like Mordecai and Rigby, they all just kind of dab Finn up, and Finn's like, you know what? I think I'm making amazing choices. But little does he know, he has quite a few people mad at him right now. Even number 5 is questioning his choices, because if it was up to her, Billy and Mandy would have been here for quite a while, especially Billy and Mandy. Billy because he's very easy to beat, and Mandy because number 5 really likes Mandy. She might even be a potential ally to bring to the finals for number 5's game. I feel like Knuckles and FlapJack go to pulling darts to do a celebrity game of darts because they're clicking their heels. They're not nominated. They can't be nominated. They are safe. You know, and Knuckles kind of does a shot of syrup with FlapJack. Not talking lean. You know what I mean if you've seen the show. So I feel like on day 27, talking really happens because Mandy is trying to secure Billy's safety. And even though Edd Eddy kinda knows that Billy was against her, she'd rather have Chowder go than Billy. And she's also kind of aligned with FlapJack heavily, and that's also what FlapJack wants. It's very sad, and FlapJack really doesn't want this, but he'd rather Billy stay. So they kind of talk, trying to sway their votes, and I think they're all in agreement. Panini and Chowder, however, are like stress cooking in the kitchen, like so many dishes. Panini is cooking so many at a time and just feeding them to Chowder endlessly, trying to figure out what to do. So she decides that her best bet is once again to storm off, but not to argue. She stormed to Captain Knuckles, and she's like, Knuckles, me and Chowder will deadass make your favorite dish, your favorite candy, every single day, all the way up until me and Chowder are both evicted, as long as you don't vote Chowder. Please do not vote Chowder. And she thinks she really has to sell this because this is a game about strategy, but she doesn't know Knuckles. He is super easily bought. Yeah, Billy means a lot to FlapJack, but Billy means Nathan to Captain Knuckles. So he's like, yeah, sure. And she really doesn't know because he agreed so easily. But she's like, oh, well, thank you then. She doesn't really want to talk to Finn because she believes that'll make it worse, especially with everyone in there. But she tells Chowder that he has a much better chance at swaying them for him than she does, even though she's kind of better with words. So he kind of goes in there, a little bit of shy talk, and he's like, hey guys, I think it's a sign that Needy may have won, and I would love to stay in here and cook for you guys. I just really don't want to go yet. I want to prove to Mung Doll that I'm a great chef and my cook can bring me places. He starts like tearing up and everything. This affects Double D, Mordecai, and Finn very heavily since they're more on the sympathetic side. And Rigby and Eddie, don't get me wrong, they kind of feel for him, but they're trying to think strategically. But he does his talk and he's like, please maybe think about me when you do your votes. He tells Panini, afterwards what he did. And after the room clear outs a little bit, I feel like Billy with Mandy also goes in there to try and talk to Finn. Like, why would you nominate us? What's up with that? That's kind of weird. And he says, well, just like before, I want to make sure that everyone knows I hold no grudges and I'm not targeting anyone. I just want people who are in pairs to maybe get split up as a fair advantage to everyone else. You guys have the privilege of coming in here with someone you actually really bond with. I'm having to do this kind of on my own since the beginning anyway. Even if Ice King was here, that'd probably only hinder my game. And Mandy's like, look, Finn, I would like to keep working with you, but from now on, if you ever nominate me or Billy again, you will pay the price. But if you never plan to, then just ignore this. I would like to keep working with you because you're very strong and I think you have a good place. And Finn, he's a little bit nervous. He's like, oh, all right, bet. And when they leave, Double D's like, yikes, that almost seemed like a threat. All right, everyone, here is the dreaded day, eviction day. Chowder and Billy, you will each have a moment to explain why perhaps you shouldn't leave, why you still have game left in the house, and why the house guest should consider you a house guest worthy of continuing in the game. Chowder, please stand up. You will go first. Hey everyone, this is kinda tough for me, but I gotta speak from the heart. I'm not one for all the strategy and game moves, but I really don't want to go home. Oh, he took a deep breath, his gaze shifting between the faces of the house guests. I know I might not be the best at challenges and I don't have a master plan or anything, but like, we're all here because we love cartoons, right? What? And I want to be a part of this awesome experience with all of you. I promise I'll be nice to everyone. Oh, bruh. Even if I'm on the block, I don't want any hard feelings. I'm not gonna scheme or anything. We're all in this together and I just want to enjoy the adventure. I love making friends, trying new foods, and having fun, and I promise if you keep me around, I'll bring good vibes and lots of laughs. Plus, who wouldn't want a friend like me in the house? A few chuckles echoed in the room. So I'm asking you all, please consider keeping me here. I want to be part of this cartoon-filled journey with each and every one of you. Thanks for listening. Alright, thank you very much, Chowder. Billy, please stand up and now give your speech. Hey, everyone, this is kind of tough for me as well, I'm not good with words and stuff, I just want to be real with you guys. He hesitated, looking down for a moment before continuing. I know I might seem goofy and all, but being here means a lot to me. It's like a dream come true, really. I never thought I'd get a chance to be a part of something just like this. I just want to ask you all to think about that. I may not be the smartest or the strongest, but I'm trying my best. If you keep me around, I promise I'll bring some laughs and maybe even some snacks. Tell you what, your speech sounds like Chowder. I don't want this adventure to end so soon, I want to keep having fun with all of you and maybe some more friends along the way. So if you can find in your hearts to give me another chance, I'd really appreciate it. A really good plea and final speech from both house guests. Everyone, you will now anonymously vote in the diary room for whoever you want to be evicted, one at a time. Everyone but the HOH and the nominations will vote. Mordecai has casted his vote to evict Billy. Rigby has casted his vote to evict Billy. Knuckles has casted his vote to evict Billy. It takes 6 votes to evict. FlapJack has casted his vote to evict Chowder. Eddie has casted his vote to evict Billy. Double D has casted his vote to evict Chowder. Panini has casted her vote to evict Billy. It takes 1 more vote and then Billy is evicted. Mandy has casted her vote to evict Chowder. Dee Dee has casted her vote to evict Chowder. Number 5, it comes down to your vote. Number 5 has decided. Alright, Chris McLean. Well, house guests. Another week in the Big Brother house, and it's time to find out who's packing their bag. By a vote of 6-4, the camera cut to Billy. Billy, I'm so sorry you've been evicted from the Cartoon Network Big Brother house. A gasp echoed through the room as the weight of Chris's words sank in. The camera panned to Billy, whose eyes widened in disbelief, his shoulders slumping as he processed the reality of the eviction. Billy, you have brought a lot of laughs to the house, but unfortunately the votes just didn't swing in your favor this time. It's never easy saying goodbye, especially to someone as entertaining as Billy. You made your mark on this house. Thanks for the fun times, everyone. Keep being awesome in here and save some snacks for me when I get out. Well, Billy, that was quite the ride. How are you feeling right now? Oh man, it's kind of bittersweet, you know. Had so much fun there, but I guess it's time to go. No regrets, I was just being myself, goofing around, having a good time. Just keep having fun, guys. It's a wild adventure there. You gotta enjoy every moment, and tell Mandy I'm rooting for her. Day 29, so close to a full month in the Cartoon Network Big Brother house. Let me know if any of these contestants would drive you insane in a month's time in the comments. So let's see what they are doing in the middle of their day. Alright, so we have the cool kids hanging outside. They're probably in the jacuzzi. I don't know if you guys knew they had one, but they do. They have a really nice pool and a jacuzzi. I feel like Eddie and number 5 probably happy as hell for the jacuzzi. Double D also probably likes it. He might get a little bit too heated, start worrying about his blood pressure or whatever. Sometimes you just gotta chill. What about you, Eddie? Any new scam? Bruh, Double D offending Eddie for him. How you gonna wear a beanie in the hot tub? Y'all remember the scene where Double D was floating down the creek and he was playing a banjo with his toes or something? Scams in a hot tub? That's hardly an appropriate setting. And then he starts talking about bull that no one wants to hear. Exactly, rolling eyes. Let's enjoy this soak. She's got points. So Finn, you ever pull any pranks in the land of ooh? Oh, for sure. Me and Jake are always up to some shenanigans, but nothing beats the adventures we find ourselves in. Bro, they keep cutting off Double D trying to talk about bull science. Ain't no one trying to hear that. Hot Tub Alliance, how whimsical. Alright, no more talking shop. Yeah, he trying to do that in private, not out in the wild. On number 5 trying to roast. Seriously, Double D, what's up with that hat of yours? It's like you're wearing a satellite dish on your head. Yeah, Double D's cap might look like a condom, low key, but at the same time, your shit looks like you were around Clifford when he was shedding. Picked that bitch up, molded it, and then stuck it on your head. It provides optimal shade, ventilation, and shade. Ventilation. It's a hat. Now check out my cap. Sleek, stylish, and it don't scream overcomplicated. Bro, what about this screams overcomplicated? Well, I beg to differ. The structural integrity. Bro, why are you always cutting him off, number 5? Let my man Double D speak. Structural integrity. You're killing me, Double D. This is a hat showdown, not a science fair. Finn, whoa, what's going on here, hat dude? Looks like it. Place your bets, everyone. Whoa, why is he trying to get money, bruh? Alright, Double D, you win the hat off, but mine's still cooler. You know what? He'll accept that. He'll accept that. He even compliments it back. They get a draw, a deal. Let's agree to disagree on the hat front. The 2 share a fist bump and everyone in the house laughs. Knuckles, as you know, he is sleeping. He always sleeping. I just realized like 5 people in this house got a hat. Maybe 6 if you count Finn. I feel like Knuckles, as soon as Big Brother and Chris McLean replenishes like the sweets and the candies in the house, he immediately eats that shit. Oh, they having a show off in the pool and darts room. Dee Dee and Mandy versus Rigby and Mordecai. Alright, Rigby, we got this. Mandy and Dee Dee won't stand a chance. They're in a world of hurt, prepared to be dazzled. Rigby, chill out. This will be over before they know it. Get ready, Dee Dee. Yeah, you might gotta carry Dee Dee, or Dee Dee might carry. Let's see. Yay, darts are so fun. Let's see if I can hit the board this time. Oh my god, Mandy. Mordecai's darts glide through the air with grace. Rigby's, however, have a burst of enthusiasm. Mandy's throws are calculated and deliberate, but Dee Dee's land with an unpredictable mix of chaos. Alright, Mordecai got a bullseye, yes sir. Focus, Dee Dee. We are not here for giggles. We're here to win. Yeah, Mandy getting mad, boy. Up, just like that. Mordecai and Rigby both won the challenge. They about to go relax or something. Talk, bro. As Mordecai and Rigby exit the room, leaving behind the remnants of their victorious darts match, Dee Dee seizes the opportunity to engage Mandy in a conversation. With a sly smile, Dee Dee begins to share her thoughts about Panini. Oh, I guess Panini was playing darts before them and she lost. Did you see Panini's face when she missed the last dart? Priceless. Yeah, man, you talking it? Come on, Mandy, it's just a bit of harmless fun, but seriously, she thinks she's all that with Chowder, right? Like, get over yourself. Dee Dee, what are you talking about? You so mad for Dexter. I bet Dexter right now is at the jury house chilling. Probably happy. Maybe not. He has to deal with Ice King and Billy. Panini can do what she wants. I'm just saying, she's all over Chowder and like, for what? He's too nice for his own good. She's just playing the game and I can see right through it. You might have a point there, but don't let it distract you. We're here for a reason. And did you see how she tried to one-up us in the darts game? As if. We showed her, huh? Mandy's trying so hard to get this conversation away. Because I feel like Mandy does like the mischievous talk, but at the same time, I feel like she never wants to personally throw a name out there, because that could lead back to her. They're probably cooking dinner. They really like to do that, and I appreciate it. I'm sure the other house guests do as well. Fun fact, Chowder and FlapJack, sometimes they'll make enough food where they'll bring it in the diary room, leave it on the chair, so me and the producers and Chris McLean can eat it. They're very nice. Rigby, what are you talking about? Man, this place can get pretty intense. I wish we could just kick back and chill. You're literally in the living room right now, waiting for food being made for you. You are the definition of chilling. Go off. I know what they want. Yeah, some kush would be perfect right now. Just imagine a little break from all this game nonsense. I mean, it's not like we can actually do that in here. That's a nice thought. Yeah, I bet it is, Mordecai. Totally. Just picture it, sitting outside, enjoying the breeze, letting all the stress melt away. Remember though, bro, they would smoke in the park. They doing it straight up where they work. Benson's finding doobies on the ground. He's flabbergasted. A world without joints, apparently. But hey, at least we got each other to vent to. Who needs a joint when you got a good friend? They share a laugh, and I like that conversation. That was chill, low-key. And there the house guests are, sleeping as it turns into day 30. Congratulations, you have all made it here and have been in this house for 1 month. Let the day begin. Alright, so once again, I think the hot tub might start becoming a popular spot, especially as the house guests run out of stuff to do. Because believe it or not, there's only so much you can do for 100 days with like limited resources. And I won't even lie, if I was in the Big Brother house, you would catch me a lot in the jacuzzi, low-key, no cap. Feel like Knuckles loves it. I don't know if he's ever even been in jacuzzi, but he's about to become an addict. Chowder wants to chill. Panini's more than happy being in a jacuzzi with Chowder. FlapJack's probably just, playing with the bubbles. Finn and number 5, they're working out. And I'm not sure if they even know it or not, but they're kind of in like an alliance with each other because they get along super well. And I feel like with both of their partners gone and with them getting along so well, they might as well just form like a little partner thing here. They will always look out for each other, but never make it too obvious, even though if I was in the house, I could kind of tell. Hey, number 5, you ever face off against a villain that just wouldn't quit? Oh, definitely. There was this rogue operative once, all sorts of gadgets and a knack for disappearing. Kept me on my toes. Nice, nice. I've been with fights too, like the leash. pure evil, ancient, and always messing with my friends. Gotta stay sharp against those kind of foes. You know, fighting evil robots is one thing, but facing someone who can outsmart you at every turn, that's a challenge. The Ice King is like that for me, shout out Ice King. Crazy dude with ice powers, and he's always kidnapped me. Why you gotta throw this man under the bus even when he's not here, Finn? You know, Ice King was probably looking forward to you and him getting along for the rest of the season at some point, but before he could even talk to you, you wanted everyone in the house to know Ice King was terrible, which he's technically is. No offense, Eddie, but since Mandy isn't being held down by Dee Dee, she's probably gonna win that pool or dart tournament. Against you specifically. Uh-oh, Dee Dee Giggly. Hey, Double D, have you ever noticed that our names are like kind of the same? Well, yes, Dee Dee, it seems that there is a certain symmetry to our nomenclature, if you will. Both beginning with the letter D and having 2 instances of the same letter. Yeah, I mean, my name is Dee Dee and yours is Double D, so it's like kind of a double D thing, right? Bro, did Big Brother release Kush into the house? Why are they all goofing around like this? Indeed, it does seem rather coincidental. D&D, if you will. Quite amusing, wouldn't you say? Imagine if we had a team name. We could totally play up the Double D thing. Team Double D, ready for action. Did she just... She's low-key trying to make a little alliance with Double D? Alright. I can't hate that. I can't hate that at all. Sorry to break everything up, though, but you know what has to happen now. It is the HOH challenge. But before we tell the house guests, you guys voted, and we have to bring the winner into the diary room. And the votes have a definite winner. Congratulations, Mandy. Let's go talk in private. Alright, Mandy. YouTube has voted you a chance between 2 options that could help or worsen your game. There is option 1. You cannot compete in the HOH or next week's HOH, but you will be safe for both weeks. Or you can take the game into your own hands, and for this upcoming HOH along with the next HOH, assuming you don't win this one, you will have a competition advantage. There is a reason you want this advantage in the competition, and there is also a huge reason you want to stay in power of the next 2 weeks. But at the same time, it's very risky, and the next 2 weeks of safety would also be very, very nice, and you may not be able to guarantee your safety otherwise. Mandy, it is your choice. Option 1, be safe for 2 weeks, or option 2, try to have the power for potentially 2 weeks. Mandy has decided that if the house has to know either way, the house will know if she's safe and the house will know she has a competition. Either way, it puts a target on her back, and she feels like the best way to gain the house respect instead of being safe is to fight for it. Plus, that's what her nature wants her to do anyway. So she is going to have an advantage in the next HOH competition. I am letting the other house guests know to please gather in the HOH competition area. Finn, as the last HOH, you cannot play in this. House guests, gather around. I've got an announcement to make before today's HOH. It seems that one of our contestants has earned an advantage in this crucial challenge. A collective murmur ripples through the room as the house guests exchange curious glances. And it obviously goes to no one other than Mandy. That's right, folks. Mandy, please step forward. You earned it. HOH competition advantage. Use it wisely. And now let's get ready for the challenge. May the best house guest win. This challenge is called Night Moves. I like the name of it, by the way. Turn over squares until your opponents cannot move anymore. Whenever you turn over a square, it cannot be brought back. You can only move once per round. The last person standing with moves left is the new HOH. And Mandy, for your advantage, if you are eliminated, you have an extra life, and you can switch out with whatever house guest you want and take their place, and they must take yours. With that being said, let's get it. So, I won't lie, I feel like they're all probably gonna be good for like first 5, but then Dee Dee does some ridiculously petty palooza and calculated the entire time to get Panini out. She knows that this would get her out, but she doesn't care if she gets out. She wasn't doing a strategy. She just wanted Panini out, and she did it. Panini, I'm sorry. You got a professional hater on your back. Chowder and FlapJack seeing this, They both kind of work together to get Edd Eddy out. Knuckles just kind of whispers good job to FlapJack. I feel like Double D is moving silently but very strategically. And he didn't even really mean to, but he accidentally gets Knuckles and number 5 out. He feels so bad he might even like pull his beanie over his head saying sorry. He was just doing what was best for his game. He wasn't really calculating for others. I feel like FlapJack and Chowder were kind of staying close, but not too close. However, I still do think it interferes with probably both of them. They might not both get out at the same time, but I feel like they get out pretty soon right after one another. Now, Mandy, she purposely looks at what the other people have and she self-crashes where she only has one move left. And then she switches with Double D, who unfortunately is out. And since Double D and Eddy were kind of close together, she whispers to Eddy if they want to work together to get these two outs. And he says, hell yeah. He's a little mad that Double D got out, but he kind of understands, you know, Mandy's scheming nature, and he kind of would have done the same thing low-key. I kind of think this was Mandy's plan all along, though, because by the way she was directing herself, Eddy and Rigby just kind of crashed into each other, which leaves Mordecai and Mandy as the last two. But Mandy chose Double D for a reason, because congratulations, Mandy! Your choice in the advantage was a smart and calculated one. You actually pulled it off. Some people would have fumbled. A lot of people, probably myself included, they were voted by YouTube to be the person. They would have chose the 2 weeks of safety. But here you are in charge of this week, and you're about to learn why that is a very good decision. House guests, please gather in the living room. Alright, first off, congratulations, Mandy, on the HOH. However, for the rest of you, I am about to tell you how the next 2 weeks will work for you guys. Instead of the HOH nominating 2 people, they will nominate 3. And Veto will stay the same. Nominees can still not vote during eviction night, neither can the HOH. However, those voting, instead of voting to evict, you are voting to save, meaning your vote is for whoever you want to stay in the house. It's exactly what you're thinking. That is right. This is a double eviction. Mandy, you have a lot to think about. 2 people are about to be evicted this week. And so Mandy hearing this, she's instantly like, oh hell yeah, I got so much power, everyone's trembling. But she immediately wants to do something first. Something she kind of planned to do this entire time if she won HOH. To her HOH room, she is calling for Eddy, Knuckles, number 5, and Edd Eddy. Gather round, as I've called you here for a reason. It's time to shake things up in this house. Alone, we're formidable, but together, we can be legend. Eddy, with his scheming demeanor, raised an eyebrow, sizing up the situation. Knuckles crossed his arms in a show of guarded caution, while number 5's maintained a stoic demeanor. Edd Eddy's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and mischief. Alright, so Edd Eddy's about this. This alliance is more than just a temporary pact. It's a pact to dominate and to outwit. Are you in or out? Eddy, always with a flair for the dramatic, grins slyly, recognizing the potential benefits of this unexpected alliance. Knuckles' skeptical gaze bore into Mandy. Number 5's cybernetic eyes glinted with calculation, and Edd Eddy seemed to be bouncing on her toes, unable to contain her enthusiasm. We are here not to play nice, nor to make friends. We are here to win. Each of you brings something unique to the table. Eddy, your cunning and schemes. Knuckles, your strength. Number 5, your strategic mind. Edd Eddy, your ability to create chaos. Together, we are a force to be reckoned with. Eddy, the wheels turning in his head, gave a nod of approval. Knuckles finally offered a firm nod, acknowledging the potential power of this alliance. Number 5 gave a nod of agreement, recognizing the strategic advantage, and Edd Eddy, caught in the excitement of the moment, grinned from ear to ear. This stays between us. No loose lips. The power of this alliance lies in our ability to control the narrative. If anyone finds out, it could jeopardize everything we've built here. Eddy, Knuckles, number 5, and Edd Eddy exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the significance of keeping their newfound alliance under wraps. Alright, and then they probably disperse. So FlapJack and Double D probably both go to Mandy at her request. Double D first. in which I feel like out of everyone, Mandy kind of gets along with Double D. She finds him calming or whatever, and so she kind of apologizes to him, feeling bad that she took his spot and he probably would have won if not for her. So to make up for it, she promises him and Eddie safety, and she wants him to tell him that. And so Double D, very happy, very grateful, says thank you and tells Eddie, and he pretends to like not know, in which she kind of gives FlapJack the same treatment, like don't worry, you're gonna be safe. You can tell Knuckles the same thing, and now FlapJack is a little like surprised because he thought Knuckles was for sure going to be a target, but you know, he's not gonna say anything, he's not gonna ruin it for them. He's just gonna tell Knuckles, and Knuckles gonna be like, yeah, because we have an alliance with her. Just immediately saying it, stating it out there. And then he's like, oh wait, I wasn't supposed to tell you that, don't tell anyone. And then FlapJack does the motion where you lock your lips and throw away the key. But trust me, FlapJack still got that key. Now, unfortunately, she does have a small pool of people to choose from in terms of who may get eliminated. She wants to talk to Finn first because she has an idea. Finn, I need to talk to you about something important. With the double elimination looming, there's a strategic move we need to make, and I want you to be in the loop. Sure thing, Mandy, lay it on me. In a double elimination, we have to nominate 3 people. Now, considering the dynamics and alliances in play, I'm thinking about using you as a pawn. Finn's eyes widened slightly at the mention of being a pawn, but he maintained his composure. A pawn? What's the play here, Mandy? Look, Finn, being a pawn doesn't mean you're the target. It's a strategic move to ensure our alliance's safety. We need strong players to remain off the block, and I believe you can handle this without putting your game in jeopardy. Trust me, Finn, we got a plan. We won't let you go home. It's about managing perceptions and ensuring the numbers align in our favor. And so Finn, basically being told he got put up, he goes to bed not knowing what to do. He's just kind of in his thoughts. He'll probably deal with it tomorrow. Probably a couple of them hitting the hay. Mandy just kind of knows it's Finn plus 2 people from the same universe. So she talks to them together. Mordecai and Rigby kind of state how they've been nominated quite a bit already. They're already targets to other people. And it would be a waste to use a double elimination on either of them, let alone both of them, because if she gets 2 people out right now that no one wants out, it'd be like a shield for her later if people want them out already. And Mordecai just kind of pipes in like, I don't even know why people want us out anyway, low-key. I understand that I'm bird, he a raccoon. We're also like in our 20s, but bruh, we're here too. We're here for the same experience, low-key. And Mandy, thinking about this, she kind of nods because this does make a lot of sense. Everyone here, for the most part, if they won HOH, they would probably nominate Mordecai and Rigby. Alright, so off to bed for them, in which she finally talks to Panini and Chowder. Obviously, they bring up that they were really good friends with Billy. Chowder cooks all the time, and Mandy does like when Chowder makes spaghetti and meatballs, because he makes some fire spaghetti and meatballs. Him and Panini, technically. And so after they ensure her why, you know, they're friendly, blah, 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 they go off to bed, and she just kind of sits there realizing like, those 2 are super like nice, except to maybe Dee Dee. And Dee Dee is already targeting Panini. That's drama within itself right there. But she just decides to rest, leave the gameplay for tomorrow, because Mandy, it is time for you to nominate 3 people up for eviction. Now, Mandy obviously says first that she appreciates everyone. This is a game, and in a game she wants to win. Strategic moves must be made. Her first nomination for this double eviction is unfortunately Finn. We've talked beforehand. You're really good at challenges. You're good at the mental comps. You're really nice. I know you can probably get yourself off the block. And now for the next person, she is nominating them because she just feels like it'd be in her best interest, the house's best interest, and she doesn't really want to cast too much fresh blood if she doesn't have to. So because of this, she has decided to nominate my man Mordecai. Now, Finn wasn't too shocked being nominated, disappointed, yeah, but not shocked. But when Mordecai's up there next to him, one of the people he's been getting along with the most in the house, Now he's shocked. Now he's going into fight or flight mode. Like, Mandy, what are you doing? And the next nomination doesn't help because kind of the same reasons as Mordecai, plus it's their partner. She unfortunately does have to nominate Rigby as well. The entire house is shook because that is 3 very strong competitors for the most part nominated. So with that ending nomination ceremony, I feel like Finn, Mordecai, Rigby all immediately scuttling to a private area. Eddie really likes Mordecai and Rigby along with Knuckles, so they're both also pretty flabbergasted. Guys, this is messed up. Why would Mandy put all 3 of us on the block? It's like she wants one of us gone for sure. I don't get it either. We're not even an alliance or anything. I don't understand our angle here. Whatever it is, it's not good for us. We need to figure out a way to get through this double elimination without losing one of our own. I think that's impossible, but okay. We should watch out for the Veto comp. If any of us gets a shot at saving ourselves, we can't let it slip away. True, and maybe we should talk to Mandy, see if we can get some answers. This move doesn't make sense if we're not even working together. Yeah, I'm not cool with being a pawn in someone else's game. We need to look out for ourselves. That's hilarious, considering Finn is actually the pawn. I think I might be the pawn in all of this? What? Why would you say that? Mandy's got some plan. Maybe putting all 3 of us up is just a way to make sure the target goes home. Dude, seriously, you're okay with that? But what if it backfires? What if you end up being the one going home? I'll do my best in the Veto comp. If I get a chance to save myself, I'll take it. Alright, Mordecai is really not sitting pretty with being a pawn. And neither is Rigby. You know what? Finn's probably going there. Eddie seeing them, he's automatically wanting the tea. Hey, Mandy, what's the big idea, huh? Nominating all 3 of us. Are you trying to make me the target or something? Mandy raised an eyebrow. Whoa, Rigby, calm down. I had my reasons for the nomination. Reasons? What reasons? We're not even some fancy alliance aware. You're messing with our game and I don't like it. Look, Rigby, it's a game move. I need to shake things up, and putting all 3 of you on the block achieves that. Shake things up? More like shake us out of the house. This is ridiculous. I'm not some pawn for you to play with. Yeah, nominating me, Rigby, and Finn? Seriously? Game move? More like a bad move. Bro, they're out here pulling out zingers. What's your strategy here? Because right now it feels like you're messing with us. I'm making moves to stay in the game, Mordecai. You should understand that. Yeah, but the expense of us? This doesn't add up. What are you thinking? Don't give me that it's just a game crap. We all know it's a game. That doesn't mean you can just throw our alliance out the window. Now at this point, Eddie's here. Double D wants to go check, so she's in the room. Chowder, Panini, along with FlapJack and Knuckles all kind of want to stay out of it. But I feel like number 5 and Edd Eddy, they are just too nosy. They gotta be here. And then Knuckles finally gives in. So we almost have the entire house here. You'll see. This move has a purpose. Trust me. Ooh. Trust you. Right now, that's a tough sell. But hey, good luck with your purpose. Damn, he mad as hell. Ooh, Rigby, let's be real here. You're just dead weight in this game. No strategy, no skills. You're just lucky to be here. Damn, hey, that's not fair. I got plenty to offer and to save it. You're nothing more than a pawn in this game, and pawns are expendable. I suggest you pack your bags because your time here is running out. Mandy points towards the door. Bye, Rigby. Your services are no longer required. That's crazy. He got kicked out. Nah, you know what? I feel like Mordecai goes in there to argue for him in his defense. And I won't even lie. I feel like hearing this, Eddie's like, whoa, let me go talk to him. And even Double D, because that was harsh. Even Finn and Mordecai, they don't understand what's going on. Number 5, Knuckles and Edd Eddy kind of stay back. And, you know, they're like, Mandy, calm down, bruh. Chill out with what you say. You don't want to say anything too much. And even Knuckles is like, yeah, you might want to put a lid on your barrel, bruh. And then Mandy just kind of requires and then asks them that she would like to be alone. In which I feel like Double D, Eddie, and Finn are all talking to Mordecai and Rigby. They're all obviously conspiring against Mandy. Can't believe she just said this, did this. That's crazy. I feel like Knuckles, after talking a little bit, eventually goes here and tells FlapJack what happened. And Chowder's like, really? Mandy said that? And even though they weren't there, they do believe Knuckles. And so I feel like when it's about near bedtime, they all get ready to sleep and whatnot, but I feel like FlapJack sneaks out of the room to talk to Mandy, in which he kind of tells her he heard about what she said to Rigby that wasn't nice, that wasn't kind. You probably shouldn't do that. Man, can I talk to you for a minute? You know, what you said to Rigby was really mean. I mean, we're all here to play the game, but we don't have to be so hurtful. FlapJack, I play to win, and sometimes that means making tough decisions. I get that, but maybe we can still play the game and not hurt each other's feelings too much. It's more fun that way, I think. Boy, get your ass up out my room. We're not here for bedtime stories and feelings. This is Big Brother, not a therapy session. FlapJack, taking the cue, nodded and left the room. His genuine attempt to foster a more compassionate atmosphere met with Mandy's unyielding determination. Damn, bro, that's kind of rough. Chowder and Panini made everyone some delicious tacos. And after a carefree day, it is finally time to pick the players for Veto competition. Everyone please gather in the living room. Mandy, since you are HOH, you automatically get to play, and Mordecai, Finn, and Rigby, since you guys are the nominees, you guys automatically get to play as well. Mandy, since 2 people can only be selected to participate in Veto, you will draw both randoms out of the bag. First person Mandy randomly draws out of the bag is Eddie. Congratulations. And then the second one she draws out is house guest choice. Mandy, looking at everyone, she has decided to choose Dee. Now congratulations, you 6 now playing in Veto. The Veto competition is punch, slap, kick. Memorize a series of beatings in order to answer questions. She'll either get hit from the side, hit on the head, hit on the balls, hit on the hip, whatever it is, and you gotta memorize it. If you fail relaying the pattern, then you are eliminated and cannot win Veto. So obviously I feel like the first 4, everyone would probably kinda get right. And I won't lie, I feel like since Rigby has taken so many beatings and playing punchy so many times, he might be a little good at this. Same thing with Finn. Everyone here I feel like would actually do pretty decent, especially on the memorizing part. I feel like getting your ass beat is probably something memorable. But if I had to choose someone to be eliminated first, I am so sorry, Dee. It's probably you, Dee Mega Doodoo. Eddie, seeing all of his bros nominated, I think he feels much insecurity and would love to win this Veto. Mordecai's locked in. I also think he's trying his hardest to win. However, unfortunately, I think he's probably bopped out of here second. He probably gets hit on the hip and then says something like his side. He gets out due to some bull like that. Then I think these guys are on a pretty good roll. Well, I'm talking the next 11 beatings they got. But after the concussions start hitting in, I'm sorry, Eddie. It's probably just not your time. Same thing for you, Rigby. I think you're so close to getting this, but maybe it was going too fast. You couldn't really understand it. And looking at these 2, I think we already know. Congratulations, the winner of Veto, Finn, once again winning another dub. Obviously going to use the power of Veto on himself. We don't even gotta see what happens on day 33. We can just go to day 34. Camera pans. Here are the house guests. Mordecai, Rigby, both very bummed out because they're kind of realizing that they are stuck on the block against each other and they kind of have no way out of this. Finn, please use the power of Veto how you want to, and I think we all know how this goes. He earned it. He says, Rigby, Mordecai, both of you are amazing. I'm wishing you the best. But I came here for the land of ooh. I came here for myself. And so because of this, I have to use what I earned on me. I'm off the block. Mandy, that means you have to do a replacement nominee. And Mandy kinda expected this to happen, a very high chance of it. And she had someone in mind to put up as a replacement, but after last night's occurrence, she has decided that the best replacement nominee would be FlapJack. I'm sorry, my boy. There we have it. Final nominees. You have one more day to plead your case, talk your game, talk your work. Man, this is messed up. We came into this together and now we're at each other's throat. It's a tough spot. Mandy's playing hard and we got caught in the crossfire. I never signed up for all this drama. I just wanted to win and chill. Rigby, boy, bitch, what do you think you're here to do? We're on different paths now, Rigby. It's a game and sometimes alliances crumble. We're not just allies, Mordecai. Bitch, we're bros. I know, Rigby. It sucks that came to this. We just have to navigate through it the best we can. Finn is probably just chilling, super sad to hear this, and it's a sad time in that room. Now, Knuckles is P-I-S-S-E-D. He is pissed. You know what? So pissed, he barging in there right now. What the hell, Mandy? FlapJack? You nominated FlapJack? Are you out of your mind? It's a game, Knuckles. You should understand that this ain't a game. You messing with people's lives here. FlapJack ain't done nothing to you. This is Big Brother, not a charity. Everyone's a pawn until they're not. Ooh, Mandy. You think you're smart, huh? Well, let me tell you something. You're next. Next week, you're out of here. You're gone. We'll see about that. Ooh, bruh. Shit's getting good. Hey, FlapJack, you okay, buddy? I didn't expect to end up on the block, Chowder. It's scary. I know, buddy. It's tough in here, but you're not alone. We'll get through this together. I just want to have fun and make friends. I didn't think it'd be like this. And Chowder says you're one of the coolest guys here, and I really don't want to see you go. Hey, you two. I know things seem really tough right now, but I want you to know I got your back. I've made up my mind. My vote is going to be for FlapJack. We're not going to let anything happen to our friend. Thanks, Panini. It means a lot to us. Of course, we're in this together, and I won't let anything happen to the people I care about. Stay strong, guys. Knuckles just there listening, mad, peeved, just trying to figure out what to do in his head. Double D and Ed, they're flabbergasted. They're just staying out of it. They're like, you know what? Everyone's getting caught because they're talking. If we don't talk, we can't get caught. So they just kind of do their own thing. Listen up, you two. We're in a crucial spot right now, and I need you to trust me on this. Just cast your votes the way I tell you, and we'll be golden. Mandy, I trust you, but what's the plan? Mandy, with a smile, whispered a plan that would keep the audience on the edge of their seat. Look, Mandy, I'm on board, but this plan seems a bit too wild. Are you sure about this? Trust me, number 5, it's a risky move, but it'll keep us in control. Just follow the plan, and we'll come out on top. All right, Mandy, I'll go along with it, but if things get too messy, I'm holding you accountable. Fair enough. Let's make this a memorable eviction. And I bet a lot of people are going to bed tonight scared as hell. But what they are scared of and what they fear eventually comes true. It is day 35. It is eviction day, where 2 people are about to be sent to the jury house. Everyone but the nominees and the current HOH will be able to vote someone to save. Remember, your vote is not to evict, but your vote is instead to save. Whoever has the most saves will be kept in the house and not eliminated. Mordecai, Rigby, FlapJack, each one of you will have about 30 seconds to make a final plea stand, say why you shouldn't be evicted before the house guests vote. Mordecai, you are up first. Hey everyone, I know we're all here to play a game, and in this game, tough decisions have to be made. FlapJack, I want you to know this isn't personal, it's just the nature of the game. He glanced at FlapJack, who nodded understandingly, their friendship acknowledged in that brief moment. Now, why should I stay over FlapJack? Well, I've been giving my all in competition, strategically navigating this house and building connection. FlapJack's a great dude, but when it comes to the game, I've been putting in the work. Mordecai turned to the audience camera. He's looking at y'all. I formed alliances, won competitions, and played my part in shaping the house dynamic. I'm not just here for the ride, I'm here to play and make my mark. So if you keep me around, you're keeping someone who's dedicated, strategic, and ready to shake things up. Rigby, it is now your turn. Yo, what's up, house guests? This is a crazy game we're playing, and we've all got to make moves. FlapJack, man, it sucks that it comes to this, but here we are. So why should I stick around over FlapJack? Well, first off, I've been giving my all in comps. You see me out there putting in the effort, trying to secure safety. But it's not just about winning comps, it's about adapting, making connections, and having a good time. I've been doing my best to keep the vibes positive and bring some entertainment to this crazy house. FlapJack's a cool dude, no doubt, but if you keep me around, you're keeping someone who's not just here for the game, but also for the experience. Let's keep the laughs rolling and see what kind of chaos we can stir up together. FlapJack, it is your turn. Please stand. Hey everybody, so here we are, and I find myself on the chopping block. Mordecai, Rigby, you guys are awesome, and I've had a blast with you. but why should I stick around? Well, I'm not a threat, just a friend to all of you. I've been trying to keep things light and fun in the house. We're all here to play, but that doesn't mean we can't have a good time. Mordecai and Rigby are strong players, no doubt, but you know me. I'm just a kid at heart, exploring the high seas of Big Brother. I'm not here to outsmart or outmaneuver, and who's afraid of a little old sailor like me? Knuckles, buddy, you don't have to worry. I promise I won't challenge you to an arm wrestling match anytime soon. So if you want to keep the good times rolling and have a friend by your side, vote for FlapJack. I'm here for the adventure, and I promise it'll be one heck of a ride. And with that being said, it is time for the house guests to vote. I vote to save FlapJack. He's my buddy in the house, and I can't let him go. We got more adventures to have together. Oh, and big shout out Schnitzel. He is the best chef ever. Rada, rada, rada. I vote to save Rigby, you know, because he's that cool guy vibe, and we're kindred spirit in this mischief game. Stay cool, Rigby. And huge shout out to Ed, buddy. Keep being yourself back home will cause even more chaos when I get back with $1 million. I vote to save Rigby. It's a strategic decision based on the current circumstances in the house. Rigby, consider this a gesture of goodwill. And a heartfelt shout out to my dear friend Ed. Take care, Ed. I vote to save Mordecai. He's been a solid ally in this crazy game, and we got to stick together. Adventure time, right? And a shout out to my dude Jake. Keep stretching. Pause. Finn, get out of the diary room. I vote to save FlapJack. He's been a friend and we gotta stick together, you know. And shout out to Miss Endive. Thanks for teaching me how to be a great apprentice. I'll make you proud. I vote to save FlapJack. He's been holding it down and I respect that. Gotta look out for the ones who got your back. And shout out to my favorite bar, the Angel Island Lounge. Best place to unwind after a day of chaos. Keep those chili dogs ready. Bruh, Knuckles, what you talking about? I vote to save Rigby. He's got that laid back vibe and it's good to have allies in this game. Gotta keep the cool crew intact. And shout out to number 3. You got the moves and the style. Keep it real, number 3. I vote to save Rigby because Mandy said so. And you know, I trust Mandy's judgment. Gotta stick together. Big shout out to my brother Dexter. Keep up the science stuff, Dex. You're the best brother ever. Alright, house guests, the votes are in. If you did not receive a sufficient amount of votes to stay, please pack your bags and leave the Big Brother house. With 1 vote to save and the first person evicted in this double elimination, I'm so sorry. Mordecai, you have been evicted from the Big Brother house. It kinda sucks, I can't even lie. Pack your bag. And as for FlapJack and Rigby, it is only by 1 vote difference. And Rigby, with 4 votes to save, congratulations, you're staying in the house. I'm so sorry, FlapJack. You are the second house guest tonight that have been eliminated. You and Mordecai have done us a great service. I'm so sorry. Well, shiver me timber, mates. It's been a wild adventure in this crazy house. I've made some fantastic friends and I learned a lot about myself. To my buddy Knuckles, thanks for being my true pal. You take care out there, FlapJack. The adventure won't be the same without you around. FlapJack nodded, holding back a tear. To the rest of you, keep the laughter going and the friendship strong. I may be leaving the house, but I'll carry the memories of this crew with me forever, wherever the tides may take me. Hey everyone, it's been a crazy ride in this house, dude. Full of ups and downs and challenges, unexpected friendships. I never thought I'd find myself in a place like this. Rigby, dude, we've been through this so much together. Battles, victories, and a lot of not so epic moments. Thanks for being my wingman. You're not just a friend, you're like a brother. It's been real, man. We'll miss you around. To the rest of you, keep rocking this game. Cherish the moments, because in the end, it's the connections you make that matter the most. Take care, and maybe we'll cross paths again. Just as the doors began to close behind him, Mordecai seized the moment for a spontaneous shout. As he and FlapJack leaves, he quickly tells the house guests, "Get that bitch out of here next week!" Day 36 in the Big Brother house as the contestants are getting used to a smaller cast, but that does mean they are in the final 10, so congratulations to them. I updated the picture, updated the memory wall. Hopefully it's a little bit more vibey. If you guys like this, please make sure to leave a like and subscribe. It's a huge help to the channel. Love this series, and I thank you guys so much for giving it support. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing. Don't be afraid to subscribe. You never know when I'm recording. Alright, now starting the day off, I immediately feel like number 5, Mandy and Edd Eddy about to talk that game and they are about to scheme. Now, Mandy is kind of like a little bit like of a body language reader, and so she probably could tell that she threw number 5 off the loop with the nomination. So I feel like she's going to ensure number 5 that everything is just, you know, for the game, for the plan. Don't worry, we're good. 3 in this room right here is the final 3. Watch. And Dee Dee's amazed. She's like, wow, like dead ass final 3? You know, Dee Dee kind of says she was scared when Dexter left. She thought she was immediately going to be gone after that. So Dee Dee is probably very grateful to Mandy. Now, you got the homies in the gym working out, and, you know, Rigby, Knuckles, they both just lost their partner, and, you know, they're going through it, especially Rigby. In the gym, Knuckles and Rigby sat slumped on the benches, their expressions clouded with disappointment. Finn, noticing their somber demeanor, approached them with a determined stride. Hey dudes, what's up? You seem kind of down. Well, Finn, can you guess why by any chance? Knuckles sighed heavily. Yeah, Finn, it's just tough, you know. Losing our partners like that, it feels like we're flying solo now. Aw, poor Knuckles. Rigby nodded in agreement, his usually energetic demeanor subdued. Yeah, man, Mordecai and I, we've been through so much, it's gonna be weird without him. I get it, guys. Losing a buddy in here, it's like losing a piece of yourself. But hey, we're all still here, right? And we got each other's backs. We'll get through this together. You know what? You're right, Finn. We're still in this game and we gotta stay strong. Thanks. And then he dabs him up while they're both on treadmills. That's hilarious. Yeah, thanks, Finn. It means a lot. You know what, fellas? Maybe it's time we start thinking about sticking together. I mean, look at us. We're all in the same boat now, right? You mean like form an alliance? Yeah, Rigby, form an alliance. And then Finn's like, yeah, Knuckles, I think you might be onto some. With the way that things are going, we're gonna need all the help we can get. Exactly. Together, we'll be unstoppable. What do you say, guys? Rigby's like, hell yeah, I just lost Mordecai. You know, it's crazy. As soon as Mordecai's gone, that's when Rigby wants to start talking game and actually maybe winning. With a firm handshake, the trio solidified their pact, ready to face the challenges of the Big Brother house, united as allies. All right then, it's settled. The 3 of us against the world. However, the trio are not the only group talking game, because we have Panini and Chowder and Double D and Eddie immediately coming to the conclusion like, hey, we're the last 2 pairs here. Double D doesn't want Eddie gone, vice versa. And Panini really doesn't want Chowder gone, but Chowder, I don't know how he'd care. I feel like Chowder, for once, would actually appreciate Panini being around, because that is like not only someone to talk to and like someone to not judge you, but she is also from his world, which is immediately a connection that way because they can like relate more. And he just lost FlapJack, poor guy. That was his best friend in the house. In the bustling kitchen of the Big Brother house, Double D, Eddie, Chowder, and Panini gathered around the counter, their voice mingling with the sizzling sounds of Chowder's cheeseburgers cooking on the stove. It's rather unnerving to consider the dwindling numbers of pairs in the house. With each eviction, our collective presence become more conspicuous. All right, Double D immediately just staying. He's like, all right, I gotta be frank with y'all. I've been staying up at night and I gotta be, I'm scared. Eddie, leaning against the kitchen island with a furrowed brow, nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's like we got giant targets painted on our backs or something. We gotta watch our step. Let your nuts hang, you heard? Chowder, flipping burgers with practice ease, chimed in with a worried expression. I don't want Panini or me to get sent home just cause we're a pair. That'd be super not cool. Agreed, Chowder. We gotta stay vigilant and stick together. Strength in numbers, right? Indeed, Panini. While our status as pairs may make us target, it affords us a unique opportunity to support each other. We must remain steadfast in our resolve. But little did they know that while they were talking, Dee Dee, hidden from view, listened intently to their conversation, her curiosity piqued by their discussion of alliances and potential targets. She made a mental note to keep an eye on the dynamics forming within the house. After swiftly leaving her hiding spot, Dee Dee hurried to find Mandy, her mind racing with the information she had just gathered. Mandy, Mandy, Mandy! You won't believe what I just overheard. What is it, Dee Dee? What did you hear? She leaned in close, whispering as she relayed the details of the conversation she had just listened to in the kitchen. The concerns expressed by Double D, Eddie, Chowder, Panini about their status as pairs. So, forming alliances and worrying about being targeted, huh? Yeah, and they're really concerned about sticking together. It seems like they're strategizing pretty hard. Mandy, we've got to get Panini out of here. She's too much of a threat, always scheming and making alliances. We can't trust her. You know what, Mandy? Panini's just not a threat. She's a big stink. Yeah, that's right, a big stink. She's been stinking up this house with her sneaky moves and fake alliances. It's time to air out the place. Big stink, huh? That's a new one. But you know what, Didi? I think you might be on to son. Well, that's to make sure Panini gets a whiff of what's coming her way. Panini, you better watch out, bro. They got a bounty on your back. No paper towel. It is now day 37. The HOH room remains vacant for way too long, and it is time for the house guest to wake up super early, out of nowhere, like 4:30 a.m. Immediately head to the HOH challenge area. Mandy, as the previous HOH, you cannot play. House guest, the head of household challenge is BB Flicks and Chill. Look at a set of movie posters and try to guess the correct one based on a set of clues. Whoever has the most points at the end wins. If there is a tie at the end, there will be a tiebreaker challenge with only one question where whoever answers the fastest wins HOH. Cannot be eliminated. And as everyone knows, this is also a double eviction. They're sweating hard. That's why they're strategizing so hard right now, because it is another double. If they survive this, I can probably safely say that they could call themselves like game players, because 2 double survives back to back is great. So for the first genre movie posters, I'm gonna say it's like animated stuff, DreamWorks, Disney, whatever. First poster, Over the Hedge. Bam, Rigby got it, he's in the lead. Second one, Shrek. Bam, Eddie got it, he's in the lead. Third one is The Good Dinosaur, in which Panini gets it. And now to end off with like the animated genre, we're gonna go for the Edd, Eddy movie special, in which Double D gets it. Alright, Garfield, in which I feel like Didi actually gets it. So we have a 5-way tie right now. Now, this is a little unfair for Knuckles and Finn, who they can't really like do movies, you know? Like, he got BMO, sure, and he has that one like episode where they watch movies. I actually like that episode. I think it's funny, but it's not like huge movies like these guys could watch or something, because these guys watch what we watch, but these guys can't. For example, if I said Saw 2, showed them that movie poster, I think the only one that would get it is probably Rigby, so 2 points Rigby. Young Sheldon poster, you know Double D got that. Hell's Kitchen, Chowder, easy. The Lego movie, you got Didi. 2 points Didi, 2 points Rigby, and 2 points Double D. Dr. Doolittle, you obviously know Rigby has this. Rigby, if you get the next question, you win. Now with the last poster, slowly zooming in, like, you know, it's the SpongeBob thing from like the burger. They trying to figure out what it is, squinting, confused. They don't think they've ever seen this until, Didi realizes what it is. It is justice, friends, which means we have a tie between Rigby and Didi, in which the last poster is Puss in Boots. I think Rigby would know this. I think Didi would know this. Both of their hands immediately slamming down. But you already know who got shorter hands and then who has big ass, lengthy, lanky hockey stick arm, which means congratulations, week 6 HOH winner, Didi. I don't know where that came from. You just popped off. Dexter's probably flabbergasted in the jury house. Didi, big dubs on your win. Congratulations. You have definitely earned it. And immediately, I think she'll say, I'm going to talk to each of you one at a time. First, Mandy. And immediately, she is ecstatic to show Mandy that she actually can do this game. Someone let Didi have power of the double elimination. This is about to go terrible. And immediately, without even talking to other people, I feel like Didi's spitting that game, and she's like, so it's obvious, right? Panini, Double D, Eddie, Chowder, Panini, Double D, Eddie, Chowder, Panini. Like, as long as it's Panini. And Mandy's like, well, hold on now. I'm gonna let you on a little secret since we're such best friends, all right? And she's like, oh, all right, bet. I kinda have a secret but fake deal with Eddie, which means I kinda have one with Double D. Keeping those guys around would not only benefit our game and my game, which in the long run, if something is good for my game, it's good for your game, because we're the final three, right? You know, gaslighting the hell out of Dee. Not to mention, as long as they're around, they're going to be targeted due to being a pair. And if this week goes right, they're going to be the last pair. I'm not going to tell you who the third person should be, but don't make it Eddie, don't make it Double D, and don't make it number 5. Anyone else, you have free range. And she's like, yes, sir. And since the HOH room has like a personal, like really nice bath set, I feel like Mandy's just going to like use her friendship to use the bath. And she's going to over listen every conversation she has with people secretly from the bathroom without anyone knowing. Talking to Double D, I feel like Dee kind of likes Double D just because their names are so similar, and Double D is like very nice and helpful. He hasn't gave her any reason to even dislike him at all, so I feel like that conversation goes pretty well. Eddie is a little bit of a different story because he's way different than Double D. He's very schemy. He's talking in this house, but she puts on a little bit of a demeanor like, I don't know if I can trust you, but I probably won't put you up, just enough so he kind of feels safe, especially when he talks to Double D, and Double D, you know, like relays the information that his conversation with Dee went well. Now, obviously with number 5, I feel like they just get along. They're in a little bit of the same alliance. I feel like number 5 is skeptical of Mandy, and if she were to nominate or say to nominate Finn or Rigby, she would probably put her foot down. Now, I feel like Panini might just outright refuse to talk to Dee. And she's like, Chowder, you can talk to her later if you want to, but I'm mad because I'm stressing out. I'm tweaking right now because Dee, her bitch ass just won HOH. You know what that means, Chowder? That means I'm up, and I'm about to be gone. I'm up and above. I'm stressing out. I don't know if I have the numbers. And so when I feel like Dee like asks where Panini is because it's her turn. So I feel like when Dee asks where Panini is because it's her turn to talk and Knuckles says she just don't want to talk, I feel like Mandy gaslights the hell out of Dee, saying, well, look at Panini, too good to talk to you, even when you're HOH. That's how little she thinks of you. And Dee's like, all right, bruh, enough. I'm gonna talk to her my damn self. Dee stormed into the dart room, her frustration reaching its peak. Dee's eyes narrowed as she focused her attention squarely on Panini. Panini, we need to talk. Panini glanced up from her conversation with Chowder, her expression unreadable. What do you want, Dee? I'm busy. Dee's anger flared at Panini's dismissive tone, fueled further by Mandy's instigating about Panini's supposed superiority. Busy being better than everyone else, huh, Squiddy? Is that why you won't talk to me? Panini stood up, jaw clenched in frustration. I don't have to explain myself to you, Dee. Unlike some people, I actually have a strategy in this game. Oh, please, you think you're so special, but you're just a conniving backstabber who's too scared to play fair. And you're just a loudmouth troublemaker who can't stand it when someone else outshines her. You think you're better than everyone else just because you're loud and obnoxious. Chowder attempted to intervene, his voice lost. His efforts were futile in the face of their escalating fury. Alright, so I'm gonna say like the next morning, like Dee comes to the kitchen to get like a bite to eat. And Panini, still angry from yesterday, says, well, if it isn't doo-doo Dee herself. Her expression darkened, mixture of shock and outrage. Excuse me, did you just call me doo-doo? That is so funny, I don't know why. Oh, did I hit a nerve, doo-doo? And since you don't you think? How dare you? You think you're so clever, don't you? Well, let me tell you, Panini, you're nothing but a spoiled brat who... Panini interrupted with a dismissive wave of her hand. Save your breath, doo-doo. You'll need it for all the crying you'll be doing when you're evicted. I'll show you who's crying when I'm the one laughing in the end.
You just wait and see, boy.
Unfortunately for Panini, only hours after this interaction, it is time for the HOH to use their power as HOH and name 3 nominees for this potential double eviction. As for obvious reasons for yesterday's actions, today's actions, and letting her brother leave, she clearly decides that the first nominee will unfortunately be Panini. Panini sighs. She already expected this. She sits down. She's ready to win this veto. The second person she has decided to nominate, unfortunately guilty by association, guilty. Chowder, you are the second nominee and you're also up for this eviction. Now, unlike Mandy, Edd Eddy is playing with her feelings, where Mandy's nominations for her double were all purely like game related, except maybe the replacement, but we ignore that. Unfortunately, Chowder, you also kind of had a chance to maybe make it where Dexter doesn't leave, but unfortunately she has to nominate someone else, and that someone else had to be you, and also a third person, and she says that directly, this person, I'm sorry, I have to nominate you. There's just not really reason for me as a person myself to keep you around. I unfortunately decided to nominate Knuckles. FlapJack was just lost. I think FlapJack would probably prefer you better in the jury house. Tell him I said hi. And Knuckles like, whoa, bro, this some bull. What's your problem, Edd Eddy? You think you're some kind of master strategist now? You're just making enemies left and right. You're making a big mistake, Edd Eddy. You're gonna regret crossing me like this. You better watch your back, because when I get off this block, I'm coming for you. Wow, looks like we stumbled upon a real circus act here. Panini, you're like the star performer. Always stealing the show with your drama, but seriously, lighten up. It's just a game. Come on, Edd Eddy, let's leave these clowns to their little circus. We got better things to do. And seeing how rude Edd Eddy and Mandy are being, number 5 is like a little bit curious if she is like on the villain side right now, because she is getting weird vibes. Double D says, I must say, the recent events have been quite distressing. The atmosphere in the house has become palpably strained. Yeah, dude, it's like everyone's at each other's throats all of a sudden. I don't get why Mandy and Edd Eddy are acting like this. For real, it's like they forgot we're all supposed to be in this together. It's not cool, man. I fear that if this continues, it may have dire consequences for all of us. We must tread carefully and try to navigate through these turbulent waters. Yeah, you're right, Double D. We gotta stick together. Agreed. We may be facing some tough times ahead, but as long as we got each other, we can weather any storm. Alright, it is day 39, the day of the veto. We see the house guests talking, trying to do a little bit of strategizing before the veto picks. You know, Finn, sometimes I can't help but think about FlapJack. He was a good kid, always had a smile on his face no matter what. Yeah, I miss him too, Knuckles. He was like the heart of the house, you know? Always bringing positivity and laughter. You know, he used to remind me a lot of you, Finn. Always ready for an adventure, never backing down from a challenge. Bro, you talking about him like he's dead. Shucks, Knuckles, that means a lot coming from you. FlapJack was one of a kind. I'm glad to have known him. Bro, you still know him. Listen, Finn, I know things have been going rough lately, but if there's one thing FlapJack taught us, it's to keep pushing forward no matter what. We gotta stay strong. You're right, Knuckles, we owe it to FlapJack. I know it's a lot to ask, but can you promise me your vote? I just need to know if I can count on you to have my back. I wish I could give you a definite answer, Knuckles, but things are so unpredictable in here. All I can promise is that I'll do what feels right in the moment, but I'll keep your words in mind. Flicker of disappointment in Knuckles' eyes, though he nodded in understanding. Thanks, Finn. I appreciate your honesty. With a heavy sigh, Knuckles turned away, disappeared into the house. Finn couldn't help feel but a pang of guilt, knowing that his words have left Knuckles more uncertain than before. Alright, everyone is at the veto challenge area. As you all may know, the HOH and the 3 nominees automatically get to compete in the veto challenge. And since this is a double elimination, only the nominees get to draw. 6 people will play, which means only 3 people will sit out. Chowder has drawn. Rigby. Knuckles has drawn. Eddy. Last but not least, Panini has drawn. Mandy. Ooh, what? Alright, well there you have it. These 3 will not compete. Fitting in. Take a series of shapes and fit them into a certain shape. It's basically a puzzle. And I'm just gonna say it's a huge puzzle of a multicolor Cartoon Network symbol. Now, obviously, as the challenge starts, we're like looking at everyone and looking at these cast of people. I don't really know for certain. I don't think anyone else would who would exactly win. Because Mandy isn't really known for running, and I don't think she would hustle all that much. Not to mention, maybe she doesn't even want the power right now. I mean, she might. She is power hungry. But I think she might low-key just leave all of this bloodshed to Edd Eddy. As long as the blood is not on her name, she's fine. Eddie would kinda like to see Chowder or Panini get off the block, especially Chowder. But unfortunately, Eddie isn't too good at puzzle. He's kind of good at building stuff, but you can kind of see with the stuff he builds, it's not structured too great, or the pieces don't exactly fit, so I doubt he'd be good at a puzzle. Double D, I'm so sorry. You would have crushed this challenge. You probably would have already won. Knuckles, I just don't think he's doing that good. He's probably like second to last. Honestly, like the front runners to win are Edd Eddy, Eddie, Panini, and Chowder. Alright, maybe a little bit less to Chowder. I don't know if he could do too well on a puzzle, especially if it was a big one. And I'm gonna say that these three at a certain time only have like less than 20 pieces each. Kind of counting everyone else already out. Rigby's still trying though, but like almost crying. I'm gonna say Eddie finishes the puzzle, but there is a square piece that is upside down that looks exactly like it should be, and he has to find it because it doesn't count, giving just enough time for these two to compete. But ultimately, I feel like, unfortunately for Edd Eddy, congratulations, the power of Veto goes to Panini. Congratulations, you did it, you earned it, you got the dub. And oh my god, I feel like Edd Eddy is mad right now. Going to day 40 automatically for the veto ceremony, because we already kind of know what is about to happen. Panini obviously uses the golden power of veto on herself, safe from elimination, cannot be eliminated or evicted this week. Chowder is kind of happy that Panini won, and you know, he's like happy and everything, but he is very nervous because he kind of thought to himself that between him, Knuckles, and Panini, he probably would have like been safe, but now he doesn't know. Now, Edd Eddy is hella mad that Panini is off the block, and she knows for a fact that if she nominates someone else, that is a safe bet to nominate like Rigby or maybe even Finn, that Chowder probably going to stay. Panini will have him, Eddie, and Double D with whoever else she might not even know. And that's too much security for Panini. She cannot have that. So she's going a little bit against Mandy wishes, and she has decided to nominate my poor beady boy, Double D. To her, the best case scenario is Knuckles stays. So I think on day 41, she definitely tries to push that. And I kind of feel like the entire time she's talking this game about Knuckles staying, getting the other two out, Mandy kind of says like nods her head, and number 5's a little bit surprised but is unsure. And so Mandy says, hey Edd Eddy, how about you go try and listen again? Last time you did that, it was super helpful. And she was like, oh, yes, sir. Yes, Mandy. And as soon as she leaves the room to listen, Mandy goes to number 5 and she's like, look, Edd Eddy is lost in the sauce. She thinks she has too much power. I think we should humble her a little bit, not let her know it was us. And so Mandy kind of whispers to number 5 who to vote a little bit. And yes, they are scheming. All Edd Eddy hears about these three, I guess, is like their favorite snacks and stuff. Knuckles doesn't want to talk about the eviction too much because he is deathly afraid of what he thinks is about to happen. And obviously Chowder, Panini, Eddie, Double D, they're all coming to senses like, aw, one of us has to be. There's no way around it. And so Panini and Eddie both say respectively, like, no offense, but I kind of have to vote Double D to be safe. And Panini says, yeah, like, no offense, I have to vote Chowder. And so with this, they respectively go their ways to talk different games. I feel like Panini and Chowder even try to like suck up to number 5 a little bit, because Panini is like, look, number 5, I know we haven't talked much this entire game. I know we might not even be aligned for that matter, but I have never really done anything to you. I kind of like you. You're chill. I think you're very smart. You are very strong. So just like kind of think of that when you vote. Hashtag girl power, some bullshit like that. However, that that unfortunate day, day 42, rolls around where we are unfortunately about to lose 2 amazing house guests. Strategies are set in, whispers are being whispered. The 3 nominees will each have a turn standing up to plea on why they should be saved, not evicted, and beg for their life in the house. Knuckles, you will start first. Hey everyone, I know this might come as a shock, but I find myself in a bit of a tough spot this week. I've been nominated for eviction. I want to take a moment to share my thoughts on why I believe I should stay. Firstly, I want to express how much this experience has meant to me. Coming into this house, I didn't expect to form such strong bonds with all of you. Each of you has become like family to me, and the thought of leaving so soon is tough to swallow. I've given it my all in every competition, striving to contribute to our collective success. But beyond the personal connections, I want to talk about the game. It feels unjust to be on the chopping block right after FlapJack was just evicted last week. He and I shared a special bond, and his departure hit me hard. It doesn't seem fair to see another friend leave so soon after. Alright, thank you very much, Knuckles. Chowder, it is now your turn. Hi everyone. So, I'm here today because I've been nominated for eviction, and I just wanted to take a moment why I should stay. I want to say that being in this house has been an incredible experience, have the chance to meet so many amazing people. It's been like a big crazy adventure, and I loved every minute of it. I know that sometimes in this game, tough decisions have to be made, and I respect that, but I also believe that I still have a lot to offer to this group. I've tried my best to be a positive presence in the house to support my fellow housemates and contribute however I can to our collective success. I understand that my nomination might be based on strategic gameplay. I respect that, but I hope you'll also consider the friendships we formed and the journey we've been on together. I'm not ready to say goodbye just yet, and I'd really appreciate your vote to stay. Thank you for listening, and thank you for this amazing opportunity. And just to add, I've been cooking for everyone every day, trying to keep our spirits high with some good food. I hope that's something worth considering as well. And last but not least, Double D, talk your speech. Ladies and gentlemen of the house, I stand before you today with a heavy heart as I find myself nominated for eviction. However, I believe it's imperative to address some underlying dynamic that have influenced this decision. Firstly, it's become increasingly evident that certain individuals have formed alliances, and I can't help but notice the strategic maneuverings at play. Number 5, Mandy and Edd Eddy appear to be working in concert, aligning their interests for mutual benefit. While I respect their strategic prowess, I cannot ignore the potential threat this poses to those outside their circle. Furthermore, Knuckles' behavior has raised concerns. While his affable demeanor is endearing, his lack of active engagement in social interactions and his penchant for indulging in confectionaries raise questions about his commitment to the collective goals of the house. Chowder, although a beloved member of our community, has managed to fly under the radar by focusing solely on culinary endeavors. While his culinary skills are compatible and contribute to our daily sustenance, I urge you to consider whether his passive approach to the game aligns with the competitive nature of this big brother. As for number 5, her strategic acumen cannot be underestimated. Despite her outward facade of passivity, she has demonstrated exceptional prowess and challenge, securing victory in the first head of household competition. However, her recent performance and challenges raises suspicions on deliberate underperformance, suggesting a calculated strategy to conceal her true capabilities. In closing, I implore you to weigh these considerations carefully. While I have been forthright in my assessments of the current dynamics, I remain committed to fostering a culture of kindness and mutual respect within the house. Thank you. Holy shit, Double D, you just flamed the house and now they're scared. Everyone now hearing that, it is time to vote anonymously. You are not voting to evict, you are voting to save. Whoever you cast your vote to, you are casting them to be in the house and to not be evicted. Eddie, it's pretty obvious who I think you're gonna vote to save, so you go ahead and go first. In which he obviously casts his vote to save Double D. Panini has decided to cast her vote to save Chowder. Rigby has casted his vote to save Double D. Finn has casted his vote to save Knuckles. Number 5 has casted her vote to save Chowder, which means it is all up to Mandy. Whoever she saves, this could either be a tie or she decides who stays. Alright, house guests, the votes are in. If you are evicted, you have a few moments to say goodbye, collect your thing, and then walk out the door. With only one vote to save and the first person evicted in this double, I'm so sorry, you tried your best, but unfortunately, Knuckles, you have been evicted from the Big Brother house. Well, it seems my time in the Big Brother house has come to an end. I must admit, it's been quite the roller coaster ride filled with high and lows, more than a few loops along the way. I want to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for the friendships we forged and the memories we shared. From late night chats to dance parties, you've all made this experience unforgettable. To my fellow house guests, I bid you farewell with a heavy heart, but also with a sense of pride in the bonds we formed. Whether we were strategizing in the game room or simply enjoying each other's company in the backyard, know that I cherish every moment. And to the viewers at home, thank you for welcoming me into your living rooms each week, allowing me to share a glimpse of my life with you. Your support has meant the world to me, and I hope to make you proud in whatever endeavors lie ahead. As I bid adieu to the Big Brother house, the memories we've created together will live on in my heart forever. Until we meet again, take care, stay true to yourselves. Farewell. Which means we have the second evicted of the night, and with 2 votes to save to 3. This hurts me like quite a bit because I love like their character and the show they're from, but I'm so sorry, Double D. Maybe your speech was just a little bit too strong, a little bit too much. I mean, you called out Mandy and number 5. That's 2 votes right there. Panini was obviously gonna vote Chowder. And Knuckles had a heartfelt conversation with Finn. So I don't know what your game plan was, but you exposed people. You really did try your best. It's very sad to see you gone. Well, it appears my time in the Big Brother house has reached its conclusion. While I must admit I hope to stay a bit longer, I can't say I'm entirely surprised by this outcome. As for what lies ahead, I suppose only time will tell. Whether I return to the comfort of my own lab or venture into new uncharted territories, I do so with a sense of resolve and a keen eye on the future. Farewell, my fellow house guests, and may the remainder of your time here be filled with both excitement and introspection. As for me, I bid adieu to the Big Brother house, contented the knowledge that I leave with my dignity intact. That memory wall's starting to look a little gray, and here we have it. Congratulations to the final 8. You guys have made it halfway through the game. You guys have definitely proved that you are here to play. They have been here quite a hot minute. It is day 43 in the Big Brother Cartoon Network house. And the house guests are coming to terms that they are the final 8 and they have made it halfway through the game. Their time in the house is becoming limited. With Knuckles and Double D both being evicted, I feel like this is when Eddie goes into game and high alert mode. Them getting rid of Double D is like pulling the pin on a grenade. And not only is Eddie mad, which I do think he might be able to conceal a little bit, but he also might throw some crazy like shade. Mordecai was evicted, Double D was evicted, and this leaves Rigby and Eddie. I feel like they would come to bonding terms. Eddie furrowed his brows as he lined up his shot on the dartboard, the tension evident in his posture. And I won't even lie, I don't blame him for being mad. Like, can you believe they booted Double D out like that? It's just not right, man. Double D was kind of like unexpectedly outed from the house. Rigby nodded as he threw his dart. I hear you, Eddie. It sucks big time, but hey, what can we do? It's not like we can just storm into the diary room and demand justice. Because Rigby, he lost Mordecai a minute ago. They both lost their person in a double. Yeah, I know, Eddie muttered. He's so mad he can't get hype right now. He has to keep his composure a little bit. He don't know who's gonna be in power. And he missed his dart shot. That's hilarious. But still, it's not fair. Double D didn't deserve to go out like that. He's putting big respects on the homie Double D. I respect that. You gotta play it cool, Eddie. We can't let them see how ticked off we are, especially with the whole Girl Alliance thing going on. Oh, alright. So they're not even like speculating. They kind of know. And Eddie, he hates the fact there's a Girl Alliance. Yeah, I've heard the whispers, but mark my words, Rigby, we're not out of this game yet. We'll find a way to shake things up and turn the tables on them. Eddie sighed. He threw that dart hella hard. You know who I'd love to see hit the road next? Mandy. She's been pulling the strings behind the scenes and it's getting old real fast. Alright, so Eddie and Mandy used to actually be close, but I think with Double D gone, Eddie does not feel safe in the house anymore. And I don't think Rigby likes Mandy anyway, especially with the Mordecai treatment. She's been acting all high and mighty like she's running the show. It's time someone knocked her off her pedestal. And what about number 5? Sure, she's been laying low, but that doesn't mean she's innocent. I've got a feeling she's playing us all for fools. I don't like it one bit. Oh, so Eddie just targeting to target. She's all smiles and giggles on the surface, but I've seen the way she operates. She's sneaky and I don't trust her as far as I can throw her. Yeah, she's definitely got some tricks. We'll have to keep a close eye on her if we want to stay one step ahead, bro. It's Edd Eddy. You walk and you already one step ahead. And Panini, Eddie added. She's been stirring up drama left and right. Eddie, you playing the game with your eyes closed? Panini, like, yeah, she's kind of the reason that Edd Eddy started off mad, but Edd Eddy's staying mad. And that's where, like, I don't know, like, she gotta go if we want a peace around here. You said it, Ed. We'll have to strategize carefully. We want to take down these girls one by one, but mark my words, we'll get them out here and reclaim our rightful spots at the top. Ooh, so we might be looking at a little Final 2 deal. So as Finn and number 5 works out in the gym, I do believe there is a discussion to be heard. Alright, they just got done working out. Finn leaned against the bench, his mind wandering to more pressing matters. Hey, number 5, can I ask you something? I've been thinking, with the way we've been dominating these challenges, do you ever worry that we might have a target on our backs? And, you know, her expression is thoughtful as she does, you know, like, listen to his words. She is, like, kind of very with the girls' alliance. But she said, you know, she does think about it. She's like, yeah, I guess it's possible. But hey, we're a dynamic duo, right? Oh my god, number 5, you talking that bull. You never once thought of Finn. Well, her and Finn do hang out just because they, like, have a lot of attributes and common things together, but even though number 5 has kind of been subconsciously, like, his friend, I don't think she's been meaning to. So I think this whole sense right here is like a nothing burger, has no weight to it. And then Finn's dumbass, that's the spirit. We'll just have to stay sharp and keep like, bro, this isn't a Hallmark movie. Number 5 grinned back, yeah, I bet. So Finn, you know, I was HOH once, and if you were in my shoes as HOH, possibly, who would you nominate? She's boldly asking these questions. These are questions you cannot ask in Big Brother, especially, like, the first 3-4 weeks, because this question right here will get you targeted, like, right off the back, unless you're the HOH asking this. Finn obviously shifted uncomfortably. He knew this conversation was inevitable, but that didn't make it any easier. It's not really my place to say, you see. I mean, I guess I'd have to say maybe Mandy and Panini. Oh, Finn, you're being dumb, bruh. You're telling number 5, who could possibly be the next HOH, that you would nominate both Mandy and Panini. Panini's kind of been outcasted from the girls. Like, Mandy has been trying to, like, repair that shit, get Edd Eddy to calm her ass down. Interesting choices, she remarked. Well, thanks for being honest with me. Oh, Finn, you just fumbled the entire game, bruh. Alright, Chowder and Panini the entire time were just chilling, talking in the living room, but we're gonna see them go to the kitchen as Chowder gets hungry. And Panini, she's like, you know, Chowder, I've been thinking maybe I should try to make amends with Edd Eddy. Chowder paused, like he's surprised, a bag of flour in his hand, and looked at Panini. Why's that? You know, he's curious. Well, things have been tense between us lately, and I don't like having bad blood with anyone in the house. Plus, it might be nice to have another ally. She's a little delusional, but she could probably sneak her way into the girls' alliance. Save Chowder for Final 5, or maybe try to get them somewhere. Yeah, I get that Edd Eddy can be a handful sometimes, but I think she means well. And then Chowder's eyes light up with excitement. His fat ass says, hey, why don't we bake some cookies? It'll be a fun way to break the ice with Edd Eddy, bro. You about eat like 3 dozens and leave them 4. Bouncing with enthusiasm, yeah, I bet. And Panini, she's hyped. She said, that's a great idea, Chowder. Let's do it. And then we finally see Mandy getting some fresh air and Edd Eddy yapping her ear off. So, Mandy, what's your favorite color? Edd Eddy asked, casually, a mischievous glint in her eye. Mandy considered for a moment. She's like, green. I've always been drawn to earthy tones. Mandy, what are you doing right now? You high? Someone passed you grass? In the diary room? Help. Edd Eddy wrinkled her nose. Green, huh? I don't really like green. You know what else I don't like? Mandy raised an eyebrow. What's that? Panini. She's always acting high and mighty, but she's nothing but a stinky, selfish jerk. Mandy listened quietly. She shut her ass up and she's like, oh, why's that? Remember when Dexter needed help? And Panini just stood there and did nothing. She didn't lift a finger to help him, even though she could have made a difference. I see what you mean. It's frustrating when people don't step up to help each other out. Exactly. It's like we're all in this together and we should be helping each other, not just looking out for ourselves. Mandy once again raised her eyebrows. Edd Eddy continues on her tirade before she finally says, Edd Eddy, guess what? Edd Eddy paused, taken back by Mandy's sudden shift in demeanor. What? She replied. Clam the fuck up. Edd Eddy's eyes widened in surprise at Mandy's blunt response, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. With another word, she pushed her chair back abruptly, stormed out of the room. Yeah, Edd Eddy mad as hell. She's already having a bad time. She's always angry. As Edd Eddy stormed down the hallway, her frustration boiling over, she spotted Panini standing nearby, a tray of freshly baked cookies in her hand. Without a second thought, Edd Eddy shoved past her, causing Panini to stumble and the cookies to go flying, scattering across the floor. Panini let out a gasp. She said, "Hey, watch it." Edd Eddy's voice rose in protest as she pointed an accusing finger at Panini. "That's your fault, you know," she retorted, her tone sharp with frustration. "Matter of fact, help, producer, she's attacking me." Panini's eyes widened in disbelief at Edd Eddy's accusation, her own frustration mounting as she struggled to find the right words to prevent herself. And then the producers made them split up, both on the opposite sides of the house. Y'all can talk to each other if you want in 10 minutes, but until then, calm down. And now I feel like the other house guests are like, whoa, what's going on? The producers just came here. There's looking good cookies on the floor. Who did that? I'm mad. So I feel like number 5 would probably come over here to get the tea. And Finn probably just follows suit. But I'm going to say Eddie and Rigby probably come over here and they probably get the rundown of their own way. And Eddie's like, it's about time that we stop this nonsense. I don't care who goes, but someone needs to go. Y'all either got to stop arguing or get evicted because, this ain't working. Rigby, he's probably tired of it as well. He just wants to chill. But at the same time, I feel like he's gonna be quiet because all of this commotion, everyone doing this, lets him be in the background and potentially not get targeted. Because he was on the chopping block for a while, almost the entire time. So if he can get off of it, please. And of course, Edd Eddy tells her own version of the story. She's like, I was just walking down the hall and Panini had a hot tray of cookies and so she tried to burn me. She pressed the tray against my skin and obviously I naturally reacted and my arm just swung and flung the cookies. I didn't mean to. I tried to apologize, but she got angry with me. And number 5's like, damn, Mandy's like, I know that didn't happen. She's thinking that in her head, but then she's like, Edd Eddy, I can't believe she did that to you. Finn can't believe it either. He's very surprised. And I think with that, it is probably the time that they go to bed. Everyone is in like their own little corner with who they can trust, barely. But as it turns to day 44, it is time to introduce a new HOH. Alright, Edd Eddy, since you were the last HOH, you cannot compete in this HOH challenge. This HOH challenge is called Micro Brews. Stack tiny micro cans with huge tweezers in a tower formation. These things are super light, so even the lightest breath through a clogged nostril will knock that shit over. If you've seen this HOH challenge, you know how not easy it is. Now, since everyone is starting off on a blank slate, I'm just gonna have them all in order like this. Some of them do have more shaky hands than others, but I also feel like since she's a cook, she'd probably be decent at this. I feel like number 5 would have steady hands. Ed builds a lot of contraptions, and Rigby, he's a raccoon. He has like them little grabby fingers. But if I had to choose like 2 people that would like make their cans fall over and they had to restart, putting them at the bottom of like who's most likely to win, at the beginning, it probably is Chowder. And you know what? I am gonna say Rigby. He probably does accidentally like breathe a little too hard, tries to sigh, knocks it over. He's mad. People getting nervous. Everyone that, hasn't knocked over have their first line done. They're starting on their second line. And I just feel like number 5 would somehow accidentally just drop her can. Mandy probably looks over. When she looks over, it just a little whoosh of air. Bam, there goes her cans. I'm sorry, Chowder. I just feel like you would be terrible at this challenge. Your cans knock over again. Followed by Eddie and Mandy once again. Mandy probably getting really angry. Some of them have to be like on a step stool or something. Rigby once again, I feel like drops his can. Finn starting on his final row, but you know what happened. Every time someone gets like super close, they don't know how to distribute the weight, and then bam, falls over. Chowder, once again, your cans knock over. Your hands trembling. I know you breathe heavily. You for sure breathe heavily. Panini gets really close, just like Finn did, and I think she only has 3 cans left, but it doesn't matter. Her tweezers accidentally hit the stack. Doesn't knock all of it off, but it does knock like everything that's not the first row off, which probably puts her here. Rigby did it like kind of fast and impressive, but that does unfortunately leave him to like his cans falling. And as the camera like suspensefully pans between number 5 and Eddie, both of them just need like 4 more, then 3 more, 2 more, but then it does the Big Brother style editing where number 5 knocks off her cans. Congratulations, this week's HOH, Eddie, having all the power, the reign. You get to choose which 2 people to nominate, and I feel like there's automatically people shaking in their boots. As Eddie starts his conversations as the new HOH, I feel like this is when Finn and number 5 both make their way to the diary room. Finn, you are one out of the 2 people who were voted by YouTube and accumulated the most votes to be in a secret task. It could be either very rewarding or very not good for your game at all. You and another person have been voted on a task where there is a secret. You and the other secret person voted by YouTube have to search the house for a secret spotlight veto. Now, when you find this veto, all it does is guarantee that if you are nominated, you will be given a spotlight veto along with the regular veto won by a competing player. However, whoever doesn't find the spotlight veto must do something that could hurt their game. Not only can you not play in veto, but in front of everyone, you have to say that you have been disqualified from playing veto, and you have to choose someone else directly your choice in front of everyone to also not play in veto. This could very well hurt your chances among like relationships and friendships. In the HOH room, Rigby and Eddie dab each other up, their spirits high. Eddie's recent victory is the new HOH, mischievous grin on his face. Rigby leaned in, eager to impart some of his signature flair to his friend. Alright, Eddie, listen up. If you really want to own this HOH gig, you gotta master the art of whoa. Bro, this is the thing him and Mordecai does. The what now? It's simple, dude. Just let out a big dramatic... Bro, I ain't reading that, but I love his like hype crunk energy. I wish I was there with him. When you're feeling hyped or want to make an entrance, trust me, it's a game changer. Oh, shut up, Rigby. That's not a game changer. Eddie took a deep breath and followed Rigby's lead, belting out his own enthusiastic whoa with gusto. Oh, that'd be so fire for Eddie to do that. Not bad, Eddie. Not bad at all. Looks like you're ready to rule this house in style. So Rigby automatically knows he's safe. We got Finn and number 5 just trying to search the house for that veto. Now, I feel like when Eddie and Finn talk, it's gonna be a little odd because they haven't like targeted each other at all. But they also haven't like befriended each other. And Eddie's like, look, Finn, I think we both know there's a girls' alliance going in on the house. And Finn obviously automatically likes where this is going because you heard who he wanted to nominate earlier. He's like, I can't tell you who yet, but just trust me, Finn, you are not going to be a nominee. And Finn is happy that, you know, he has good like trust and faith with Eddie, but at the same time, he kind of wants to be put up so he has his veto. He wants to make like a 2 Veto thing happen. He isn't here just to be friends. He also wants to do a flashy game. That's what Jake told him to do, and that's what he wants to do. But he's just happy regardless that, you know, his name is apparently not out there. Now, Eddie's the type of dude to talk to everyone individually. Hey, Chowder, Eddie began, his tone gentle yet reassuring. You seem a little worried there. Everything okay? I mean, Chowder going into the HOH room probably would be a little, like, worrying. Oh, hey, Eddie. I guess I'm just thinking about the nominations and stuff. It's kind of nerve-wracking, you know, because he is in the last pair of the house. Eddie nodded understandingly, placing a reassuring hand on Chowder's shoulder. I get it, buddy. Being HOH means making some tough choices, but trust me, you're gonna do great. No problem, Chow. You're a good person. I know you've got what it takes to navigate this game, but try to remember, as HOH, I've got to nominate someone, but that doesn't mean it's a reflection on you personally. So I think this might be Eddie kind of hinting he's gonna put up Panini and possibly Chowder. And of course, I feel like, you know, it's Panini's turn to talk to him. Chowder's like, hey, bro, you might want to talk some crazy game in there because he's nominating us crazy. Alright, as Panini enters the room, gets comfortable, she's like, look, Eddie, I just want to say that I would really prefer not to be nominated this week. I've been trying to play a loyal game and I hope you can see that. Eddie nodded, acknowledging her words. However, before she could continue, he raised a hand, interrupting her gently but firmly. Panini, look, I hear what you're saying, bruh, but you've gotta understand, as HOH, I gotta make some tough calls. It's nothing personal, it's just the way the game works, and I'm a player, you feel me? I play. I get that, Eddie, but I've been loyal to you and an alliance. What alliance are you in with Eddie? What? I just don't want to end up on the block, you know? I appreciate your loyalty, I really do, but at the end of the day, you want me to be for real? Want me to be dead ass, no cap? It's you versus Dee. What happens next isn't solely on me. I gotta make choices, you see. I ain't a mook. I know what I want, and that's for people to kiss my hand like I'm the Don. Panini's eyes widen as Eddie talks crazy off the perk. Well, you certainly got away with words, Eddie. You know it, Panini, so let's just see how the chips fall, and hey, no hard feelings, okay? It's all part of the game. Damn, she probably left that room with negative confidence. Like, she walked out of there with less confidence than she had walking in. Alright, number 5 knows that she should really talk game to the HOH regardless of who it is. And number 5 also knows that her and Eddie personally hasn't really had any, like, conflictions or anything, so she has like almost a blank canvas. Number 5 walk into the room, you know, her thoughts speaking for themselves. Well, now that you're an HOH, I just wanted to touch base with you and see what your head's at for nomination. This is a horrible pickup line. That just means you're only interested because he's HOH. That's crazy. Eddie leaning back in his chair. Fair enough. I'm still weighing my options, but I gotta ask. You're part of a group, right? The one with numbers. She chuckled and she said, yep, that's right, I'm number 5. So if you're number 5, who's number 1, 3, and 4? Because I already met Blueberry. He's gone out of the house. I took his key. Who's the other 1, 3, and 4? Well, let's just say they're allies of mine, but their identities are under lock and key for now. Mandy knows who they are. I've seen that crossover episode. Don't think I haven't. That's why Mandy and number 5 are chill. Don't think I don't know the lore. Fair enough, gotta keep that mystery alive. But hey, just know that I got your back, Eddie. Whatever you decide for nominees, I'm on board. She's talking to Finn and Eddie in this, along with being in a girls' alliance. She either got this game down or someone might notice. Mandy finally, you know, taking her turn at the HOH batter-up spot. Eddie, you know, hesitated for a moment, but, you know, he decided to ask Mandy anyway. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on who I should nominate this week. Mandy's lips quirked in a small smirk, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Oh, Eddie, you know the drill by now. I've got my finger on the pulse of this house, and I already know who you're planning to nominate. You do? He asked, surprised. And Mandy nodded, her smirk widened even more. As long as you continue to play it safe for me, I really don't care who you put on the block. I'll vote however you want me to. I've got that loyalty. I'll stand by it till the end. Thank you, Eddie, and goodbye. With that, Mandy rose from the bed, went out the HOH room, leaving Eddie flabbergasted. She like, long as not me, I don't care, and I don't care to hear about it. In which Eddie, you know, obviously leaving her for last for a reason. I feel like Eddie hates Double D in this. How he probably pissed at Double D. Or not Double D, Dee Dee. He's having flashbacks about Double D. That's how pissed off he is. You know, as soon as she enters the room, he's like, bro, if you don't get your hockey stick ass out of here, like, he's not interested. There's no reason to talk to him. Don't even go in his room. Like, you just clap his best friend. Pause. It is day 45, and as the HOH Eddie, you have had the time needed and the thoughts and discussions. You must now nominate 2 people for eviction. And Eddie's like, I talked to you guys. I'm pretty sure almost everyone, if not everyone in the house, already know who I'm gonna nominate. First person I have decided to nominate is obviously Dee Dee. Way too many arguments in the house. You cause nothing but drama. You've woken me up from my sleep by like screaming 3 times already. I'm trying to nap, please. And also kind of for the same reasons, but not as bad, I have also decided to nominate Panini. Both of you tomorrow will have a chance to save yourself with Veto, in which on day 46 we see the house guests all lined up, sitting down, ready for, you know, Chris to announce the beginning of Veto. But what they don't know is when he appears on TV, he actually has some special news. House guests, one of you have failed a secret task you were given. And immediately everyone's looking at each other like, oh, who's the bozo? And because of that, your punishment is due. And the due punishment is not only can you not play in Veto, but you must publicly choose someone else who cannot play in Veto as well. And number 5, you know, she kind of like, you know, kicks dirt on her way to like pick someone, a little bit embarrassed, but you know, she's like, you know, guys, this is something I have to do. Doesn't necessarily mean I want to, but I do kind of like Dee Dee and Panini. Personally, I would like to see them both stay in the house. I think the best choice for me to give them a chance is Rigby, I gotta take you down. Which means we have our 6 playing in Veto, Mandy, Panini, and Dee Dee, along with Chowder, Finn, and Eddie. And today's Veto is Laser Maze. Navigate through a series of lasers while guiding an object to the finish. So this might sound easy on paper, but this is very hard because every time you get, you know, like touched by a laser, you gotta restart, gotta move the object back. Not only are you trying to move your Gru looking body through the lasers, you gotta get the big object through it. And so I'm gonna say that there is 5 different level like laser obstacle courses, and it's like increasing in difficulty. The last person to make across each one is eliminated from the Veto challenge, and this will happen until we have a winner. So just looking at everyone and their skill set, instead of focusing on, you know, like who makes it first and second and third, I think right now we all might know the immediate loser. We've seen the Crunkle like Christmas special of Chowder. We know he can't sneak. He's the first one eliminated, RIP. And if I had to give an order of how this went, this is probably how the first session went, from like first made it to last. Now, unfortunately for Dee Dee, I do think she might get out next. She does have that whole ballerina balance thing, but at the end of the day, I just feel like she doesn't have like that maneuvering availability to her, especially with bigger objects. And if they were heavier, it's probably not her like forte either. And to just round it out, make it the easy final 3, the people who need the Veto the most are out of the challenge. It is up to Mandy, Finn, or Eddie. Now, Eddie would love to have complete control of the house because he knows if he wins HOH and Veto, he can really get the Don treatment. All the respect is his, and he's out. Which means it is up to Mandy and Finn, both fighting for that power of Veto. This means so much more to Finn than it does Mandy because it like amplifies it. But then he starts thinking, he's like, you know what? If I win the Veto, that means I have to use it. And it would look not good for my game if I chose to save Panini or Dee Dee. Not to mention, since they both like have been having arguments and he knows that both of them are going to go to jury. And, you know, just thinking about this all, I feel like, whoops, he stumbles just a little bit enough each time. Essentially throwing the Veto challenge to Mandy. Congratulations, you have the power. Spotlight Veto in the trash. And when Mandy wins this power of Veto, I think Panini is so sad. She's probably crying to Chowder all day. because she knows that Dee Dee's about to get that BS treatment once again. And obviously, when that day 47 comes, Mandy is, already ready. She thought about being a little bit devious, perhaps just not saving either, because they are kind of annoying to Mandy, but she's like, hold on now, I do need to get to the end, I do need to win. And so I do feel like Mandy does use the power of veto on Dee Dee. Dee Dee, you are no longer replacement nominee or nominee regular. Eddie, as HOH, please stand and make your replacement nominee choice. It cannot be Mandy and it cannot be Dee Dee. And Eddie, he's a little upset about this because his replacement nominee probably was going to be Mandy, but now he can't. And he can't nominate Rigby, Finn. So it's either Chowder or number 5. And he's very conflicted with this choice, but I feel like at the end, his decision on the replacement nominee is Chowder. He says this makes sense as you guys are the last pair left. And if I gotta be honest, Chowder, we both know there's a girl alliance, and it sucks that Panini is the first one we gotta get out. But if we get Panini out, it's me, you, Finn, and Rigby. We can control this game. We can make Final Four, and we can make this happen. I don't care if number 5, Dee Dee, and Mandy are listening right now. We can do this. And Mandy, she just kind of looks at Eddie a little curious, because she knows they're 3 girls. All she got to do is vote Chowder, and that's it. That's done. And so, matter of fact, on day 48, I think that's exactly what happens. Number 5 and Dee Dee are secretly, trying to whisper and conspire in a room with Mandy, where she's basically like, you know what, that Eddie speech, I think that was a little bit of a test, a little bit of a testing the waters to see if I actually mean my word. I might have been a little too cocky and confident around him, so I think this is why he's doing this, but let's prove him wrong. Dee Dee, I know this sucks for you. You're just gonna have to swallow your pride. Vote Chowder. Number 5, you as well. I trust you. You always got my back. Vote Chowder, please. Chowder's like way too friendly, like way too cooking for everyone. He's like feeding people. This might be the only opportunity we get. So I think number 5 does pretend to go to Finn to talk about it, but she doesn't want to bring that much game on herself. That is way too much information to just be giving out on her own blood. So she probably just works out with Rigby and Finn low-key. Number 5 and Panini found themselves in a lively conversation about their favorite cartoon. They chuckled as, they talked about it and stuff, shared the episodes, mutual love for the characters, but just as they were discussing it, Dee Dee barged into the room with an air of self-importance, obviously doesn't like the fact that number 5 is talking to Panini. What are you two blabbering about? We're just talking about our favorite cartoon. Shooting a pointed glance at Dee Dee. Panini hates her, bruh. Ugh, figures you be into that kitty stuff. What are you talking about? You literally watch ponies all the time. You cried because you couldn't be a pony. I've seen that episode. Stop talking bull. I mean, look at you, Panini. You probably still watch cartoons in your pajamas. What? That's not even an insult. Watch it, Dee Dee. Just because you have no taste doesn't mean you can mock others for enjoying something harmless. Number 5 stepped in, trying to diffuse the tension. She doesn't even know why Dee Dee's starting this bull. Come on, Dee Dee, there's no need to be rude. We're just having a conversation. Calm down. Whatever, I've got better things to do. Bitch, you started this. What do you mean? Despite Dee Dee's attempt to spoil their conversation, Panini and number 5 continue to bond over their shared love for Cartoon Network cartoons, refusing to let her petty insults ruin their fun. Chowder couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt about Panini potentially being sent home. Rigby, I feel kind of bad about Panini. She's been cool to me, It's tough seeing her on the block. Rigby nodded, understanding, taking a bite of a snack. Yeah, I get what you mean, Chowder. Panini's alright. But hey, at the end of the day, it's a game, right? I guess so, but still, it sucks having to vote someone out, bro. You've been here for 40 days. Well, if you make those tacos again, trust me, I'll know who I'll be voting for. Them tacos are fire, bruh. Chowder couldn't help but chuckle at Rigby's lighthearted remark, grateful for the momentary distraction from the stress of the game. I'll make sure to whip up a batch before the next eviction. Eddie gathered Finn, Rigby, and Chowder into his room, a sense of urgency in the air. As they settled in, Eddie wasted no time getting down to business. Alright, listen up, fellas. We need to talk about this alliance. We're up against some serious competition with that girls' alliance tomorrow. We can't just sit back and let them call the shots. Finn nodded. Yeah, we need to stick together. I know he likes number 5 the most, but I feel like he's definitely willing to, let her take 5th. That'd be ironic if number 5 got 5th. Yeah, we need to stick together if we want to stand a chance. Rigby scratched his head thoughtfully, considering Eddie's words. I'm in, but what's the plan? The plan is simple. We watch each other's backs. We vote together, we strategize together, we make sure none of us gets blindsided. Bro, where was this attitude when Double D was here? He could have been second in command on this troop shit. Chowder nodded eagerly. Yeah, I'm down for that. Yeah, of course you are, bro. This means you're safe. You really think they about vote with you? Yeah, I'm down for that. We gotta stick together like glue. Oh, brother. And with that, I think that is when the lights shut off. Everyone finally gets to go to the resting place. And that means bed. They get to sleep. But it is intense nervousness in the air, as it is, unfortunately, day 49, which is the unfortunate day of eviction. Everyone, please gather in the living room. Alright, everyone, it is the sad time that someone is about to leave us. Chowder, Panini, as the nominees, you guys, along with the HOH, will not be able to vote. You each may have a final plea stand to say why you shouldn't leave the house. Chowder, you will start with your speech first. Chowder stood before his fellow house guests, his heart pounding with nervous energy as he prepared to deliver his speech. Taking a deep breath, he began with a warm smile, trying to convey in sincerity to everyone listening. Hey everyone, so I know we're all facing some tough decisions tonight, but I just wanted to take a moment to share why I think I deserve to stay. I've always tried to be a good friend to everyone here. I've continued to cook countless meals for all of us. From the biggest feasts to the simplest snacks, I believe that food has a special way of bringing people together, and I've always wanted to make sure everyone feels welcome and included. I've tried my best to be kind and considerate to each and every one of you, whether it's lending a listening ear or just sharing a laugh. I've always tried to spread positivity and joy in the house. And I know it's not much, but when I heard number 5 wasn't feeling well, I did make her some soup to feel better. I just want everyone to know that I care about each of you, and I will always be here to lend a helping hand whenever you need it. Alright, good speech, Chowder. You didn't campaign against Panini. That's respectable. Panini, it is now your turn to stand up and give your speech on why you shouldn't be evicted. Panini stood before her fellow house guests, her expression determined as she prepared to deliver her speech. Hey everyone, I know we're all in a tough spot tonight, but I just want to speak from the heart about why I believe I should stay in this house. Cause she wants this money. She wants to prove End Dive that she got it. I've always been someone you can count on to keep my word and true to my alliances. And let's be real here, folks. In this game, loyalty is everything. You need someone who's going to have your back through thick and thin, and that someone is me. I'm not going to beat around the bush here, Dee Dee. You're a snake in the grass. I'm not afraid to call you out on it, she said, shooting a sharp glare in Dee Dee's direction and flipping her off for good measure. You've been playing both sides since day one, and I'm not about to let that slide. And Mandy, I respect your hustle. I really do. But let's not kid ourselves. You're calling all the shots around here, and it's starting to rub some of us the wrong way. We need to level the playing field and shake things up, and I'm here to do just that. Look, I'm not here to make empty promises or play mind games. What you see is what you get with me. Keep me in this house and I'll stay true to my word. I'll be a loyal ally to those who have my back, and I'll always prioritize taking out the real threats in the game. So house guests, I urge you to consider your options carefully tonight. Keep someone who's going to shake things up and keep this game interesting. Keep someone who's not afraid to get their hands dirty. Keep me. And with that fire speech, she sits down, as the house guests must now go in the diary room one at a time and make their vote and choice on who they would like to see evicted. Rigby is called first to the diary room, and I feel like he chooses to evict Panini. Finn, once more in the diary room. Not only does he want to keep Chowder around, but he also got gaslit into thanking Panini through Dee Dee's cookies, he has decided to evict Panini. Mandy, as her previous conversations before, she sees Panini a little bit differently now after her very threatening speech, but she also feels like it's just nothing words and the other girls will agree. She has decided to vote to evict Chowder. Number 5 really feels odd voting this way now, especially after being targeted, but she doesn't want to seem like she's flipping on Mandy. So because of this, she's keeping true to their plan and she votes to evict Chowder. Dee Dee, as the last vote, she was told by her alliance to vote Chowder to keep the girls strong in this game. But that doesn't even make sense now, considering that Panini would go against them. So at the end of the day, it's not really a loss because the boys still have an ally, whether it's Chowder or Panini. So she might as well live in this house stress-free. She has decided to vote to evict Panini. Unfortunately, house guests, it is that time where Chris McClain has to announce the evicted house guest. By a close vote of 3-2, Panini, unfortunately, you have been evicted from the house. I know that sucks. You gave such an amazing speech and an amazing try. Mandy's now angry because she doesn't even have to guess who flipped. She knows it's Dee Dee. Panini says goodbye to Chowder. She has like all the hugs. She dabs up Rigby. She tells Finn good luck. She waves goodbye to, number 5. They both like mutually agree they aight. Mandy brushes off Panini and Panini didn't care anyway. Panini looks at Dee Dee, calls her a bitch ass donut, and then leaves the house with pride, having nothing to say to Eddie, and there it is. Thank you guys so much for participating and watching in another episode. Let's see what Eddie and Chowder are up to. Hey Chowder, pass me those darts, will ya? Sure thing, Eddie. Hands over the You're getting pretty good at this. Yeah, I bet Eddie would probably be schooling everyone in darts. Except maybe Mandy. I think Mandy might have a killer aim. Thanks, buddy. And, I was thinking, and oh lord, this is when you get scared. If Eddie says, I was thinking, you're in for a time. Chowder, rightfully scared about what? About who we should be really targeting in this game. You mean like in darts, Chowder? How did you make it this far? No way your cooking's that good. Nah, not just darts. I mean in the game, like who we should be going after. Cause it is like Final 7 after all. Who do you think? Chowder, why does Chowder seem so skeptical on Game Talk? Well, have you noticed how Dee Dee and number 5 getting pretty cozy with Mandy? Yeah, I guess so, but aren't they all friends? Chowder, do you not mind that they just got Panini out? Friends or not, this is Big Brother. We gotta think about our game too. Those girls are paws. And if they stick together, it could be bad news for us. I never really thought about it like that. How could you not, Chowder? Panini was screaming it in your ear. But what can we do? We gotta start making some moves, Chowder. It's time to shake things up a bit. Chowder pauses, and looking at the dartboard, he says, Eddie, it's crazy to think we're at Final 7 already. I never expected to get this far. What do you mean already? It's been 50 days, and you spent most of that with Panini. Yeah, tell me about it. We've been dodging evictions like pros. It's been a wild ride, that's for sure, but hey, we're still here, right? That's right, buddy. We're still in it to win it. Chowder, he's like, aw, I wish Double D was here to see it. Why does he care more about Double D than Panini? Yeah, me too, Chowder, but hey, we'll just have to play twice as hard for him. Put respect on Double D name. Now, as Chowder and Eddie continue to play their game of darts, Eddie completely destroying Chowder, we see Finn and Rigby talking game in the outside area. It seems everyone is on nerve, sensing that the end game is upon them. Damn, Finn, you sound like Eddie right now. Rigby, I've been thinking. About what? About our next move in this game. Don't you think it's about time we make a big move? Yeah, like finally, Finn, pull out some of that game. I know you can maneuver it. A big move. Like what? Well, I was thinking maybe it's time to target Mandy. And now Rigby, he's interested, but he's also curious. Mandy, huh? I'm intrigued. Rigby, don't pretend you know that word. Stop it. Why Mandy? Well, she's been running the show for too long. Kind of facts. Rigby. And if we want a shot at winning this, we need to shake things up. Rigby obviously nods, knowing he needs reasons to win in the final 2. Yeah, you might be onto something, Finn. Taking out a big player like Mandy would change the whole game. Exactly. We just gotta be strategic about it. Well, count me in, Finn. Let's do this. Finn smiles. Adventures awaits, my friend. Start with... When Beardo get here? What are you talking about, Finn? Now Rigby frowns. Poor Rigby. Finn, I've been thinking, what if I haven't done enough to earn votes from the jury? He looks concerned at Rigby. What do you mean, Rigby? I mean, like, sure, we've made it pretty far in the game, but I haven't really made an impact. Have I played hard enough to convince the jury to vote me if I make it to the end? Finn does a Bill Cosby. Hey, don't sell yourself short, Rigby. You've been killing it in challenges, and you've made some big moves too. I guess so, but sometimes I feel like I'm just riding your coattail, Finn. Finn says that's not true, Rigby. You've been playing your own game, making your own decisions, and besides, the jury respects players who are loyal and trustworthy, and you've been both. Rigby, you know, he understands. He's like, you know what, Finn, that's actually a great point, because, you know, realistically, Rigby thinks about it. If he makes it to the end with Mandy or Edd Eddy, he might actually be able to convince the jury. Though he would prefer not to betray one of his friends to get one of those two there. No problem, buddy. Just keep being yourself and everything will work out in the end. And with that, everyone has a meal, goes to sleep. Day 51. They know that the HOH challenge is at any moment. But before that, let's see what Edd Eddy, Mandy, and number 5 are up to. Here Edd Eddy, bitch ass, go. Remember that time Dexter built that giant robot to do our chores? Mandark built his own robot, and then they had an epic robot battle. Hey, that was a fire one. Mandy nods, she's like, yeah, that was a classic. And speaking of classics, remember when Billy and Grim accidentally made that giant sandwich that brought all the food in the city to life? Chaos ensued, and I bet Mandy probably didn't even mind that chaos. Number 5, and she's like, those were some wild times, no doubt. But hey, speaking of adventures, did I ever tell you guys that I was actually supposed to be on Survivor? Edd Eddy's like, Survivor? No way! Why didn't you go? Well, it's a bit of a story, you see. I was all set to go, but then production pulled a last-minute switcheroo and put number 3 on Survivor instead. Number 3, but why? Beats me. Maybe they thought she'd be more entertaining or something, but hey, I'm not complaining. Big Brother's been a blast so far. So basically, number 3 was supposed to be here instead, and number 5 was supposed to be on Survivor, but last-second production switched them. This might be a hint at a future Survivor season of this, I don't know. Edd Eddy says, you know who really gets on my nerves? Panini. Always following Chowder around like a lost puppy. Can you believe that? Like, I can't even anymore. Like, does any people have their own identity? Like, I can't believe it. Mandy rolls her eyes. Edd Eddy, can we not talk about Panini right now? We're trying to have a nice conversation here. Edd Eddy ignoring Mandy. And get this. She's always making these ridiculous demands. Like, who does she think she is? Edd Eddy, I swear, bro. Edd Eddy, seriously, let it go. We don't need to focus on negativity all the time. But Mandy, she a big fat bit. Hey, I get it, Panini. Can be annoying sometimes. But we got bigger fish to fry right now. Let's just leave it at that, okay? And then right after that, Chris McLean is on the announcement board, ready for everyone, except Eddie, that is. Welcome, 6 house guests, to the HOH comp. One of you will control this week. Guarantee yourself in the final 6. A security I'm sure a lot of you would appreciate. Today's HOH challenge is tightrope. Reach one end of a tightrope to another without falling. The tightrope will start kinda wide, but you will still need to be careful and maneuver. And each round, the last person to make it at the tightrope end and push their button will be eliminated. And after each round, the tightrope will get very skinnier, much so onward. So I feel like as the final 6 for the HOH comp, they are waiting. They're wanting this final stretch of power that they can get because there's not too many opportunities to claim a dub right now. They're fighting for scraps. All want to prove a chance at the jury. And I feel like when it says go, the first person to be at the other end of the rope, very surprisingly, is Rigby. But I feel like if it was, kind of wide enough for him to be on all fours, he could run really fast across it. Followed by probably Finn. I think he'd be a little bit clumsy, but he would still maneuver quite fast. And then number 5, I think her skills and her daily job probably has her balance on key. Followed by Edd Eddy, who I think ballerina skills kind of show off, but she spends like too much time doing that tiptoe shit. I think she realizes that and she hurries up and like gets across. Along with Mandy, which unfortunately means the first person eliminated from this competition is Chowder. Alright, we get to the second part of the stage and now it is way more narrow. Rigby cannot be on all fours. Edd Eddy probably can't do that tiptoe bull. And when it says go, I won't even lie. I think 3 people drop. That being Finn, Edd Eddy, and then Rigby. Number 5 making it there first. Finn somehow beating Mandy across the beam, but Mandy gets there overall, followed by Edd Eddy. Rigby, you probably almost fell again. You tried that running strat, didn't work out. You tried balance, didn't work out. Eddie and Chowder are sweating because now they see 3 girls up there and Finn. Now Rigby obviously rooting for Finn. It's a little bit thinner than the previous round, but it also has a little bit of soap. And I can't even lie, I feel like Finn and number 5 immediately fumble, start slipping and sliding. And I think Mandy just goes extremely slow where Edd Eddy's like wee and just like slides across it with the soap. Making it first, good shit Edd Eddy. Followed by Mandy and climbing back up, both of them racing. But ultimately I feel like it is Finn who makes it across first. Number 5, you are eliminated. The competition coming down to these 3. The rope has soap and it's wobbling. And I won't even lie, it's hilarious. He falls, she falls. Mandy tries so hard to keep her composure, but even she falls, and I think that'd be hilarious to watch. Finn making it across along with Edd Eddy, which means Mandy, you were so close, but now your fate is in one of these people's hands. Everyone is looking at them, and I won't lie, I think everyone except probably Rigby is scared. And now they have to do this in the dark, and I won't lie, they both probably fall quite a couple times each. Not only is it wobbling, it has soap, this bitch is slippery, they don't know what to do. Just fall, 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 until one of them decides, hell nah, screw this, I'm light enough to just hold on to it and caterpillar my way over there, even if I'm hanging upside down. And as Finn continues to fall trying, even getting halfway there once, it doesn't change the fact that congratulations, Edd Eddy, you are the new HOH, and I think immediately Eddie terrified. Rigby is now terrified. Chowder, his heart drops. And Finn, he doesn't know what to do. He just kind of looks at Rigby, kind of looks at number 5 like, oh, alright. Mandy, I think she is a little worried because she did scold kind of Edd Eddy a little bit earlier, and she knows that Edd Eddy is a very sensitive player. So I think after all the BS congratulations, the first person Edd Eddy talks to is Mandy. And I won't lie, I think their conversation mostly consists of, alright Edd Eddy, congratulations, you obviously know, you're my girl. You did great, and I'm proud. And Edd Eddy, this is exactly what Edd Eddy wanted to hear. She wanted to hear Mandy say she was proud. She heard it, and she's like, alright Mandy, what do we gotta do? This is what I want you to do, Edd Eddy. You are going to talk to everyone, and then tomorrow, you are going to give me a full breakdown on what people said, and we will decide together, but mainly you, because you earned it, right? I'm proud of you. Did I mention that? We will decide what happens. And she's like, all right, Mandy. So Mandy, I feel like gets a tan like no one else's business. Number 5, I feel like would be the second in command that Edd Eddy talks to. Number 5, leaned against the door frame, her expression thoughtful. Well, Edd Eddy, you know I got your back, but if I were you, I'd consider putting up Eddie. And Edd Eddy, she raised her eyebrows. She's like, oh, Eddie, why him? Let's just say he's been playing all sides a bit too much. It might be time to rein him in. I see what you mean. Thanks for the input, number 5. I'll take into account when making my decision. And I feel like with that, she's probably gonna wait until the next day to talk to the others. Finn probably talks about how he never targeted Edd Eddy, or at least he's trying to push that, like, oh, I never, like, really meant to target you, like, ever. I've kind of been on my own since day 1, and you kind of been too. I'm sorry for Dexter. They both have that, like, eye glimmer stuff. He also probably brings up that maybe, like, look, if you do not nominate me, if I'm HOH next week, I will not nominate you. And Edd Eddy, she really likes the sound of this. Now, I feel like Edd Eddy has, like, a little bit of a liking towards Rigby, because she's always kind of found him chill, indifferent, and anytime he's around, he kind of makes her laugh. So I feel like Edd Eddy, when talking to him, he's like, you know, Edd Eddy, I would appreciate it if I didn't go up, not even as a pawn, but, you know, I understand. You'll make the right move. And Edd Eddy, I just feel like they have a good conversation. But at the same time, people to nominate are dwindling down. Alright, Eddie enters the HOH room, and as he does, he leans in close to Edd Eddy, a little odd, but his voice low as he shares a secret. Hey Edd Eddy, I've been thinking maybe it's time we consider putting up Finn for eviction. Edd Eddy raised an eyebrow, surprised by Eddie's suggestion. Finn, why him? Well, think about it. He's been flying under the radar, and he's a bigger threat than he lets on. Plus, he's got a good social game, which could be dangerous down the line. Down the line? Eddie, this is the line. You're at Final 7, bud. You might have a point there, but isn't he more of an ally to us? Sure, he might be friendly now, but come on. When it comes down to it, he's playing to win, just like the rest of us. We've got to think strategically. Alright, Eddie, I'll take into consideration. Thanks for the heads up. I feel like Eddie mainly threw out Finn's name because he knows that if he says what he really wants to say, which is nominate one of these two, it'll only end in him being put up. Edd Eddy's sighed, her expression conflicted as she looked at Chowder sitting across from her. His time to talk. Look, Chowder, I appreciate you being understanding about this whole nomination thing. It's just complicated. Chowder nodded, his usual cheerful demeanor slightly subdued. That's sad. I get it. Panini's not here anymore, but I know she's still on your mind, and if you need to nominate me, because of that, I won't hold it against you. Edd Eddy gave him a grateful smile. Thanks, Chowder, you're a good guy. Hey, no problem, and I'm making my famous mac and cheese with bacon casserole for dinner later. I'll save you a plate, and for some reason, she's like, yeah, sure, whatever. As Chowder left the room, Edd Eddy couldn't shake the feeling of guilt that washed over her. She knew she was considering nominating him, but his kindness and understanding were making it harder for her to go through with it. Deep down, she knew she'd have to make a tough decision, but for now, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of remorse. I probably mispronounced that. Alright, so I feel like it's probably that time when Mandy and Edd Eddy talks, and like Mandy's probably like, you know, lay it on me. What's happening? And she's like, well, Eddie wants out Finn, which is a little surprising, but he did make points that he is a social and challenge threat. He did almost beat me. Number 5 wanted out Eddie, which I kind of agree with. He does seem a little shady and snaky. And of course, I kind of want Chowder out, just send him to jury where Panini is. That would make a lot of sense, and I know Rigby could be a pawn option, but I'd prefer if maybe he didn't touch the block, if that's alright with you, Mandy. And Mandy obviously knows she can't take full control or else Edd Eddy will get suspicious. So I feel like she's like, alright, Rigby's off the table, so when it comes to the other 3, as long as you're not considering nominating me or number 5, I appreciate this. But just think about this, that Eddie is a snake, but maybe because of that, the other guys will target him instead of us. So think about that a little bit. Because deep down, I feel like Mandy kind of want Eddie to stay a little bit. Mandy kind of want people she thinks she can beat. So when it comes time to the moment of Edd Eddy making her choices for nominations, she kind of looks at everyone and, you know, it is getting down to people and she does feel a little bit bad. And she's like, I appreciate all of you. Everyone's still here for a reason. She says hi to Dexter even though his ass is in the jury house so he can't even see it. Stupid. And she is like the first person I have decided to nominate is unfortunately Chowder. Chowder obviously saw this coming. He's still making that casserole tonight. But he is a little sad and a little worried, as anyone would be. And then Dee Dee's like, my other option was not an easy one. But I feel like ultimately for my game and what I'm respected of to do, I've decided that the second nomination has to be Eddie. Rigby, he is immediately relieved, but at the same time, Mandy's a little annoyed, but she doesn't like show it at all. Finn is grateful it's not him. Eddie is pissed. And after the nomination ceremony, I feel like immediately Eddie talks to Finn and Mandy because I feel like it's his two closest people. Eddie's heart raced as he stepped out of the nomination ceremony, the weight of his impending eviction heavy on his shoulders. He knew he had to act fast if he wanted any chance of staying in the game. Spotting Mandy and Finn nearby, he quickly approached them, his mind racing with strategies. Mandy, Finn, bro, he sounds like he's tweaking. I need to talk to you guys. Being on the block sucks, but I'm not ready to go home yet. I've been loyal to you both, and I can keep that loyalty moving forward. And Manny's like, oh yeah? What do you propose, Eddie? Look, I know I'm a target right now, but there are bigger threats in this game. If you keep me around, I can help take them out. We can work together to make big moves and secure our spots in the final stretch. Finn nodded, considering his words. He's got a point, Mandy. Eddie's a smart player, and he's right about there being bigger threats out there. Mandy's eyes narrowed, and she's like, yeah, I'll think about it. Mandy walked away. Eddie turned to Finn, his desperation evident. Finn, my guy, if I'm gonna have any chance at staying, I need you to win that veto and use it on me. You're my only hope, please. I hear you, Eddie. I'll do everything I can to try and keep you safe. Eddie is going through the works with determination on his face. He sought out Rigby now, hoping to sway him in his favor. Bro, it's been 2 hours since he got nominated. He's already on that game talk.
Rigby, I need to talk to you.
Rigby glanced up, his brow furrowing at the seriousness in Eddie's tone. What's up, Eddie? Listen, I'm on the block and things aren't looking good. But if you win that veto, you have to change everything. You want me to use the veto on you if I win? Exactly. I know it's a big ask, but I need your help, Rigby. You're my best shot at staying in this game. Boy, Eddie, you some two-faced, I swear. I don't know, Eddie. Using the veto is a big move, and I have to consider what's best for my game. I get it, Rigby, but think about it. If you use the veto on me, we could work together to make serious waves in this game. We could be unstoppable. Alright, Eddie, I'll think about it. No promises, but I'll consider your request. Hold on, Rigby. Wait a second now. I need your word on this. Think about it. You use the veto on me. We take out a big threat. Bam. You'll have jury votes for sure, or even me. Me and you, Rigby. Final two. Just think about it. Rigby, now he's uncomfortable because, he's pushing hard. But the idea of aligning with Eddie until the end has its appeal, but he knew he couldn't make any hasty decisions. Look, Eddie, I'll think about it, But I can't make any promises right now. I need to consider all my options. Alright, Rigby, I understand. Just know that this could be a game changer for both of us. As Rigby walked away, Eddie couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty gnawing at him. And with that, it becomes day 53. The house guests sleeping, but I feel like when Chowder is up making an early breakfast, he probably has a small strategy where the first person that comes in for breakfast, he wants to try and talk to. And I feel like immediately that first person is Finn. Finn smells bacon, he smells pancakes. He immediately knows what's up and he gets nostalgia, he misses home and he goes to Chowder. The aroma of sizzling bacon and warm pancakes wafted through the air, enticing Finn out of his slumber. Earlier than usual, following his nose, he made his way to the kitchen where he found Chowder bustling about, flipping pancakes with practiced ease. Morning, Chowder. Hey, Finn, I made breakfast for everyone. Dig in. And obviously, Finn is the first one there and the only one there. And Chowder's like, Finn, I really want to stay in the game. If you win veto, I know it's early, but Do you think you could use it on me? Finn paused mid-bite, considering Chowder's request. First time Chowder's really talked gaming probably ever. While he couldn't make any promises, the thought of helping out his friend was a good thought, and with a warm smile he gave Chowder subtle nods, silently conveying his willingness to consider it. Chowder's face lit up with gratitude, his eyes reflecting a mix of hope and relief. Thanks, Finn.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Chowder, this breakfast pretty good. Think you could whip us up some waffles and bacon tomorrow? Been craving them. Hell yeah, Finn. Anything for my friend that's gonna use the veto on me. Speaking of veto, day 53 is veto day, and it is now time to find out who has immunity, who has the power to save someone, and which one person will be sitting out because they didn't get drawn for veto. Eddy, Eddie, and Chowder obviously playing, and this is where they draw for veto players. Eddy, lucky as she is, gets house guest choice, and I'm pretty sure she obviously chooses Mandy. Eddie, unfortunately for him, he draws number 5, and then as for Chowder, he draws Rigby, which means the one person not competing is Finn. Immediately Chowder's like, oh, bruh. Alright, let's see what veto challenge the competitors are facing. And today it is What's the Holdup? You might be familiar with this one. By using a long flexible structure, hold a plaque up against an object. Basically, you just have to have balance. You can only use one arm, and you gotta lock in. Now, immediately as all the remaining house guests get ready, they start stabilizing, and on the mark, ready, set, go. Bam, the challenge is on. Everyone is now holding on for their life. I'm pretty sure anyone here would love to win veto. Finn standing on the sidelines, he probably would have loved to play in this veto. I feel like Eddy might actually be able to lock in, and she's looking at the other house guest and she's like, you know what, I might be able to actually win this as well. Take control of the entire week. Now, number 5, she has heard a little bit of talking from Mandy that she might want to do a backdoor plan, and she's a little afraid it's Finn. So if she won veto to secure both of their safety, it would be a very good thing. Or at least get confirmation from Mandy about who's going up. Chowder and Eddie, they definitely want this. Don't even get me started on Eddie. He's probably sweating. He's looking at the other ones, but then he locks in. He just looks at his hand, just stares at it. And you know what? I do feel like everyone would lock in and do a pretty good amount of time on this. I'm gonna even say the first person out is at 37 minutes. That's over half an hour. And that is a lot, especially to Chowder. I'm sorry, he is the first one out. He's very sad. He's probably angry, kicking dirt. He needed that veto. He wanted it. The other people probably sighing finally someone is out, but now they look at each other wondering, when's the next time that's gonna happen. I feel like Mandy sorta wants to take a little bit of control of this week. She knows she has Eddy's side, but she wants to make 100% sure number 5 is on her side. Winning this could allow her to potentially do that. Now, my man Rigby, his arm hurts, but at the same time, he is not giving up. Even a little bit of groans, but 45 minutes in, so is he. But I would say at the 55-minute mark, I'm so sorry, Rigby. I know I just hyped you up crazy just to get you out, but that's probably where I'm seeing. I feel like everyone's arm is now sore right now. And Eddy, I feel like she's the type of HOH to be like, you know what, I'm safe. This hurts. Why am I doing this? And she probably drops out willingly. Leaving the final 3 in this veto challenge. An hour and 12 minutes in, Eddie with the 3 little cockroach hairs placed on top of his head. How do you have whiskers? That shit is so scary to me. He's just waiting for Mandy or number 5 to drop. Mandy is waiting for Eddie to drop. Or shit, not Mandy, my bad. Number 5 is waiting for Eddie to drop. And Mandy, I think she would probably allow Eddie to win this veto if, he was actually able to make it to the final 2 with her in this challenge. But unfortunately, plans do not go like that. And Eddie, I'm so sorry. I feel like the cramp, the Charlie horse, all of it would get to you, and you would drop, and you'd be so angry. Leaving the final 2 down to Mandy and number 5. So I feel like Mandy kind of looks over to number 5, and she's like, hey, number 5, is it alright if I kind of win this? And this is Mandy kind of fishing to see how loyal number 5 is, but number 5's like, you know what, I think we should duke it out, that's only fair. And Mandy's like, huh, alright, bet, interesting. And I think that's exactly what they do. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Even Finn is like, golly, maybe it's best I didn't be in this challenge. That shit looks like it hurt. Number 5's wobbling, Mandy's wobbling, their arms jiggling, they're hurting, they're in pain. Until finally, congratulations, the winner of day 53 Veto is Mandy. Number 5 couldn't take the pain. It was like sharp. It was like she couldn't stand it, bruh. She hated that. She probably crying in her head like low-key. Mandy pretends like it's nothing, but she is also on the verge of tears behind her eyes. Like, you know that one time she had to dress up as the Powerpuff Girl? This is probably worse. But Mandy, at the same time, is kind of like, thank God, I can now put my plan into effect. So immediately, I feel like she talks to Edd Eddy, and she's like, alright, Edd Eddy, here's the thing. You know we're good, right? Like, you're my final 2. Me and you are gonna be here at the end. And Edd Eddy, immediately, she's like, oh, yeah, I knew that, but, you know, huge W for confirming it. Edd Eddy happy as hell to hear that. Mandy's like, but that's the thing. The final 3 was going to be me, you, and number 5. But number 5 is worrying me a little bit. I asked if, you know, I could win, and obviously we all know we're safe. If I asked you to throw it, you would have threw it, wouldn't you, Edd Eddy? And Edd Eddy's like, yes, I would have. And Mandy's like, well, she didn't. It almost like she wanted to do something. And I think she's getting very aligned with Finn, and she has a final 2 with him. And obviously, Mandy is hard gaslighting Edd Eddy right now. And Mandy's like, wait, I have a plan. I am probably going to remove one of the nominations, and Edd Eddy immediately is like, oh, that's not really good for my game, but Mandy's like, hold on. And what I'm gonna do is I want you, Edd Eddy, to nominate Finn, and we are going to see if number 5 potentially throws a vote that way. After I leave here, I am going to convince Eddy that if I use the veto on him, he has to vote my way. Which means me and Eddy will vote Finn. If it's 3 votes, number 5 did it probably, and we're secure. If it's 4 votes, she definitely did. But if it's a tie, that means Rigby and number 5 both voted against us, and we might have to do something about that. And Edd Eddy's like, ooh, that's smart. You're cooking, Mandy. That's pretty fire. I'm glad to have you here. And Mandy's like, yes, I know. We'll get there. Don't worry. So this is probably when I feel like Mandy pulls aside Eddy. And she's like, Eddy, I assume you want to talk to me because I won the power of veto. And immediately, I think he starts pleading his case. I feel like he says, I believe there's bigger threats in the house than me. I know you're close with number 5, but she's very good. Look how well she does in all of the challenges. And, you know, if you don't want to nominate one of your girls, I understand. So let's look at Finn, for example. And immediately, Mandy's like, this is music to my ears. And Eddy goes on, he's like, Finn is very strong. He is friendly with literally almost everyone in the jury. He didn't even mind getting his own partner out. Hey, low-key, Ice King has been chilling in the jury house. Like, actually, I don't know if y'all remember that, but everyone is part of jury. And they have been chilling, just having a good time besides the beach. Panini still might be a little bit angry. And so I feel like when Eddy's like done doing the plotting, Mandy's like, well, Eddy, if I were perhaps to use the veto on you, and immediately Eddy, immediately Eddy's interested. All 3 of his hairs just pop right up. Would you by any chance be willing to vote the person who gets nominated and backdoor them? And immediately Eddy's like, yes sir, I would do that every day. You got my word, Mandy. And they shake on it. Eddy has never shook someone's hand so fast. Now, I believe after Eddy, it is probably Chowder's turn to talk to Mandy. In which I don't know how exactly he could plead his case to Mandy. Probably something along the lines of, you know, Mandy, I was the first one out in the challenge. I don't really do too well on challenges. If you use the veto on me, I promise not to vote you.
And even Chowder doesn't know if he's being truthful about that one. That might be his first lie in the house.
And Mandy's like, well, you probably should do some campaigning. Just try to be friends with people in the house. So with that, I think he just goes to make lasagna or something. Lasagna is fire, like quadruple cheese, please. With ricotta cheese, oh my god. And with that, the house gets sleep as it goes to day 54. The veto ceremony is any minute now. But let's go ahead and see Finn and number 5. What they're doing in the home gym. Finn and number 5 pump iron side by side in the dimly lit gym. The clinking, why is it dimly lit? Big brother, pay your electric bill. Chris McClane always being a cheapskate, I swear. Whew, this workout is no joke. Tell me about it, but hey, gotta stay at top form, right? Absolutely, so what's on your mind? Well, number 5 hesitated for a moment, her expression shifting. You ever get that feeling like something is off? Like what? I don't know, just a hunch. Maybe I've been watching too many spy movies. Finn chuckled, nah, I get what you mean. It's good to trust your instincts. Yeah, I guess so, number 5 said. Anyway, enough about that. Let's just finish up here, grab some grub. Chowder made breakfast burritos and they are fire, especially with picante sauce or a little bit of sriracha. Oh my god, please. Thank you, Chowder, appreciate it. And as they were waiting for breakfast, we see Rigby and Eddie finishing up a game of darts. Rigby and Eddie stood at the dartboard, their competitive spirits alive and well as they aimed for the bullseye. Alright, Eddie, this is it. Winner takes all. Eddie grinned, the corners of his mouth curling up mischievously. That's what he's always doing. You ready to lose, pussy boy? Rigby rolled his eyes, flicking his wrist as he let the dart fly. It sailed through the air, landing just shy of the bullseye. Not today, Eddie, not today. Eddie stepped up to the line, his focus unwavering as he took aim. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the dart flying, getting a bullseye. Whoa, nice shot, Rigby said. Told ya, I was feeling lucky today. Oh, Eddie, you giving it away that you might have talked to someone. Rigby chuckled. Alright, lucky Eddie. Let's see if the luck holds up at breakfast. Just then, Chowder's voice rang out. Breakfast burritos are ready. And Rigby and Eddie exchanged a knowing glance before making their way to the kitchen. The promise of delicious food. I told you it was fire, bruh. And everyone for once is sitting in the kitchen, finally, all eating, enjoying their time in the final 7. Man, this bacon is fire, Chowder. You're a genius. Thanks, Finn. I've been working on perfecting my breakfast burrito recipe. Gotta keep everyone fueled up for the challenges, right? Speaking of challenges, Mike Wazowski, anyone else feel like something big is about to happen? Mandy, shut your ass up. Why are you saying this? And number 5, she's like, yes, sir. Yeah, I've got this weird feeling, like the calm before the storm. Yeah, forget about challenges for a minute. Yeah, Eddie's like, what the hell, Mandy? Shut your ass up. Keep it on the low. Let's just enjoy this breakfast feast. Rigby, pass me those pancakes. Oh, he made pancakes? Hell yeah. Sure thing, Eddie. But watch, I might sneak some hot sauce on it. Ooh, Rigby. Rigby feeling a little spicy. That's gross. Yeah, Dee Dee said, bruh, that's nasty. Ugly bitch. Why would I feel like Dee Dee would say that too? But hey, different... Pause. Pause. What's she talking about? Hey, it's all about trying new... Pause. Get out of here. Alright, Chowder, thank you. That's right, like my bacon waffle Hey, that sounds fire as hell. 2 breakfast classics in 1 bite. I'll stick to my bacon and egg. Calm down, green eggs and ham, bitch. Simple and classic. What are you, the spokesperson for Lay's chips? Calm down. Whatever floats your boat, Mandy, but you're missing out. This breakfast burrito hits. Number 5's like, yes sir, cooking skills top notch. Compliments to the chef. Maybe we should have a cooking challenge next. Ooh, that sounds like fun. I could whip us up some famous smoothies. Dee Dee, you do not want a cooking challenge. Chowder would floor you. And I'll make my famous nachos. Rigby, you don't make anything famous. Sounds like a plan, but for now, let's dig in. Enjoy this breakfast. We got a big day ahead of us. And he was right, because only moments later, It is time for the veto ceremony. Mandy must now make her decision. And I feel like as Chowder and Eddie sit there looking at Mandy, Chris McClane is like, alright Mandy, you have the power of veto. What do you want to do with it? And I think Mandy very calmly, she's like, well, I've discussed with some of you a plan that I not only believe would be best for my chances of winning, but literally everyone in this house. So you can thank me later. I am going to do my part and then Dee Dee will do her part. My part is I have decided to use the power of veto on Eddie. Eddie immediately, he's doing like heel clicks, he's doing backflips, he's doing the default down or injustice, all of that. I don't know what he's doing. I believe it is best for everyone's game to keep Eddie for now, especially due to the least likelihood of him winning jury. And Eddie, he kind of throws a little bit of side-eye shade, but at the end of the day, he just got saved. So he's like, insult me if you want, I'm safe. Now, number 5 is scared now. She is very scared, and she's almost positive Mandy is talking about her. Rigby's a little scared too. Chowder doesn't know what's going on, and Dee Dee, it is now your time and duty as HOH to name a replacement nominee. It cannot be Mandy, it cannot be Eddie. Now, Dee Dee has obviously discussed this with Mandy beforehand, and she says that this will be probably the best for the house. Don't worry, guys, it's a good plan. I have decided to nominate, and unfortunately, also my target is Finn. Chowder, you are just a pawn, and I implore everyone to not vote you. Chowder, he's a little happy to hear this, but he's looking over at Finn, and he's a little upset. Now Finn, he's also upset and pissed. Number 5, she's kind of relieved it's not her, but seeing it's Finn, she's kind of pissed. Especially that Dee Dee said, publicly that he was the target. And I won't even lie, I feel like number 5 might have a little, emergency meeting with Mandy and Dee Dee just to talk. And while they're in there, I feel like all the boys just kind of stay in the living room and look at each other. And Finn, he's kind of like, guys, they're just gonna pick us off one by one if we just keep letting them slide through like this. And then Rigby, he kind of looks at Eddie and he's like, Eddie, did you know that Finn would be a replacement nominee? And Eddie's like, no, I didn't, I promise. And Rigby's like, well, did you know the veto would be used on you? And Eddie, he has a little bit of a twinge in his eye, but he says no, and Rigby's like, I don't believe you. And Eddie's like, well, I may have been told a little bit of a hint, but it wasn't confirmed or anything. And Rigby was like, aha, I knew you were acting different in darts. You were so much upbeat than last time. Are you working with them? Because if you're working with them, Eddie, they're just gonna take you to Final 4 and cut you off now. And Chowder, I just feel like he is so depressed in this situation like right now. I feel like he even has a slight thought of quitting because this is a lot. But at the same time, he ain't no quitter. He has the thoughts of Mungdal cheering him on. Schnitzel, rada, 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 do it, Chowder. And I feel like he gives a little bit of insight, and I think he asks, well, who should we target first then? And I feel like Finn immediately wants to kind of protect number 5. So I feel like he'll probably say immediately, we need to get Mandy out. And Eddie, as much as he likes this idea, he just got saved by her. But I think Rigby recognizes this and he's like, yeah, I also agree with that. And Eddie, I know she just used the veto on you, but we gotta do something about this. Either her or Dee Dee. And Finn's immediately nodding his head, yeah. So as the boys talking there, we got number 5, Dee Dee and Mandy, all kind of, talking it out, smoothing out the wrinkles. Number 5 is like, all right, bro, what happened? Why wasn't I told? If this is the final 3 like it really is, why wasn't I told? And immediately, Mandy doesn't like the tone, but she understands it and she was prepared for it. She's like, it is simple. If I told you, you probably would have warned Finn, and then Finn might have came to me to try and change my mind. If that happened, they wouldn't be together right now bickering. And I feel like she's gonna try and play them bonding right now as them actually being angry at each other. And number 5 taking a peek outside, seeing them all kind of a little bit hyped and talking, she might believe it a little bit. She's like, well, I don't really like this plan. I think everything else from now on should be talked as us three as a unit. And Dee Dee's like, don't worry, number 5. We got this. We got you. When was the last time we ever betrayed you? It was never, number 5. You gotta chill out. And this might actually anger number 5 a little bit, but I just think at the moment she's like, you know what? All right. I'll just chill. I'm gonna go outside, go in the outside hot tub, just try to relax. I feel like kind of towards the end of the night, while Chowder is fixing up everyone some dinner, Rigby might go to him to like kind of see what's for dinner, but then they end up talking. In the late evening, as the aroma of Chowder's famous Burple Nurples wafted through the house, Rigby wandered into the kitchen, his stomach rumbling. Hey, Chowder, what's cooking? Oh, just whipping up some Burple Nurples. You hungry, Rigby? Always, but seriously, what's for dinner? He thought he was joking. This is dinner, Rigby. Shut your ass up, sit your ass down, grab a bib and a fork, bitch. You're gonna love it. If you say so, why are you being skeptical? But hey, speaking of dinner, what does that even mean? Pause. Yeah, pause. Well, you see, Rigby, Finn's been feeling a bit down lately, and I was just thinking maybe you could vote to save him this week. Surprise! Vote to save Finn. Whoa, where did that come from, Chowder? I just think he's a cool guy, you know, and I'd hate to see him go, but hey, no pressure, just something to think about. Well, I'll definitely think about this, Chowder, but no promises, but I'll consider it. Thanks, Rigby, and hey, enough talk, let's eat. Burple Nurples are served. With that, Chowder called out to the rest of the house guests, summoning them to the dinner table for a delicious meal. And with that, the house guest goes to sleep, as it turns into day 55, the last day, unfortunately, for one of these house guests. Why is Mandy always stealing the HOH room if she can? Always sleeping there. I bet Dee Dee's sleeping on the floor or something. But it is day 55. I feel like after, some small talk, some Commonwealth questions, let's get this video episode wrapped up. It is now time for the voting ceremony. Dee Dee, as HOH, you obviously cannot vote unless it is a tie in which you will be the sole deciding vote. Chowder and Finn, both of you are the nominees, cannot vote. But before everyone casts their vote, both of you have one last chance to plead your case and why you should stay in the house. Hey everyone, what a crazy ride it's been, huh? I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you all for making this experience so unforgettable. He glanced around the room, a bittersweet smile on him. I hope you all enjoyed the food I cooked. It was my way of showing appreciation and spreading a little happiness in the house. And to Finn, man, you're one cool dude. It's been awesome getting to know you, and I hope we can hang out sometime outside of this crazy game. Anyway, no hard feeling, folks. Let's all just play the game. It's all part of the game, right? Just remember to stay true to yourselves and have fun. And hey, if anyone needs a recipe for Burple Nurples, hit me up. I'm the plug. Alright, Finn, it is now your turn. Please stand up and give your speech. Hey y'all, so here we are, another eviction night. First off, gotta say thanks to everyone for keeping it real in this house. Now, let's get down to business. I'm not one to beat around the bush. We all know there's a big target looming over this game, and it's about time we address it. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm here to play, and if that means taking out the biggest threat in the room, then so be it. We're all here to win, right? That's all I've got to say for now. Let's keep this game interesting, folks, and remember, may the best player win. I feel like he didn't really want to campaign against Chowder too hard since he's been very nice. House guests, it is now time for each one of you to vote. Now, Chowder nervous, but, his stomach probably upset. He probably feeling nauseous. Finn nervous, and he doesn't know what's about to happen. Mandy has casted her vote to evict Finn. After Mandy, it is number 5's time to vote, and she has decided to vote to evict Chowder, going against Mandy and Dee Dee. It is time for Eddie to vote, and he has decided to evict Finn. Not only is Finn a physical threat, but he promised Mandy he would. and maybe this could get him places. Rigby is the last one to enter the diary room to give his vote, and his eviction vote goes to Chowder, which means it is a tie by a vote of 2-2. And as we go live to the house guests, and we like, alright, we got the vote, and by a vote of 2-2, it is a tie, which means Edd Eddy, it is your sole vote to evict. Please cast your vote to evict right now between Chowder or Finn. Alright, and here Edd Eddy bitch ass go, thinking she's important, all high and mighty. Alright, y'all, we got ourselves a tie, and it's falling on me to break it. Why you sound like this? Chowder, you've been a real one since day one. Yeah, Panini a bitch, but you're not really. Your food's been bomb, and you brought good vibes to the house. Finn, you've been a solid competitor, no doubt, but there's something about your spirit that's hard to ignore. You've got heart. In the end, though, I gotta go with my gut, and my gut's telling me, Finn, I'm sorry, you gotta go. I choose to evict you. And I'm sorry, Finn, with that, you are the 10th person evicted from the Big Brother household. Please pack up your things and say goodbye. With a heavy heart, Finn made his rounds, offering hugs and farewells to each of his housemates, his mind filled with memories of his time. Damn, that's kind of sad. It's like your life flashing before your eyes. Approaching Rigby, he embraced him tightly, the friendship forged in the fires of the competition. Win this, man. You've got what it takes. Rigby nodded solemnly, a silent promise passing between them. Finn moved on to number 5. Their bond has grown strong over the weeks as well. As he whispers to her, get her before she gets you, alright? Stay sharp. Number 5 nodded, a flicker of determination in her eyes as Finn bid her goodbye, his departure marking the end of an era within the house. Now, I won't even lie, I thought this would be a little sad, but I didn't know it'd be that sad. And with that, he leaves the final 6 competitors in the Big Brother house. You guys have waited quite a moment for another episode. I apologize, but here I am back with the final 6 of Big Brother Cartoon Network. Edd Eddy has played a very open and brass game, where Mandy has kinda played a bold but quiet one. I don't know if that's an oxymoron. Yet here they are, opposites, getting along, completely talking to each other, and Mandy has every intention to take Edd Eddy to the final 2. Number 5, she's kind of training with Eddie right now, and Finn's words of last episode are very heavy on her mind, because she is afraid that her time in this game is slowly coming up, and she wants to make it to the end. And she wants to make Finn proud, since that was one of her main allies. So you got these 4 worrying about game. However, you got Chowder and Rigby just chilling it, kicking it in the kitchen. That's where Chowder's been half of this season. I feel like Rigby would take this opportunity to talk to Chowder and really get into the game, where he's like, look man, you know, this is kind of in the final 6. Me and you, we both got people in jury. Now, I know it would probably be best for one of us to take Edd Eddy or Mandy, because we would for sure win. But how about we actually make this season good? We show them that we are here to play for a reason, and we actually take this game by storm and make the final 2. In which immediately, I feel like Chowder is very happy to do that, because out of everyone left, Rigby is the one Chowder is closest to. He liked Panini, she got voted out. He liked FlapJack, he was voted out. He liked Billy, he liked number 2. Looked what happened to all his friends. And I feel like number 5 is very skeptical to do this, but I think she will go ahead and approach Eddie, you know, after working out some. With like, look Eddie, I know this may come out of nowhere, but I want to be honest with you. We're playing this game, and I'm afraid that some may think the game is playing us. I want us to take it in control of our hands, and I think we both need to find a way to get out Mandy. We can't backdoor her. We're in the final 6. Everyone plays in Veto. And I think, you know, Eddie, he's interested by a lot. Like, his intriguement is definitely peaked. Because now he has Mandy in his ear trying to backstab people. And now he has number 5 in his ear. Speaking of Mandy, I feel like they're just giving the rundown. She's like, we need to get out Chowder, then Rigby. And I think, you know, Edd Eddy, she's alright with getting out whatever, but she's starting to feel bad for Chowder. She kind of likes Chowder a little bit. So for once, I feel like Edd Eddy may integrate some of her own game and actually stick up for a person. She's like, you know what, Mandy? How about Chowder 5th, Rigby 6th? And she even kind of likes Rigby. If it was her way, she'd prefer Eddie, but she's already asking for too much in her opinion. Feel like Mandy just basically says, alright, well, this is a democracy, I suppose. We will just have to see how the week plays out. Alright, day 57, the day of the HOH challenge. I feel like all the girls once again have a little meeting to make sure they're all on the same page, and I feel like immediately Eddie recognizes that they're all like in the same room. He's like, you know what, Chowder, Rigby, they're all in there right now, right before the HOH challenge, talking to each other. Isn't that weird? Like, shouldn't something be happening right here? And Rigby and Chowder, they're working together. They're kind of surprised by Eddie, and Rigby's like, oh, do you think they're scheming or plotting against you or something? I didn't even know you were with us. I thought you were with Mandy. And he's like, yeah, well, here's the thing. I think I'm getting played. Because number 5 just came up to me talking about let's get out Mandy. Yes, she's in there right now, Japanese in Mandy's ear. And Rigby and now Chowder's like, whoa, she really say that? She really wants to backstab Mandy? He's like, yeah. And then Rigby's like, well, hold on now. Maybe she really does. We could use this leverage potentially to get her out. I feel like Eddie would also be like, you know what, Chowder? I also want to say I did not vote to evict you. He's like, oh, so you and Rigby didn't vote to evict me. Great. And Rigby, he's like, oh shit, I did vote to evict him, but I'm not gonna say anything. In which up here, I just feel like Mandy, Edd Eddy, and number 5. Mandy just really wants to keep an eye on number 5 because her, like, red flag radar is going crazy. Mandy is not having good vibes about number 5. So, number 5, who are you voting? You know, type beat. And she's like, if I want to make my game public out there, then I suppose I will. I kind of believe Eddie or Chowder should be the next one to go. And immediately, Edd Eddy's like, bruh, not again. She likes the Eddie idea, but she knows that Mandy might not go for that. So Edd Eddy is actually starting to think, she's like, you know what, I was thinking I wanted Mandy to win, but if number 5's telling the truth, I kind of want her to win low-key. Keep in mind, this is all like 3 minutes before the HOH challenge. I feel like Eddie might also pop the question. He's like, look, I know I'm not really aligned with anyone here, but I just need to know, like, who should I really target with y'all? Because I want to let y'all know I'm with y'all to the end. This is the final 3 right here. Me and the boys. And Rigby and Chowder, I feel like they both say they would prefer number 5 to stay and like Mandy to go. But I don't think they would mind Edd Eddy going. And he's like, alright, well, let me see if number 5 is truthful. I will align with her. Let's see what happens. Alright, then we have the house guest joining us for the final 6 HOH challenge, except Edd Eddy, since you were the last previous HOH, you will not be able to play. This HOH challenge is microchip mayhem. Put balls into other house guests, pause, tube to eliminate them. It's pretty straightforward, but you also have to go along a balance beam, so it's not just like race here and back or anything. And so as all the contestants start at once, I won't even lie. Mandy, number 5, I feel like instantly targeting Chowder, but Chowder, Rigby, and Eddie all kind of go for Mandy. I feel like Eddie puts one in Mandy. Pause! Number 5 probably receives one. He probably gives one to Rigby and Chowder, but he mainly gives it to Mandy so it doesn't look suspicious. And I feel like it only takes like maybe 3 minutes before Mandy, you are the first contestant to be eliminated from this challenge. And I won't even lie, I feel like with number 5 and Eddie both kind of putting spheres into Chowder's tube, I do ultimately feel like he would be the next one eliminated, meaning this competition is coming down to number 5, Eddie and Rigby. Now, I won't even lie, I feel like Rigby actually likes number 5 quite a bit, especially with past conversations. So I think he just kind of takes turn like one in his, one in hers, etc. over and over. She kind of does the same thing, but I feel like with Eddie seeing Rigby target both of them instead of just her, he does the same thing except he puts a couple extra in Rigby's. Rigby, the 4th contestant, eliminated from this, which means number 5, Eddie, one of you are about to become the final 6 HOH guaranteed in the final 5, which is kind of fitting for that since the winner is number 5. Congratulations, you are guaranteed in the final 5. You put in that work. I feel like between her and Eddie, she just has really good balance skills. She's probably doing like hand tricks off that fucking balance beam, somersaults and backflips and shit. Congratulations. And immediately I feel like Edd Eddy is pumping her fists in the air while Mandy is kind of scowling like she's unsure of all this real quick. So immediately I think Mandy just kind of pushes Eddie away, pushes Rigby away. She gets the girls in the HOH room, congratulates number 5, and then says, alright, so what about it? What's happening right now? And I feel like number 5 doesn't really want to nominate Edd Eddy nor Mandy, as she thinks the easiest route would probably just be 2 of the boys and then maybe backdoor. But she really wants to see Mandy up there. I feel like when Mandy leaves, to let number 5 do her HOH talking and all that, Edd Eddy goes up to her and she's like, hey, number 5, I want you to please do me a favor and not tell Mandy something. She's like, alright, can you kind of nominate Rigby and Eddie instead of Chowder? And number 5, she kind of likes Rigby. She thinks Rigby is a cool dude. He's very chill, easy to talk to, get along with. Not to mention, she doesn't really know if he's a threat to win the game. She's like, that is kind of a big ask. I won't tell Mandy, I promise. But I'm unsure, I gotta talk to them, so can you let me do that? She says, alright, number 5, thank you. So I do feel like she pulls in Eddie first. And Eddie is like, look, if you want to actually work with me and you're serious, you're not gonna put me up. And number 5, this is when she's like, oh, bruh. So I might gotta nominate a girl, because right now she's teeter-tottering whether or not to put up Chowder and Rigby, let alone Eddie. I feel like Eddie lets her know that with Mandy's influence in the game, just because she's a jerk doesn't mean she can't win. Eddie tells number 5 that if she keeps him around, she probably has a better chance at beating him, because he immediately got immunity for the first 2 weeks, which some players could view as like a cheating thing or not as honorable. Not to mention, him and Double D didn't really get along with too many people, especially in Eddie's case. The only person he really got along with was Knuckles for the most part. So I feel like when they're done talking and she's gonna talk to Rigby, while they do their talking and strategizing, talking about their favorite chips, favorite soda, what they're gonna do outside of the game, so close yet so far. While they do that, Mandy and Eddie, I feel like, are gonna sit down once again, and Eddie's like, look, Mandy, I gotta be real with you. I think it's me or you. One of us is probably not gonna be here for much longer. However, I would like to change that and for that to not be the case, but you need to tell number 5 not to nominate me. Me and you cannot be on that block. I know this is a little upfront and surprising, but I do think the best route for me and you would to be sitting there together at the final 2. And Mandy, she already knows for a fact that she wants Edd Eddy at the final 2. That is her best chance at winning, which is kind of mean to say. But she also knows she needs a backup plan. Because what if her original plan fails and the 3rd player wins the final HOH? Same thing with number 5, as she's really starting to think about it. She's like, damn, I kinda do need Eddie a little bit. She's like, you know what? You make a very good point. I will keep this in mind. And so by the time that's up, I feel like it is Chowder's turn to talk to number 5. And he's like, hey, number 5, congratulations on the win. I'm glad you won. You deserve it. I am a little bit nervous though, because I don't know who you're gonna nominate. I really like Rigby, so I don't know if it'd be too much for me to ask if you could nominate Eddie and Mandy. And at this point, number 5 rolling her eyes because, you know, like everyone wants to do something different. She has to make someone, probably some people, unhappy. She has a lot to think about overnight on her sleep as it becomes day 58, the day of the nomination ceremony. And obviously, in light of this, Chowder wants to make a special breakfast and occasion. I feel like Edd Eddy and Mandy always brush their teeth together, and Edd Eddy's always like talking, yapping, getting foamy, nasty toothpaste everywhere. Disgusting. I won't lie, I feel like Rigby's like, you know, what's the point of getting out of bed really until like breakfast is done? Cause all today is nomination ceremony, and I won't even lie. Me and number 5, you know, we talk and stuff, but I kind of feel like she's gonna nominate me. And Eddie's like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean, because she's for sure gonna nominate my ass as well. Eventually, everyone sits down to have a breakfast together, and I feel like, you know, Chowder's like, you know, everyone, I know that we're kind of targeting each other, and we want, obviously, ourselves to win for the most part, but look at how far we made it, bro. This is the final 6, and Rigby is like, hell yeah, bro. There are 10 people who were in this house 58 days ago that are no longer here. And Eddie's like, yeah, a lot of people had to lay down their game to make sure ours could prosper. Edd Eddy's like, R.I.P. Dexter, I got Panini out for you, that bitch. And Chowder, you know, he wants to say something, but he's like, you know what, this is a good toast, good breakfast, let's just let her talk shit. And Mandy's like, cheers everyone, for a good game, and hopefully a better winner. And they all say, yeah, and then sip on that wok. Unfortunately, however, not too long after is the nomination ceremony. All 5 of them scared. They worked so hard to get here, and I really doubt they want to fumble now. Number 5, I feel like she's like, you know, I'm very sad that I have to be in this position to maybe potentially eliminate one of y'all. I'm glad that I earned myself safety, but this is just a burden of the position. To the 2 players I nominate, I truly do wish you the best in veto competition. Alright, and with that being said, my first nomination, mostly due to the fact that they are a jury threat and I believe they might not be able to win veto, no offense, is Chowder. This was a hard decision, mainly because I like you and members of the house like you. And I feel like number 5, you know, kind of within the same thing, she says, the next person I'm nominating is mainly as a pawn, and I'm sorry, I have to nominate someone that I just feel like would be a better fit for the nomination position, not to really give too much of my game away. I nominate Eddie. Chowder and Eddie, both of you have been nominated for eviction. Good luck in veto. I feel like after the ceremony, Rigby, Eddie, and Chowder are all like, yup, number 4 is lying, she's plotting, she's scheming. And Rigby's like, you know, I'm very sorry you guys, but I promise I'm not aligned with Mandy or Edd Eddy. And Chowder's like, don't worry, I believe you, but I feel like Eddie is a little skeptical. Immediately, Mandy's like, good job, number 5. I know that was hard to do, but you did the right thing. Edd Eddy, I know this isn't what you wanted, but I promise you and Chowder can talk all you want after the game. And I feel like Edd Eddy doesn't really like Mandy's tone talking about Chowder like this, like he's already gone and she can't do anything about it, which might cause some conflict. Day 59, number 5 kinda unwillingly shares her bedroom with the others. After a hearty meal cooked by Chowder and Mandy, she was tired of Chowder's goofy food and she wanted like actual food. So she made like bacon, scrambled eggs, grilled cheese, stuff like that. All the players, congratulations for making Final 6. Since you did so, everyone is allowed to play in the veto competition. This challenge is called item catching. Catch items in a certain amount of time while being covered in slime. So I'm gonna say each of them are like covered by walls so they can't see each other's points, but I'm gonna say every 4 minutes, whoever has the least amount of items is eliminated from this challenge. And there's gonna be a lot of random stuff falling. Every time you catch a bad item, you lose a point. And the item they're supposed to be catching is something green. Keep in mind they're covered in green slime and the items are also probably coming out in green slime. Number 5 has pretty good hand-eye coordination. Eddie can run really fast. Edd Eddy has long-ass limbs. Mandy's very focused. He can run on all fours. Chowder, I won't even lie. I gotta be real with you, bro. You need the veto, but I think you're the first one out. You could say he can catch stuff with his hat, but if it's edible, I think he might be eating it, and some of it might be like watermelon, a lime, some grapes. He's eating all that. I won't even lie, I feel like there's gonna be a lot more items, especially incorrect ones. Like the new one they gotta get is probably like grab something 6 inches, pause. And it's kinda hard to like eyeball that as it's coming down, like about to hit you or something. I'm sorry, Rigby, I do feel like you're the next one out. And even though you can do really well, I do think it is a close tie. Edd Eddy, you also fumble. Which means it is between number 5, Eddie and Mandy, all trying to catch as much stuff as they can, hoping they get the right amount. In third place of this challenge is Eddie, number 5. Mandy trying to get as much as they can, but I won't lie to you. Maybe the slime like gets in number 5's eye. Her hat like keeps getting weighed down until she eventually has to take it off. Maybe she slips. I just see like Mandy in this kind of fashion, not really missing too much where I could see number 5 like slipping or getting distracted. Mandy is very composed, and not only is she composed, she is the winner of this veto challenge. Guaranteed safety, just like number 5, guaranteed in the final 5. Immediately, I feel like Edd Eddy and number 5, talk to her, congratulate her. You did your thing, that means you don't have to use it. So I feel like, number 5 is pretty solidified that she won't use it. However, I feel like Edd Eddy will ask Mandy once again, don't tell number 5 I asked you this, but could you potentially use it on Chowder? And we can just send Eddie home this time, please? And Mandy's like, bro, what the hell? And so, you know what? I feel like Mandy says, you know what? I might use the power of veto, Edd Eddy. And she says, yeah, like frolicking off. But Mandy, she's like, Edd Eddy, don't you know Chowder's gonna have to betray you at some point? Don't you think he will? I feel like obviously Chowder just has a little talk, like if you want to use the veto on me, I understand. That would be very nice. But if you don't, I also understand. Because this is a game and everything. And I kind of like Rigby anyway. Someone is about to join this memory wall. Day 60, we now have the veto ceremony. Mandy, as Power of Veto winner, please head up to the HOH. You can use the Power of Veto, or you don't have to. If you do, the HOH must make a replacement nominee. Chowder, I feel like he says, if you use it on me, I promise not to nominate you next round if I'm HOH, which, I don't really know if that means anything since I haven't really done too well. But either way, I'm glad to be here, and to be here this long, thank you. Eddie's like, yo, please, I would love this. I need this. I don't got much back home. My parents, they leave me over and over again. It's like a daily tradition of getting milk for 2 months. My big brother is the same way, except when he comes around, he beats me. Please, I need them gumball. Well, not gumball, the jawbreakers. And Mandy, I feel like she just kind of looks at the two of them, looks at number 4, and she says, I have decided. Best for my game. I am sorry for those who this may affect, but I have decided to use the power of veto on Eddie. Eddie, he's immediately like super excited. He didn't expect this at all. He thought the girls were for sure teaming up to get him out or something. He's hyped as hell. He thought he was going home against Chowder. And so with Mandy and Eddie safe, it is between Rigby and Edd Eddy. And number 5 looking at the two, knowing she has to betray someone, she's just like, I don't know, man. Like this doesn't even feel morally right. Because she wanted Chowder to be off the block, let alone against him, and that is so mean. But me and Rigby have been talking this entire time, and I kind of want to see it to the end with him, but at the same time, he'll probably win. After a moment of thought, I feel like at the end, number 5 has decided the replacement nominee is Rigby. And I feel like instantly Rigby's mad, or at least like hurt. I don't know if he'd be mad, but he'd be very hurt. Chowder's like, bro, what's happening? So I won't even lie, and like the rest of the day to come, I feel like Chowder might talk to Edd Eddy, and he's like, look, I'm kind of alright with leaving the game low-key. I do think Rigby deserves it more than me. He works minimum wage for a boss that always yells at him, mostly for good reason, but you know, Rigby doesn't say that part of the story. Edd Eddy, I feel like, would be very sad. She's like, I don't know, I kinda think Rigby would beat me if I was at the end. Don't you want me to win as well? And Chowder's like, well, of course, I kinda want any of you guys to win. And you know, after that, I kinda feel like he gives Eddie the same speech. She's like, look, bro, I know some people might say that Rigby is better at challenges than me and might be able to win better than me, especially since him and Mordecai are both very likable and they could probably sway people. I'm just saying, I don't mind going home. You do your thing. I wish you the best of luck. So I feel like it is eviction day, day 61. It is the end for one of these 6. Or should I say one of these 2, after 60 days in the house. Chowder, I feel like his ending speech would basically be a thank you everyone for making my stay enjoyable. Y'all were great friends. I had an amazing time. I never thought I'd be able to do something like this. Made lifelong friends, thank you. And Rigby is a little surprised about Chowder like being so open about like, you know, kind of sounding like he's leaving. And Rigby's like, I really would appreciate if I could stay. I need the money. I want the money. I want to keep playing this game to prove my own worth. Yes, I've done stuff in this game that I'm proud of, but I kind of want to do more. And with that, the vote has began. Mandy, Eddie, and Edd Eddy are all now going to vote. Eddie is like kind of afraid of Rigby and number 5's like strong alliance. Not to mention he feels like he could beat Chowder in any challenge way easier. Eddie votes to evict Rigby. Mandy can't wait to see Chowder walk out those doors. She votes to evict Chowder, and obviously we all know Chowder had that sad speech with Edd Eddy. Edd Eddy understands he wants to be gone, and she respects his wishes, and so she's willing to allow that to happen. And since she knows that the other 2 are voting to evict Chowder, she's just gonna go ahead and give him a pity vote. She votes to evict Rigby. Both of you have been amazing, enjoyable players. It is very sad to see one of you go, but Chris obviously has to say who it is, and by a vote of 2-1. And this is when like, yup, both of them voted Chowder. Rigby, you have been evicted from the Big Brother house. I am so sorry. And immediately Edd Eddy, her eyes widen, like she's super happy Chowder gets to stay. But now she looking over at Mandy, cause she knows Mandy voted to evict Chowder. Edd Eddy was just gonna lie and say Eddie voted to evict Rigby, but since 2 of them did it, she can't lie, so now she's a little bit nervous. Rigby, I know this is a little shocking, but I promise you it's a wave of relief. Finally stop being able to play the game. Everyone gives him a goodbye. Everyone, I do think, likes Rigby in some kind of way. He didn't play a competitive game, where in that aspect he was kind of playing a very good social game. But now, unfortunately, Rigby, you're playing no game. RIP, updated memory wall. And here we have it, the final 5. Thank you to all the viewers who stayed with us through this amazing journey through Big Brother and the Cartoon Network contestants. This is the finale episode. If you haven't watched this, please make sure to do so. With 11 house guests evicted, we are standing at the final 5. All of them had to work very hard, maneuver through the game, and do their social advantages to get to this point. We are about to do a double elimination following into the final 3 HOH competition. Now, immediately them in the living room being told that there's going to be a final double elimination before the season concludes, I think they are immediately going into a frenzy, especially Mandy, because she knows if Chowder or Eddie were to win, there is a super high chance she definitely goes. And I think she immediately immediately pulls Edd Eddy into the library to like discuss, like, hey Edd Eddy, this wasn't really in the cards. I didn't plan for this. I was hoping this would like normalize until the end, but we gotta think about this. We gotta try the hardest we have ever tried. Now, number 5, I think immediately she notices that Mandy talks to Edd Eddy and not her, especially since number 5 can't even be an HOH. And Mandy might even plot to Edd Eddy that, you know, if we don't win, number 5 is out, but not only that, so are one of us. So I think with them in the living room just processing this, Eddie's like, you know what, this could be the final 3, you know. Me, you, and Chowder. To the end, we could genuinely do this. And in Eddie's mind, that is sort of a plan that he's not even super opposed to. But at the back of his head, he knows that he will have a much harder time beating these two than he will Edd Eddy or Mandy. So I think maybe, you know, he says he's gotta go to like the bathroom or something, and so he sneaks off into the library. He's like, look, Mandy, Edd Eddy, I gotta do a final pitch. Let me be real with you. I know that you two, along with number 5, are in an alliance that's probably a really big deal, especially since number 5 has confirmed basically that she was in alliance with you two. And Edd Eddy, she's a little flabbergasted. Her mouth is open. She's like, number 5 did that? The number 5? Why is this house full of doo-doo heads? Like, Edd Eddy pissed as hell. And Mandy's like, so what are you trying to get at? What are you proposing? And he's like, well, basically, I think all 3 of us know that number 5 and Chowder would wipe the floor with us. So I think that we should get them out right now. This should be the 3. No matter what happens, we have to focus on what's best for us and our chances. And then Edd Eddy, she's like, whoa, hold on. Hey, wait a minute. I kinda like Chowder low-key, and Chowder hasn't really won too much of anything. The only thing he's done that's like really notable is he has survived, I think, 3 double eliminations, because Edd Eddy has shit memory. So Eddie's like, so you just want me out then? Not only has he won stuff, but YouTube voted for him in the beginning to have a special power. No offense, Eddie, but you are kind of a threat as well. And Mandy hearing Edd Eddy, I think she immediately like Edd Eddy, we need this 3. This is a 3 chance at winning the HOH and guaranteeing herself. I think you're selling yourself short, Edd Eddy. You've won stuff too, and you have made plays in the game. And Edd Eddy, I think she just kind of looks at Mandy and Eddie. She's like, well, we'll have to see. And then she just like goes into the kitchen. I feel like Mandy probably comes out, talks to number 5 in the living room, in which I think Eddie might join. Either that or eavesdrop. Now, this is probably when I feel like Edd Eddy pitches to Chowder, like, Chowder, I won't even lie. Out of everyone here, you're the only one who hasn't outright lied to me or tried to swindle me or harm me in any way. Everyone else, I feel like, discards my feelings and doesn't treat me as an actual player. I think it could actually be me and you. Because why does Mandy deserve to win when half of her game is mine anyway? Half of her game is number 5's. Not to mention, she just uses Eddie, so why should Eddie win? Like, yeah, he got the power and whatever. He won a challenge here or there. But his social gameplay, he's just kind of been an extra, riding on the coattail of plans. And then Chowder's like, well, I actually kind of like Eddie. And Edd Eddy laughs. She's like Eddie, he was just in the HOH room or whatever room with me and Mandy not 5 minutes ago talking about getting your ass out of here. What you mean you like him? And Chowder, he's hearing this. He doesn't know if he even believes it low-key. He's like dead ass. And Edd Eddy just confirms it. I just feel like Chowder, I don't know if he fully believes her, but it is something to take into consideration. Number 5, I feel like explains like Mandy and Eddie, like, I kind of know I'm being targeted. I'm not oblivious. I can pick up the signs around me. I'm a challenge threat for the final 3 competition. Both you guys know that. And let's be honest, I'd beat both your bitch asses at the end. So let's just be real. Get this over with, cause I ain't handling fakeness. Mandy, I won't even lie. I knew you were a snake 2.5 weeks ago. And Eddie, you're just talking to whoever you can to keep yourself in the game. Neither of y'all deserve to win, so I'ma just head over here low-key. And I think Mandy and Eddie are now flabbergasted, because they kind of found themselves, you know, in the majority a little bit, maybe either way. But now we got number 5, Edd Eddy and Chowder all I'm talking in the kitchen, in which like number 5 is, look, Dee Dee, I'm gonna be honest with you, I might have said your name here or there, but that's only because Mandy wanted to get you out. Number 5, you know, she has to lie a little bit, but she doesn't care. Like Finn said, get her before she gets you, and she's trying to get Mandy. She doesn't need to win HOH to stay, she just needs the vote, and here 2 of them are right here. And Dee Dee, hearing the confirmation that number 5 at some point was willing to target her, even though her and Mandy have both all been our side, that does make her mad, but now she's dummy pissed at Mandy, because she's like, no way Mandy actually said that, dead ass no way. And number 5, I feel like I promise you, Dee Dee, I'm not lying. Chowder, me and him have been friends this entire time for the most part. We've been chill. I've never lied to Chowder. I won't lie to you again, I promise. Mandy's goal is to get her and Eddie to the final 2 because she knows she can beat him. I mean, look at them right there in the living room. I feel like Dee Dee, she says bet, and she marches over. She's like, Mandy, you'll never guess what a little birdie just told me. And Mandy, she looks unamused. She's like, oh my god, more? And then Dee Dee's like, yeah, basically you have a plan with Eddie, which now that I think about it makes hella sense, because yo ass was trying to save him around every corner you could. You just tried to throw number 5 under the bus not 10 minutes ago, when over the entirety of the season, you apparently wanted me gone. Mandy's like, whoa, hold the fuck up. I've never talked about targeting you directly or indirectly. Dee Dee, you have always been my number 2. And in this, you know, Mandy actually means that, because Dee Dee is actually realistically Mandy's number 2. Pause. But she also told that to Eddie at one point. I feel like Eddie's like, wait. You said I was your number 2. And Mandy's now like, oh, fuck. She's like, listen, both of you know that my chances at winning in the end are slim, especially due to jury perspective. So stop trying to do last minute strategizing with your feelings and play with your head. Dee Dee, stop being dumb. And Dee Dee, she gets, I don't know, she's stomping mad, boy. She hopping mad. She said, your eyebrows 1 inch away from being squilly and fancy, son. Where'd you get your fucking haircut at? Supercuts Pac-Man? Fuck out of here. I'm talking with the boy. I feel like Eddie, he doesn't leave Mandy entirely. He's just like, so what's up? What's good? I don't think Eddie wants to eliminate her entirely because she might win HOH. And speaking of which, after a good day's sleep, it is day 64 where the remaining house guests must face off in the next HOH challenge. Later, we will see who the jury vote to win. Now, this one will show how badly you want to win this game. This is endurance and strength pressed for power. It is very simple. Your arms will be fully stretched, holding 2 buzzers with just 1 finger while you're standing straight up. If either of your fingers let go of the button, you are eliminated. And so as the challenge starts, I think immediately all the house guests are looking at each other. This challenge is different. This one is coming from power within. They know that this is all or nothing. Dee Dee, long ass arms. That might make that shit hurt a little bit more. Chowder, I don't know if he got them muscles. Mandy, she has like a good drive, so she might be able to do this. And Eddie, he is pretty strong. Well, not strong, but when he wants something, there is like a hidden power that comes from within. I'm even willing to say there's 30 minutes without any movement, but suddenly there is some movement from both Mandy and Eddie. Mandy almost slips her finger off, but she quickly get it back on, where I feel like Eddie might have been, like trying to look at his arm, flex because he's bored, and then next thing you know, he is accidentally eliminated from this challenge. 33 minutes in. We do not see our next movement until over an hour has gone by for the challenge duration, in which I feel like Chowder, he's basically crying, he's straining, even the goofy animation is being brought out to depict how tired he is, which means it is Mandy versus Dee Dee trying to secure their place in the final 3. Chowder and number 5 are so worried for Mandy. Where where Eddie, I feel like, is kind of rooting for her. Edd Eddy's arms are wobbling. Mandy's arms are wobbling. They're stinging. 112 minutes have now passed. They both look like they want to cry. They both look like they're in immense pain. Mandy can probably hide it a little bit better, but I definitely think it does not feel good. And after 154 minutes, I feel like Edd Eddy says something like, hey, I can't even feel my arms anymore. This is great. You know, she just looks fine because her arms are like, you know, cartoonishly dead. And Mandy's like, oh, all right. Edd Eddy, look at me. Me and you, final two, I promise. I will drop out right now, give you all my trust, and give you the final HOH. Please do not nominate me if I drop out. And Edd Eddy, she kind of thinks about it. She knows that two people are about to leave, and she would kind of like it to be Mandy and Eddie. But she also does recognize that number 5 is a huge threat to win. So perhaps this could be the excuse she needs. She's like, you know what, Edd Eddy? I won't betray you. I'll tell you everything, Edd Eddy. Just please. And Edd Eddy's like, you know what? All right, fine, Mandy, fine. Drop out now, and I promise you safety. And which Mandy folds, and Edd Eddy, congratulations! You are the HOH and guaranteed into the final 3. I'm sure Dexter would be proud and or flabbergasted. And immediately I feel like everyone wants to talk to Edd Eddy, but I think she says hold on one at a time. And I think the first one she invites, especially to show trust and whatever, is Mandy. She's like, alright Mandy, you promise it's me and you to the final 2, not Eddie. Me and you. And Mandy's like, yes, I promise you, Edd Eddy. And Edd Eddy's like, all right, well, that being said, I want you to know I am not nominating Chowder. I am going to nominate number 5 and Eddie. And Mandy, this kind of like bugs her and annoys her, but what is she gonna do? Say no? She's like, yeah, that's understandable, Edd Eddy. I fully understand that. As long as you don't nominate me. And Edd Eddy's like, well, you have to promise if I don't nominate you, since you're the only vote, you have to use it to save Chowder. You cannot evict Chowder. And Mandy, she says, don't worry, I'm gonna use my vote to save Chowder. I promise. It's me and you to the end. But in the back of her head, she's like, hell no, bro. The first chance I get, Chowder's gone. And so I feel like after that talk, it is now Chowder's turn, in which Edd Eddy is like, Chowder, I just want to say that I want us, me and you, in the final 3, and Chowder, you know, he's happy to hear this. And she's like, but I do have to nominate you, but I promise that Mandy will not evict you. And Chowder's like, girl, what you talking about? Of course she's going to evict me. And Edd Eddy, she's taken aback. She thought Chowder would love this idea, but Chowder's like, Edd Eddy, Mandy has shown no signs of like keeping her word or trusting at all. Why would you do it now? She has even more reason to lie now than she ever has before. She's so close to the money, Edd Eddy. And you know, in Chowder's mind, he's like, Edd Eddy, more like dum-dum. And Edd Eddy's perk 30 popping ass. She's like, well, Mandy gave me her word, and you know, you can always win Veto. And Chowder's like, oh brother, I'm gone. And Edd Eddy's like, no, Chowder, I promise everything will turn out fine. Can you send in number 5, please? And Edd Eddy, I think she kind of knows that number 5 is probably going to get out and target, but she's like, number 5, I just want to let you know that I don't really want to target you. I kind of do like you. You're a nice person for the most part, and I'm so glad I got to play this game with you and we got this far together. I could have been stuck in the final 5 with Ice King and Billy and Knuckles, but instead I'm here with you and Chowder, and I appreciate that. And number 5, I think she respects that answer very much. And number 5 is like, if I win Veto, I want you to know that I will use it on myself, and I will vote to evict Mandy. And Edd Eddy hearing this plan almost sounds like good. Like she almost wants to pursue this plan. But Edd Eddy is also in here to win. No one is here this far not to win. Edd Eddy wants to. She wants to prove to Dexter that she can do it on her own. As she knows in order to do that, she has to get the jury vote. And then last but not least, we have Eddie talking to Edd Eddy. And Eddie's like, all right, Edd Eddy, what's up? You nominating me? And Edd Eddy, she's like, yeah, I kind of am. And I think immediately Eddie is like, yeah, I kind of expected that. Is there any way I could make you a deal? Like, I know you like Chowder, so how about if you don't nominate me, I won't vote to evict Chowder if I win Veto or if you just don't nominate me, period. I will tell you this, Edd Eddy, right now, if you do nominate me, I will vote to evict Chowder once I win Veto. So it's a threat, but also a promise at the same time. I know you didn't call me in here to tell me I was safe or to talk gameplay. You do what you want. And with that, I feel like he plays probably a little bit of darts with number 5. You know, just release like some anger or like some anxiety. And Eddie's like, you know, number 5, me and you aren't entirely like super different. I think we have similar mindsets in the game, similar attributes. Why have we never talked? Why didn't we ever align? And then I just feel like number 5 is like, you know, good question. It's not like you're bad or anything. You're actually pretty good with like coming up with ideas, and you're kind of charismatic with a people's person way. I guess the game just had us in different lines. And with that, Edd Eddy, it is now time for the nomination ceremony. Ultimately, you're only allowed to save one person, so instead of nominating, just please tell us who is the one person you are not nominating. And I feel like with all the conversation she had with them, this is a tough one, as she kind of want to save both of them, you know, both being Chowder and Mandy, but ultimately she wants to keep her word, and she has decided to not nominate Mandy. Mandy is grateful, and she's like, alright, Edd Eddy, I see the honest game you're playing. I'll remember this. Day 67, the day of Veto, and the day before, the double elimination. Number 5's like, today's the day I win, and Mandy's like, yup. Chowder's probably already cooking in the kitchen. Eddie is waiting for his plate. I wouldn't be surprised if Eddie like eats some food, asks Chowder for more, eats that. Chowder probably cooks for like a good 3 hours, not only to feed them, but himself, because Chowder can pack some food away. He's a walking fridge. Hey Finn, you see that missing tooth right there? I think Chowder stole that shit, just peeking out. As it has been, everyone gets to play in the final 5 Veto. Everyone needs, wants, and craves this power. Power has never meant so much in this game. The game is caged eggs. You have to get eggs through a wire cage to their destination through a very complicated puzzle. So patience, time, a little bit of luck, dedication. There are 4 different puzzles. The last person to complete each one is eliminated from the competition. Go. I think Chowder immediately frantic, dropping eggs, maybe even eating them when they drop, not even going on the ground. Edd Eddy maneuvering, number 5 doing pretty well maneuvering, gets hit by a roadblock. Mandy tries to maneuver, also gets hit by a roadblock. Everyone kind of getting hit by roadblocks more than others. Eddie was so close, but dropped his and it cracked. He has to start over, but at least he knows where he has to go this time. Congratulations, number 5, on the first one being done with this puzzle, followed by Mandy, since she was taking her time trying to be precise and strategize it. Eddie then finally recompletes his, meaning it's Edd Eddy and Chowder. Edd Eddy's like a little sad that's between them, but at the end, it is Edd Eddy who ends up taking the dub as we go on to the next round. This one a little bit more complicated. There are spikes, meaning it might poke your egg and crack it. And that's what I think immediately happens to Eddie at number 5. Mandy is the first one I feel like will complete puzzle 2. Along with Eddie, his luck is a little bit good, but so is number 5's. Alright, Edd Eddy's a little upset because she kinda, in the back of her head, wanted to get the power of Veto, use it on Chowder, but now she just has to hope that maybe Mandy will win and keep her word. She didn't nominate Mandy, so this should hopefully play out in her favor. As the next challenge starts, this one has like a timer that moves the like maze, and it might cause the player to drop their eggs. This happens a lot to Eddie and number 5. Mandy kind of keeping a still hand, allowing her to win. Eddie almost drops his, in which number 5 does, and as he continues, she once again, a couple minutes later, drops hers again, unfortunately giving Eddie the time he needed to become the final 2 of this challenge. Mandy, Eddie, both wanting Veto, both for different reasons. Now with them doing the final challenge, it is going to be the hardest one, the most complex one, and ultimately it's been skill that provided this challenge, but I'm gonna use the luck portion finally, and I'm so sorry Mandy, but the winner of Veto is Eddie. Just like Edd Eddy, Eddie is guaranteed in the final 3. Now it is up to Mandy, number 5, and Chowder to try to plead with Eddie to get his vote. There is no time to waste on a double eviction night, which is right around the corner. Eddie, I don't think it's going to be a surprise, but what do you do with your veto? And he says, obviously, I'm gonna save myself. I'm gonna be guaranteed in the final 3. Let's go. Woo. Mandy, because of that, you're the only option as a replacement nominee. Mandy, Chowder, and number 5, all 3 of you will have a couple seconds to plead your case to Eddie and why he should vote to let you stay. Mandy, I feel like she stands up and says, obviously, Eddie, think it's quite clear that Chowder and number 5 would both probably beat you and I in the end. So I think it would be an ignorant move on your part to evict me. Keeping me will most likely help your game and let you win. And when Chowder stands up, I feel like he says, you know, Edd Eddy told me that if she didn't save you, you would vote to evict me. And I don't think that is fair or right to evict and end my game over someone else's actions. I have done nothing but feed you, showed you kindness, and ultimately at the end of the day, I do wish you reflect on the past and how well I've treated you comparison to the others. I've treated you like a friend and a person, not just as a player. Not only would I be grateful if you let me stay, but so would Edd Eddy. Now this is when I feel like number 5 stands up and she's like, Eddie, me and you just had a talk about why haven't we played this game together yet. Everyone is so quick to point out that I'm a jury threat or whatever, but that just means I'm a nice person. Shouldn't nice people win sometimes? And don't think I haven't done stuff to earn my spot here. I've done stuff to earn this. Mandy has kind of been carried by Edd Eddy a little bit and the alliances she created out of false allegations and lies. Chowder, you know, she kind of looks at Chowder and she's like, Chowder, I appreciate you. You're a wonderful dude, but you have to be honest with everyone. You would beat everyone in this room right now. And this is why I feel like Chowder's like, well, so would you. I probably wouldn't even beat you, so I don't know why you'd bring that up. And this is why I feel like Mandy jumps on the train to like maybe not get evicted. She's like, yeah, even I would vote for you over Chowder, number 5. And number 5, she just rolls her eyes, seeing through Mandy's words. She's like, regardless, Eddie, I do think me and you have a solid game to the final 2 together. And with that being said, it's obviously not a secret, so Eddie stands up to publicly choose to evict who he has to. Eddie, who is the first person you evict that gets 5th place? And Eddie, he's thought about this quite a lot. Even, you know, he was thinking about it before he even got Veto. You're always thinking about the game in this game. And in this game, he would really like to win. He wants to prove to the cul-de-sac he's just not another Ed boy. He's not part of the 3. He's him. Fuck the big 3. It's just big me. This is what I do. Number 5, I'm so sorry. I vote to evict you. And immediately, I feel like Mandy nods her head. Edd Eddy is a little bit sad, but she expected this. Number 5 was like, yeah, I didn't really expect my speech to do anything. But I didn't want to go off, you know, just doing nothing. I appreciate all of you guys. You guys made this a journey for me. Chowder, Mandy, I'll see one of you 2 in a second. But there it is. Number 5 in 5th. Number 2 in 2nd. Second out, that is. Honestly, number 2, you could have done this game a lot better. You're not even a bad character. You just got caught up not doing alliances or anything. You should have worked like number 5 did. You would still be here probably because you're not bad. Now with that, it's a little sad. I feel like Chowder might even be like about a shredded tear, and Eddie's like, you know, I think in this game the jury not only appreciates, you know, honor, kindness, you know, beasting at challenges, but they also, I believe, would appreciate a big move. Moves that have been done have always been conformed in alliances, but never taking someone out as like a prize. Mandy, you are so much better than Chowder at every challenge. No offense, Chowder. Your cooking is amazing. If there was a cooking challenge, you would beat her. And not only that, Mandy, but I kind of feel like whoever gets you out wins the game. I feel like getting you out full of jury who don't like you, that would be a huge plus on my part. And like you even said, the jury don't like you, so they would love me for doing this. I'm so sorry, Mandy. I vote to evict you. Mandy, in her mind, it's like a nuclear bomb just went off, but, you know, she just twitches her eye a little bit. She's like, all right, fine, bet. Good luck, Dee Dee. I hope you win the game, and my vote will be going towards you. And there Mandy goes. I did not expect to ever see her on the memory wall. That's almost a sad sight, but here we have it. The final three, Dee Dee versus Eddie versus Chowder. The final three we have all been waiting for. They are immediately going to head into the final three HOH challenge part 1. The first part of the HOH challenge is swing, slam, dunk. Swing back and forth trying to hang onto your rope while sitting on a disc. It's going to get faster at some point. It's going to get like more rough. Pause. It is endurance and trying not to get thrown off your disc. Chowder, I feel like, has a death grip on it. So does Dee Dee and Eddie. All of them wanting this so bad. It's hard to do like a visual representation at like what happens over the span of like an hour, because they ain't letting go for nothing, but they are getting like bumped, swinged, hit against the wall. And I won't lie, I think Chowder might actually have an advantage by being squishy, because it like impacts more of the blow, where I think Dee Dee will probably be the first one knocked off, leaving Eddie and Chowder clinging to it. And I think probably like another 30 minutes later, Eddie's, seeing Chowder. Chowder is good. Chowder's like clinging to it. I think Eddie probably thinks, I can beat Dee Dee in whatever the next challenge is. So you know what? He's like, Chowder. Congratulations, you won. And then drops off. Congratulations, Chowder. You have won part 1 of the HOH. Dee Dee and Eddie will now face off in part 2. In part 2, I'm just gonna say what the game is. It's the root beer version of beer pong. First person to successfully get the other cups win. Dee Dee might have a little bit of an advantage since her arm's long as shit. Some damn hockey sticks coming out of her body. Pause. It is 10 cups Dee Dee, 10 cups Eddie. I think after like 10 minutes we might see 8 cups Dee Dee. She hasn't got one, but then eventually she does, followed by another, and then a successful rebound shot. Eddie, however, pulls out a rebound shot of his own, in which after Dee Dee misses on her turn, he gets another one, and then another one. Dee Dee keeps missing, giving Eddie a little bit of a chance. Even though he misses some, he gets another one. Dee Dee's starting to sweat now. She's focusing. Bam. And then bam. Eddie gets one. Dee Dee's very afraid. Bam. She afraid. She's not fade. Loses another one. Now she's super afraid. Followed by another. But then out of nowhere, Dee Dee goes bam. Sinks another shot. With only 2 left. It's so sad. But Eddie does indeed make the last cup, which means she has 1 shot. She makes it in his cup, she's still in the game. If not, she loses. She shoots her shot. It slow-mo's in the air, zooming in on Dee Dee's shot, and it goes right into Eddie's cup, meaning she's still in the game, but he immediately gets it back in her cup again, and she doesn't make it, which means she out. Congratulations, Eddie! You have won beer pong and the final part to this HOH, which means it is now you versus Chowder to take home the win, guaranteed in final 2. One of you will have to worry about jury, and the other one will have to worry about the other. The final 2 are facing off in jury statements. House guests try to finish off the statement the juror says. So there's going to be a sentence. In this version, they will say something as a jury, and the house guests will have to buzz in who they think that is. The first one to 4 points win. Which jury member accidentally fell into the pool 3 times this season? The answers are locked, and congratulations, Chowder, you have received 1 point. It was Rigby. He fell in the first week, got pushed, and then accidentally tripped falling in the second week, and then near the end of his stay, he was coming back, to the house after a veto challenge, and then tripped and fell in. Which house guest annoyed people by stealing and eating from the fridge? The correct answer is is Ice King. Eddie gets the point. Ice King was here for only 1 week and he ate the food. No wonder his ass got evicted. It didn't help that Finn was like bothering him. Which jury member actually voted to keep Ice King and wanted to work with him? Once again, Eddie is correct with the answer being Knuckles. On week 3, which house guest attempted to make toast only for the toaster to catch on fire and have to be replaced by production? Alright, both of those answers are actually wrong. The answer was also once again Rigby. Which house guest attempted to make a radio out of scratch before production had to come in and take it away? Chowder is right. It is number 2. I don't blame Eddie for saying Double D though. That does sound like something he would do. As it stands, it is a tie. Which house guest had the most alliances this season? I kinda thought this was an obvious one, but apparently not to Chowder. Eddie, that is right. It was Mandy. This potentially could be the final question. Which house guest got evicted for the sole reason they only wanted to have humans in the house? Both of you had the right answer, but Eddie buzzed in quicker. Congratulations, Eddie. You are the final HOH of the season, guaranteed in the final 2, in which just a moment you must make a very hard decision to either vote to evict Chowder or Dee Dee. So I feel like this is probably like a solitary moment for Eddie. Like he's like, holy shit, I did it. I somehow got here to the final 2. Double D, I don't think thought I could do it. Before I left, Kevin basically just told me a dork like me wouldn't ever get here. Chowder has been here with me since day 1. Voting to evict him now not only would suck, but it might get jury members against me. On the other hand, Dee Dee has made some enemies, such as like Panini, who's been on the jury for a while. But at the same time, if I keep Dee Dee and vote to evict Chowder, Chowder will most likely tell the jury, especially Panini, that Dee Dee has learned from her mistake or just a cover-up story. Eddie's really thinking about this. It's a hard decision for him. And, I feel like he even says that. He's like, I didn't expect this decision to be so difficult. I walked into this game not really expecting to make friends, but I'm walking out with about 13 of them. Yeah, that's right. I don't like all of you. Cry about it. But I also walked into this game with the mindset of winning, and I can't let that slide. I live in a family that my mom and dad work so much they're always out of screen time. My brother, took my dad's position and then left just like my dad, which is hilarious. I'm here for the money. I got me to look after. I got Eddie to look after. I got Double D to look after. And so for that reason, I have to make the best possible move for my game. I'm sorry, Chowder. I do vote to evict you. And like that, unfortunately, Chowder, it is your time, which means Dee Dee and Eddie, congratulations to the 2 of you. Both of you have made it as far as you possibly could have to your own self-worth and actions. Now, the winner is solely based on jury. There was never a timeline where both of you win. We will now bring out the jury. So I think with them finally being able to see, the house guests that they've missed so long, Eddie's like, holy shit, it's been a while. What's up, Double D? It's been like 5 weeks since I've seen you. It's been over a month. Double D just kind of waves. Dexter is hyped. He's bouncing like a jelly bean, excited for Dee Dee getting this bread, because he's for sure gonna use that machine on her where she forgets and then just takes her bank account. Rude as fuck. So Chowder, I feel like, he goes first and he's like, I just walked out of the house. I literally just saw both of you. My question is for Dee Dee. Dee Dee, you have to admit, you kinda spent the majority of the game arguing with my partner. You're kinda the sole reason my partner got out, in which Eddie, yeah, he's never really talked gameplay to me. He didn't talk to me like as friendly as you did, but he didn't really like target too many people, and he got Mandy out, which I think we can all agree is good. Why should we vote for you to win? I think Dee Dee immediately states, she has won challenges. She isn't here because she followed this or that. If anything, most of you guys can say that Mandy was under my shadow. A lot of people think Mandy's the mastermind, but I was the person that always had to use my vote to get things done. Mandy was always in a whatever position of power, but if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have been able to do such powers. Not to mention, can we remember, hello, rewind, some challenges she won are literally because I dropped myself out so she could. I didn't want a target on my back. Mandy was okay with that. That's why Mandy's out there and I'm in here. In which I feel like Mandy, she's immediately like, alright, Edd Eddy, bet. My question for you is, how are you gonna say I put a target on my back and you didn't when you publicly argued with not only Panini and Chowder, but others as well, after rightfully, by the way, voting to evict Dexter because he was targeting people off of biases. And Edd Eddy, this kind of stuns her, and she's like, you know what, man, you've been a bitch since day one. Next. And so number 5, Edd Eddy didn't want to answer that question, bro. Number 5 is, my question is to Eddie. Me and you have talked, but we weren't in an alliance like me and Edd Eddy. Why should I vote you over Edd Eddy? And immediately I feel like Eddie says, the double evictions weren't easy to maneuver through them. I had to put in a lot of work. If you were to vote for me, not only are you voting for me to win, but you're voting YouTube's player to win. They voted me. And so I think Rigby, Finn, and all the jury asked their questions, an individual amount. Edd Eddy saying she should win because at the end of the day, she was an alliance. She was loyal to that alliance, and that's why she stuck with her decisions. Eddie was doing stuff out of his own self-interest, only looking out for himself. And yeah, I got mad at some people, but that was because my brother got evicted week 3. I had to spend over 2 months in this bitch without him, where Eddie, you got to have your partner for numerous weeks after mine. So yeah, I got mad, but at least it was for a sympathetic reason and not out for myself like Eddie was. In which I feel like some contestants like Ice King, Knuckles, Dexter, they'd be like, well, this is a game about maneuvering. You have to look out for yourself. Like, you're saying don't look out for yourself, but Edd Eddy, I don't see Mandy up there with you. I don't see number 5 up there with you. This alliance you had, they ain't up there with you. So you are there for reasons of your own volition, which everyone should respect. And without further ado, let's get to the votes and who will win the Big Brother season. It takes 8 votes to win. I got the keys. Each key represents a jury's vote. Pulling out the first key, Chowder has voted for Edd Eddy to win. Mandy has voted for Edd Eddy to win. Number 5 has casted her vote for Edd Eddy to win. Rigby has casted his vote for Eddie. Finn has casted his vote for Eddie. Panini has casted her vote for Eddie. Double D has casted his vote for Eddie. Knuckles has casted his vote for Eddie. That is 5-3. FlapJack has casted his vote for Edd Eddy. Mordecai has casted his vote for Eddie. That is 6-4. Billy has casted his vote for Edd Eddy. Dexter has casted his vote for Edd Eddy. It is down to number 2 and Ice King. I believe they both have reasons to vote either one, but they both have voted one person together. I'm gonna pull out both keys at the same time. And congratulations, the canon winner of Big Brother is Eddie. Congratulations, you have done a lot to get here. You have gone through alliances, broken alliances, made little alliances. You have talked your game. Double D almost ruined both your games by that huge scientific bullshit speech he gave. Here's the 750K check. I'm sure your life is gonna be much better now. Double D hugging him, so proud. Dexter a little mad, but he says, don't worry, sister, you did great. I am proud of you. I expected you to be out before me, let alone being in the finals. You did good. I feel like everyone kinda hugs Edd Eddy. Panini hyped as hell that bitch lost. She wasn't Chowder came in the jury. He was like, well, Edd Eddy's not that, and Panini's like, fuck off, bro. She got me out. I ain't hearing it. Congratulations, Eddie. You won so many challenges. YouTube voted you a couple times. They clearly liked you, your charisma, and your drive to win. With both of them voting for the same person, the winner of Total Drama Big Brother Cartoon Network. Congratulations, Edd Eddy. You have worked through this entire game. You made alliances. You were in the majority alliance. After Dexter left, you didn't knuckle drag. You didn't cry or whatever. You did cry a lot. You were bitching. But you took that energy and put it into anger. You put it into faith and you put it into will. You made alliances and you knew that Dexter getting out was a wake-up call. You had to do what you had to do, and I think even with the attitude you had sometimes, you played an amazing game. You definitely deserve this $750,000 check. Here, let me whisper to Dexter real quick.
Dexter, if you steal that money, I will tell your parents about your lab, you loaf of bread lab rat.
Congratulations, Chowder hugging Dee Dee. He's very happy. Mandy's like, you know, it's not me. But Dee Dee, I am proud of you. I mentored you. Good job. Dexter, you know, even though he just got a threat by me, he doesn't even know how I know about his lab. But he's like, Dee Dee's sister, you did great. You know, Dee Dee's thing about all the ponies she can buy. Eddie, if he would have won, he's for sure getting millions of jawbreakers. He gonna buy like 500,000 bundle for like 20 grand. Dee Dee might even start getting her own lab. That way she doesn't have to bother Dexter anymore. Give her parents the life they want. That way her dad don't gotta work. Thank you guys so much for watching this series. Please let me know in your opinion who you believe the canon winner is. If you watched this entire series, thank you very much. I can now start finally working on Yokavachi Island. If you haven't seen that, please make sure to search up the trailer and watch it. Let me know in the comments, like I said, who do you prefer to win? And I dare every single one of you to have a good day. Also, if you could see any 4 of these people be brought back for maybe a Survivor season, which 4 do you think deserve a second chance at a reality TV show game? Stay safe.